Mikey and Crumpets on the veranda this morning. Hello, good morning, good evening, good night, dear listener. Once again, you have found yourself striding manfully through the fields of Elysium, looking at the black dot on the landscape and wondering to yourself, is that the encroaching apocalypse, or is it the old oil house? Unfortunately, it's the old oil house. No apocalypse today, I'm afraid. With me today are three men. Manly men, men made by men for men with men, man in a can, so to speak. The first one is my erstwhile Dark Ages. He is...
it's me, it's Stu, and he's already said it, it's Dark Ages. Hello.
Next to him is the prettiest of pretty.
Hi. Yes, Andy.
You're waiting, aren't you?
I am. I'm actually dreading at this point. And I'm almost chained to the seat because I'm so scared about this.
Oh. Well, I'm just going to bypass it this time around. Just move by. For we have a third person here. A person who we shall talk to on many things of shoes and ships and sealing wax and cabbages and kings. He is... Would you like to introduce yourself, Mr. Mystery Guest?
I'm trying to find out is why the sea is boiling hot and whether pigs have wings.
I find that asking Jeeves helps.
Oh, got it. Okay. Alta Vista... That's Jeeves. Got it. Yeah. I am Nick Roach. I am the encroaching roach. Hello.
The encroach. I didn't even think of that one.
No, that was good. I thought that's what you were leading into with your well-designed intros, but turned out it wasn't that well-designed.
No, that's right. Just mine away at my self-esteem.
Absolutely, yeah. We're going to dig through to the core of your self-esteem and probably bypass Thatcher in hell as we go.
Ooh, topical.
Oh, wow, we're off to an early start.
I'm like, have I got news for you, ain't I? Ain't I just...
Now there's a TV show I want to watch. Have I got Roche for you? Oh, Nick, would you be interested in turning up at people's doorsteps, a la the Daz Doorstep Challenge, but instead of Daz, a variety of various weapons of mass destruction?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. I model myself mostly on Ian Lee circa 1999 on the 11 o'clock show anyway, just in terms of tolerability and pasty grey-faced annoyance. So yeah, I think I'll be really good at that job.
You say pasty grey-faced annoyance and all I've got in my head is the John Major spitting image puppet.
Yeah, again, we just keep referring back to 1989 references really, don't we? So yeah. Yeah, I'll show up. When do I start?
Well, we'll give it a little bit of time. Get people used to the idea first. So about half hour?
Yeah, see you there.
Right, then I'll go get the nuclear weapons and Stu can get the axe.
Okay.
It would be beautiful if someone's doorbell rang at the half-hour point on this podcast. Oh, no.
It'd be even better if it was Mikey's.
Yeah, that would be good.
He's just sitting there, looking at the door, quivering with excitement and fear.
Those often
In
make
equal measures?
nights, I find.
Right, well, we might as well get started properly here. Mr. Roche.
Yeah.
For those people out there who may not know who you are and what it is that you do, I actually have a small amount of dread in asking this question. Who is Nick Roche?
Nick Roach is the tears in an infant's eyes, the smile on a cat's face, and the quizzical look of a dolphin receiving a handjob. That is, my friends, that is what Nick Roach is.
Oh, my lord.
Nick Roach's sporadic drawings about once every 6 to 8 months that people like and then disappears again.
Would you say you disappear like a ninja or disappear like a sunny day?
I'm noisier than both those things. So you definitely know I've left. So yeah, sunny day is sort of like, it could come back, but no, you'll hear the window smashing outwards as I leave you. So
I
I think
always had the idea you were almost like the littlest hobo. You just this theme tune kicks up and you just jog off for no reason at all.
Yeah, it's I've been called the littlest, something that sounds like the littlest hobo. I've been called that quite often. Yeah. Mostly in
What
primary
rhymes
school.
with hobo?
Lobo is the only thing I've got.
Lobo from the Fraggles.
I was more thinking DC. Is it true, Nick?
Between you and me, though, Adam, isn't it really? So, yeah.
Oh, yes, you mean some face paint.
You bastard.
This is an interesting night. Anyhow, so, first of all, Mr. Roche, I'm going to say to you, congratulations, for I hear that your Spotlight Megatron has actually gone to a second printing.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to hear that, and I'm very happy to hear your congratulations. And yeah, it has. It's really cool. It's I didn't think it was going to go down as well as that for a number of reasons, but mainly because the quality of current Transformer comics is pretty high. I don't know if you've noticed. So it's not like I could sort of kind of duck my head in and save the scene like I used to. And no, it was good. It was good to be sort of. The people bought it, people liked it, and it was good that we kind of succeeded with it because, as everyone knows now, it was designed to be a toy pack-in, so we couldn't do, I couldn't get massively ambitious with it and kind of introduce a million new plot strands or kind of exciting new story arcs. It had to be kind of done in one, and I kind of had to say. Mm-hmm. That's one of the cool things about it. That comic is going to be some kid's first Transformers comic, and it's going to be some kid's first comic, full stop. So that's kind of cool. So yeah, no, it is. I'm very happy to hear that Megatron's gone to a second print, and I only found out the other day that it outsold the other Transformer titles in February altogether. So that was
good lord.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
How quickly were you on the phone to everybody else?
How quickly was on the phone to sort of tell them to buy it, or to tell them
just on the phone, just sitting there going, "Bah, boom, beer, suck it," and then just slam the phone down. Who's next? Roberts. Boom, beer, slam the phone down. No explanation at all. Just literally, just answer things. Hello, boom, beer, slam. Go on.
I haven't done it yet. I'm waiting for the weekend for that, so I can have some Kleenex and some baby oil nearby. No, I mean, I think that's what the figures on the sales list say, but the figures also will say that probably more than it's I think came out a few weeks later in February than mine, so it's you can't really compare like for like, but it looks good on paper, and hopefully it'll give a sign to the people at IDW that I'm worth keeping around, and maybe get me back to do something soon. That's the thing. So yeah,
we actually brought up a thing there that interests me, and one that I can't help but think I'm a little bit jealous. Because at some point this year, there is going to be a toy out that has your comic in it.
It's kind of cool.
Going to be in the packaging.
Yeah.
That's got to be the coolest feeling in the world.
Kind of is. It kind of is, yeah. And it's weird, talking to other kind of comic artists, like non-Transformers comic artists, and people who kind of friends of mine who work for Marvel or DC or whatever. And, I sort of, I'd love to have their job. I'd love to draw men in spandex with highly detailed seams on them month in, month out. They're the ones that are sort of saying, man, you're getting a toy made of your design, and you get your comic. Well, yes, it's a different thing. You're getting a comic packed in with a toy, and that's cool. And they're making toys kind of influenced by your designs, and it's sort of like, yeah, but you get to draw Wolverine. But no, it is. It's cool. It is. It is genuinely a dream come true. I just like the fact that I hope in this way alone I've joined Simon Furman in writing a comic that will hopefully be someone's first Transformers comic. And everyone's favorite Transformers comic is often their first, so I kind of like the idea that there's 8 or 9-year-olds who will be poring over each panel and redrawing, images from it and kind of quoting dialogue back at me in 20 years' time. That'll be kind of tedious, but rewarding. And that's why there's a beatdown in that issue with Megatron kicks the crap out of Starscream, and as usual I tend to draw a lot of like lubricant and oil and everything sort of flying, and the notes came back this time saying, we can't do that on this one, so it was going to be a purple spatterfest like Wreckers, but luckily it was in the pencil stage when John Barber's like, no, not for the kids, man, never for the kids.
So
they're the ones who appreciate it most.
I think they would, to be honest. I think if I was a 7 or 8 year old, it would have them. But yeah, it's kind of. And then it was also a thing. I was kind of, I'm not admitting this myself, but other people have pointed out that it was like a hate fuck between Scream and Megatron. It was. But that's I couldn't possibly comment. So.
Because I know when I was reading it, and I got to a certain point, it was just like, how twisted is Nick? All of these robots are messed up, and then here's one dude with no hands, and then read. Oh God, Starscream's face. And it's like,
That's almost exactly like the email John Barber sent when I said the script. That's how he edits. You know, he likes or dislikes something when he just goes, "Oh God, face," you know. So make it stop. So yeah, yeah. No, I saw someone who didn't online. There's a few people who kind of didn't get. You know, it's intended to be quite a funny issue in a lot of ways, and I think definitely the three people I'm talking to now would have appealed to their sense of humor, you know. So, but some people were like,
oh, just a little bit.
Yeah, well, but some people were like, oh, you know, God, is that supposed to be shocking when he says that he hasn't got any hands? And it's like, no, it's clearly not supposed to be shocking.
That was freaking hilarious.
Yeah,
but I've got no hands.
Exactly. There's a lot of sort of silliness, and even just kind of, you know, Megatron doing the checklist on his body parts at the beginning.
I absolutely loved that. The checklist was brilliant.
Cheers. Cool. No, yeah.
I've got to ask, because I remember when I read it, all I could think of was Def Clock's track Mermaid, where they're going on about knives check, stones check. I was just sitting there going, is this what?
Someone, yeah, it was probably you, in fact, probably mentioned that there was a death. They thought they'd seen a death clock. I'm afraid it wasn't intentional, but.
Damn you! Now you're no longer my favorite. Damn doubt.
No, it's the fact that the
wasn't a no, but that was just
back to Roberts yet again. Yeah, I know. I'll take February. I won't have it all year round. So.
It's just a shame that Admiral John Barber sent you an email telling you to calm it down a little bit. I would like to have seen one that just went, I'm Admiral John Barber, and this is what I would like.
Well, I mean, it doesn't do me any harm to kind of reel it in a little bit. I mean, nearly a lot of the Transformer stories I've drawn, and it doesn't. I don't know where it comes from genuinely, because I mean, you guys have kind of met me, and I'm not really that sort of sick and twisted. But most of the stories I've written, and then in a lot of stories I've drawn, have involved body parts flying and kind of, you know, facial mutilation and decapitation and things like that. So I mean, you know, I'd intended, if I had a choice, what my next Transformer script would have been. It would have been a complete another U-turn from anything I'd done previously, and it wouldn't have been so much robotic body horror. But then, just when I had Starscream fighting Megatron, I couldn't kind of hold back either, even though I did hold back as much as, you know, compliance asked me to. So, but no, sometimes it's good to have someone to kind of keep you back, and yeah, John is just a really good editor, and he knows, you know, sometimes editors have sort of kind of given me bad advice, and sometimes they've given me spot on advice, and sometimes they give me advice which I kind of don't agree with, but I get they have to give. But John kind of knew his onions in this, I have to say. So, and yeah, I guess he knew that had to be a certain way for Hasbro to sort of agree to include it, because I mean, I still think we got away with quite a bit. I mean, even the bit with Windsweeper and Skywarp, and Skywarp sort of saying, I'm gonna stick my hand in your abdomen and wave. Help. You know, so it's kind of,
yeah, that was a delightful moment. That's like, oh yeah, he totally could do that.
Yeah,
Why has nobody ever even thought of him doing that?
Yeah, no, I think Skywarp. If Skywarp was clever enough, like, he'd be a massive threat to everyone. You know? So he really hasn't. He's had millions of years, and he still hasn't quite figured out what he can do and just how special a guy he is.
And I always remember the thing in the animated series, in like the pilot, where he asks permission to teleport.
That's a good point, isn't it? Yeah.
It's like, why would you ask permission? You can do it.
Yeah. That's a really good point, actually. Yeah, I think if I get to write him again, I'll make sure that I'll try and. I don't pay a huge amount of attention to the cartoon, but the pilot episodes, that Rival from Cybertron, as it should be known, is you know, that's a perfect way to introduce Transformers and stuff, and I should maybe owe a little bit more to that. So yeah, if I write Skywarp again, he's totally going to be the sort of person that dances on the spot before asking if he can use the bathroom. So
awesome.
Like an 8-year-old with massive security issues. So yeah.
I just thought it's more maybe Megatron's hitting him with a rolled up paper. No.
Yeah. That's
Skywarp.
I'll try and get bruised nose from now on as well to make it look sick.
You actually make an interesting point there. Can you get away with more in comics because the Transformers are robots than you would do normally? Because, as I say, they're robots, and you can get away with a bit more, in inverted commas, gore and body horror.
I think we can, and I think I feel I've been given permission to do that simply because of what happened, the sort of things that would happen in Marvel UK. You know, like when Galvatron was being sucked off by a vortex. You know, Not being sucked off by Vortex.
Well, this is the problem. I'm playing the Transformers Legends game on my phone at the moment, and I've just unlocked Megatron and Vortex. So, thank you for that image.
I know it's going to be happening tonight on your same thing that happens usually on your mobile phone late at night, I imagine, Adam, but just this time involving giant robots.
Well, I couldn't possibly comment about my mobile porn viewing, It's me and my doctor. Yes. Anyhow, moving on.
No, I was just going to say, I think them being robots though, it does allow you to get away with stuff, and it kind of, I end up writing and drawing things that I would have no interest in seeing if they were human characters or kind of humanoid characters. I wouldn't be interested in a Prison Break 5-issue series with intense body torture. Some people definitely would be, but I wouldn't be one of them. I wouldn't want to read it, write it, or draw. With kind of spurting arteries and all that sort of thing. I bet you didn't know what the fuck I was going to say there, but yeah.
That sort of edged up a bit.
So yeah, I think we can get away with a lot with Transformers. It would be kind of nice if there were kind of established. And I suppose there are a few more of these. It's kind of established parameters for what constitutes a mortal wound in a Transformer, and how far is too far. How much can a Transformer take before they can sort of just apply for a new body, and
According to the '86 movie, getting shot in the shoulder apparently. But yeah, what do I know?
Yeah, the times. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, I think those Autobots just died from shock in that shuttle, just from the fact that they were being hit for once, as opposed to sort of being missed wildly by the Decepticons. It's just a.
Yeah, that's what Prowl's face is. It's not his insides melting; it's his brain flying and just going. Well, wait, they can hit.
Yeah.
Why didn't I get the memo?
I think you can get away with a lot of Transformers, and I think I would hope that kind of parents who kind of are offering these Transformers comics to their kids, they see the same as well. But I know that some people won't let their kids read. Like Wreckers, for example, and I think even on Comixology, Wreckers is rated 15, which is kind of sexy. But apparently it's sort of like, oh, that means that 10-year-olds can't read it. But from talking to people who have 10-year-olds, they said, yeah, I don't think they kind of let them read it anyway. And it's not even apparently it's not even just a visual thing with Wreckers. It's just kind of the implied menace and kind of mood. Does that make me a bad parent? Because I was planning to make that Neve's first reading. No, that makes you the best parent. That makes you the winning parent. Please podcast you reading it to her for the first time.
With voices.
Yeah, exactly. I really want to hear you do all the voices, like all. You better fucking make sure that every generic Decepticon has a different voice, because if you don't,
that's right.
Why do I get the feeling that your daughter's first ever bedtime story is going to involve us three standing there with scripts?
Oh dear God, no!
Man,
she'll never sleep again.
Expect it every night. Daddy, can I have Silence of the Lambs this time?
Well, just even the fact that you guys would fight beforehand over who gets which parts and stuff, And...
You have no idea how correct you are. There's a reason I brought this baseball bat, Rob. I'm Overlord. Got it?
Well, I imagine Overlord would be the part to fight for, but someone asked me, well, no, it wasn't anyone on here. Someone asked me the other day on Twitter, which picture of Overlord that I have drawn do I think kind of sums up my connection with him, or my connection with him and the fandom or whatever. And I think my answer was kind of the pin-up that I drew of him on the throne with all the oil dripping from his hands or whatever. But I had to sort of go check the Wreckers trade just to sort of see, oh, maybe I should look through here and see which one I think is best and see which one suited him. And I realized he's only in one panel in issue 4. There's a whole issue pretty much where he is not there, but his presence is so strong you just feel like he's there in every panel, so it's something that I wrote the bloody thing and I kind of was like, oh, that's kind of cool, and so that's a fact I didn't know myself before, so yeah, so that's he does sort of loom large in that series, it has to be said.
I'm going to have to go back and reread it now. I need an excuse.
I'm beginning to wish I'd brought my copy down now. Oh, well.
We should all do a reading. We should all pay $350 for the new Wreckers Limited, IDW Limited set with handmade case. And I'm not on commission, really, honestly.
Oh, yeah, that is a very, very nice set, if you can afford it.
Yeah, if you can afford it.
Hands up on that one, I'm sure that 10 richest kings and queens of Europe who can will love it. And Amy,
I feel a little bit bad for kind of that it exists, to be honest, because people have sort of, if you have Last Stand of the Records at this stage, you're not going to pay 350 quid to own it, and if you don't own Last Stand of the Records, you're not going to pay 350. But don't tell anyone I said that. But and in fairness, it seems to be doing pretty well. So it's and it is an absolutely gorgeous, and I'm very lucky that they've sort of decided that Records is worthy of that. But that's one of those sort of things I think, we're so lucky that they gave Records the IDW Limited box set treatment. But when you'll probably some other shitty miniseries will come along that will give that treatment to, and you'll be like, Records wasn't special at all. It's like when you see sort of a less talented artist get sort of better reviews than you online, you're like, oh, people really are thick. That's kind of.
I am too much of a professional, in inverted commas, to essay anything to that, I think.
I'm not. Who are you talking about?
Oh, no one at all. And especially not genuinely no one in the Transformers community. Just kind of people I know. And not even people I know in real life, just people I've seen, and it's sort of like, come on, you guys, I'm better than that. And people are like, bravo, this guy, he really is the future. And it's like, he drew 4 fingers on one hand, so it's kind of...
Oh, well, I'll just say it. So, Rob Liefeld, then. Anyhow.
Well, I'm not going to say
boys.
There was on one of the comic book websites recently, I think it was Comics Alliance over the last few days, they're doing things where they kind of tear apart old comics from the 90s and just go, oh, how ridiculous. And I was laughing along with it until they picked one of the first comics I had ever owned, and it was issue 4 of Jim Lee's X-Men, I think, and it's the issue where they're playing basketball and Gambit picks up Rogue for a date on Harley Davidson, and it's just so fabulously 90s. And I was just getting so defensive that people would slag this off, but yeah, I guess, and same with Rob Liefeld. I kind of, he is responsible for people of a certain age kind of getting into comics, and I think, when you're 13, you start looking at Rob Liefeld and you're like, yeah, God, anyone can do this, and then when you're 14, you're like, yeah, anyone really can. So,
well, it's like the Todd McFarlane boom, isn't it? Once Image started up, people got really into the idea of, anybody can make comics, and I think that's a lot of why the 90s get so maligned when it comes to comics, because a lot of people did. They went, I can do comics too.
But it gets maligned in a way that punk music doesn't. And, when punk in the 1970s and DIY music, the late 70s came along, it's sort of like, wasn't punk great? They couldn't play, but they did it themselves. But with comics, it's sort of like there's a snobbishness about it, and it's kind of, it's what those, obviously there's bands that have been influenced by punk but who've gone on to be more complex musical rangers, and their music doesn't sound anything like punk, but they got their start from being inspired by it. And I think a lot is to be said for that kind of Liefeld, Todd McFarlane Image style, where it was just kind of a lot of sort of noise with nothing behind it, but I'm sure it led on to the likes of kind of Robert Kirkman and the kind of the image that's there now, and this, so
completely. Image Comics went through this really strange metamorphosis the turn of the century. God, did I really just say turn of the century?
Yeah, I know. As
wow.
Curl our waxen moustaches and pat our top hats. Yeah. It's,
See, I told you we should have had pipes for this.
Welcome to the Gentleman's Club. I've completely derailed my own train of thought there by considering myself old. Great.
You get to use the at the turn of the century sort of a phrase. That's pretty good. And I like to think your mouth is sloping downward due to too much pipe pressure. Well, any chap will have a sort of the corner of his mouth pulled down ever so slightly.
Good Lord, sir. I take umbrage at that. I've just dropped my newspaper in the fire.
Oh, yes. Good Lord, sir. Good Lord, not in the Gentleman's Club, please.
Yes.
I will wager you.
I will see you outside, sir.
To auto assembly before you. That'd be good if it sort of did an 80 days around the world by any means necessary trip to auto assembly. So it kind of feels like that some years anyway. So
yeah, that's true enough.
I did last time I drove down there. That was epic.
How far did you have to come from?
We're coming from Carlisle, so
that's up. That's up a bit, isn't it? That's up the way.
It's just before Scotland.
Yeah. Okay.
It was quite a drive, and obviously in a confined space with Adam and his brother.
Now, listen. Is his brother a real person, or is he? You sort of said his brother, like he might be a ventriloquist puppet that he has, and he demands that everyone refer to him as my brother. And he just says like really racist sort of things all the time.
It's like you were in the car with us. It really is. I mean, it was just like, that point where you kind of like, Adam, we can't do another toilet stop. He's like, but my brother needs to go. It's like, look, Adam, really, we can't. I mean, we've only been on the road for like, an hour and we've had 15 stops already. But, it's just that when he gets that glint in his eye and it's just kind of like, right, I better pull over the car because he's going to murder.
Why does he get the glint in that he needs to use the toilet?
Well, I think the less said about me glinting in the toilets, the better. People pay good money for me to glint in their toilets. I'll have you know.
I actually pay you good money not to.
You pay me good money to stay away from your house.
Yeah. Why does it never work?
Because I want more money. Well, I think we've derailed ourselves into a nice little dead end and cul-de-sac, so I'm going to sit back and let Rob get us out of it. Go on, Rob.
Dig.
Right, okay.
Dig.
Sorry, mirror signal, maneuver, reverse.
I'm learning to drive at the moment.
Oh, man.
Best thing when you're learning to drive is just remember one important rule.
Mm-hmm.
If it's bigger than you, it wins.
Mm-hmm. I've been applying that rule to most things, even small children on BMXs. Look, it's like I'm not gonna challenge you. It's not fun. I like to sort of pretend that it's an artist thing. It's an art like left brain, right brain thing. But I think I just might be mildly remedial.
Well, it's the best thing to do when you get like kids, old people. Is just remember Death Race because they're worth more points.
I every time I do a podcast, it comes back to this subject, but I play Mario Kart a lot. And I'm not really joking in that like if I played it either just before or even the evening before going for a lesson, I've been warned. Apparently, I have very sort of sudden turns on the steering wheel. So yeah.
Oh man, I'm just gonna find your house and squares like the boxes, get you to drive over them, thinking you're getting red shells.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Just sort of screaming, "Blue shell, motherfucker!" Examiner, or my teacher. Yeah.
Have you been hitting the horn or anything like that, thinking it's going to make you do your little jump skid?
Yeah. I've been drifting the fuck out of it. So yeah, so it's good. And just a little pump sort of boost that you get on the corners really is something to behold. But So I need to. It's a conciliatory attempt at trying to be a grown up. Also, my live-in female housemate. Stroke wife is insisting that I do it, so I guess the time has come really. So yeah.
Speaking as somebody who does drive, it's not a sign of growing up. It's really not. It just means you can go to like the supermarket at stupid o'clock in the morning to buy sweets and stuff.
Oh, now you're selling it. No one has ever sold it to me like this before. Why couldn't they sort of put a positive spin on it? So it's true. I mean, when you're 8 years old, you'd love nothing more than to drive. But kind of now I'm the age I am. It just seems like tedious work, especially because I don't get the sort of same level of satisfaction driving into mushroom-headed twats that I do on my.
Whoa! You got a problem with Toad?
No, I don't. To be honest, I drive as Toad, if I'm honest. So,
lest we forget, he's the best.
He's the best. I drive like a mushroom-headed twat. So yeah, I should really cast a spur.
All right, we need that as a bumper sticker.
All right, the most important question though.
Yeah.
How many times did it take you to do Rainbow Road?
On which version, the Wii or the GameCube or
the Wii?
Yeah, like you mean before I didn't fall
when
off,
you managed to finally do it with like say only one time falling off the Rainbow Road.
It's impossible.
I've done it a couple of times, but I've gotten worse from it again. But it did take me a while. To be honest, when I first started playing Mario Kart on the Wii, I got sucked into the whole use the steering wheel thing. It's gonna be awesome, cool, and it's really annoying. So and then I found out obviously that the Wiimote and the nunchuck, that's kind of the way to go. But better by far is GameCube controller.
Yes, definitely.
That's the way to go. So kind of for some reason you just need that little bit of traction and rumble action going on. So once I kind of but I seem to have gotten worse on Rainbow Road. I'm getting the measure of the other tracks a bit more. But I was kind of intensely sort of playing over the last 6 months with my cousin who lives in America and that fucking useless prick just had a baby. So
wow.
I remember when that game first came out. All the guys from work got it because we all had Wii consoles, and it was all of us like playing on a night, doing all the races and that. And the one thing that was so funny was because obviously you work with people, you know what they're like when they get angry or frustrated at a game, and it's the fact that you can only do the preset sort of messages from thing, and it's kind of like you'd finish the race and like you'd get the person who'd like just lost out by a smidge just kind of saying like, "Hey, that was a great race. Want to do it again?"
Well
and
done.
you just
Let's
know
do it again. You're the best. That sort of thing. Yeah,
you just know he's sat there going, "I want another goatee, you bastard."
Oh yeah, or the most patronising one is, "You're all so fast."
Yeah.
Just keep flashing that up on someone who's just lost 3 times in a row. So.
I do wish that somebody would hack the Wii so you could get some really filthy messages going on that.
It would help because no one's ever played Mario Kart in a sort of stable state of mind, really. You know, like you're never sort of kind of like, "Oh, well done, Sean. That was a good race." It's just like I've cried playing Mario Kart. Like it's kind of.
It's that thing when you're just about to cross the finish line. You've pretty much got your arms in the air because you're like a centimetre off, just ready to scream, "I am the victor," and a blue shell just knocks you for 6.
What you do is, on my hacked version of the Wii, which I've now created in my head, you press X, and it turns from, "Well done, chum," to, "Next time I see you, I'm going to wear you like a goddamn puppet." I'm oiling my fist now.
That's why oil it? You know what I mean? That's too much consideration for the recipient, surely. It's if you're really trying to make a statement, just
you do have to wash your arm afterwards.
Yeah, otherwise you get a thesauri.
Yeah, indeed. And the last thing you want to do is wander around with a herd of thesauri on your arm.
No, I think I've just got to call back to something that happened before we were recording as well, didn't I?
Yes.
Oh, Nicholas Roach.
Now people are going to be sitting there going, "Thesauri, what? That's a type of book."
But us four, we think we're pretty cool guys.
Yeah, man.
We're the cool kids. We're going to go ride a motorbike and smoke now.
Imagine
we're cool.
In which we are the cool kids.
Yeah, going to go sit in the back of the bus.
Yeah, and then what?
I don't know. What do we?
Then we pick somebody to insult because that makes us cool.
Then we slip our names into the back of in the chair in front.
You guys, that's not cool.
I don't know. I was never part of the cool kids.
Yeah, that's what the cool kids at school when I was at school.
Oh.
I used to do cooler things like sit there and cry myself to sleep.
Well, starters you mean to go on anyway.
Yeah.
Kind of,
not much has changed.
Through adulthood, yeah.
Yeah, there's just more masturbation now whilst I'm crying.
Took you a while to figure that one out, chum, yeah?
I don't like the way you said chum there. It's like, it took you a while to figure that one out. I know this because I've been watching through the window for the last
I just like to think that you're one of the many Robins to my avuncular Batman.
Oh my lord.
And they dead. You
should be the many disposable young male children.
Rolf Harris again. Anyhow, so
I think that's a callback as well.
These could be people saying, "Rolf Harris isn't Batman. What are you talking about?"
Rolf Harris was not the 82-year-old Australian entertainer that was arrested in recent weeks.
Could have been Dame Edna Everage.
So he's 84 apparently. So he's.
You researched this, didn't you?
Yeah. There's definitely a joke here with 2 little boys as well, but there's just no point. Really.
I was going down the time mechanic down sport.
Someone pointed out that the song Two Little Boys is actually a thinly veiled Masonic sort of anthem or hymn. It's all about kind of helping your sort of fellow kind of warrior or your fellow sort of brother, I guess is what it is. So I think if you sort of go back and read it in that context, it's all sort of thinly sort of the secret handshakes and kind of nods and winks. It's just basically like a a pop chart friendly Masonic hymn.
I like the idea of cultish behaviour being pulled into the pop charts.
Yeah, there's got to be other like hidden sort of messages in pop songs, like, you know. But I mean, not in the sort of like play Led Zeppelin backwards or, you know, sync up Dark Side of the Moon with Wizard of Oz. But no, I mean, there's definitely something like Jessie J is definitely instigated violence. Well, she has, I guess, in many ways. But you know, she's definitely sort of ignited this sleeper cell somewhere, I guess. So yeah.
I can't help but think that One Direction is going to be responsible for a mass amount of suicides in the next couple of years.
Man, if that kid gets his haircut, yeah, there will be a load of suicides.
Oh, yeah.
If Harry loses his style, man.
Unfortunately, I don't actually know any of the names, so.
Neither do I. Oh fuck.
Don't do it to yourself, Nick, man. Just let it go.
I'm more of a wanted man.
Well, I think less said about that, the better.
No, that's me telling you I'm a wanted man, and can I stay in your house tonight, please?
You don't want to be saying that on the air, but somewhere Amy's ears have just pricked up. She's got the scent of blood. She's like a shark. She's coming.
Poor Amy. She just ends up being the butt of it, doesn't she? Really, bless her. But you know, you bring it on yourself, Amy. You've got no one else to blame.
Oh, there's a darkness in that woman.
I think there is, yeah.
I wouldn't cross her. There is a darkness there.
No way. No.
Going on about songs with hidden meanings, though, I do have a quite interesting fact.
Let's go.
Uh-oh.
You know the song Waltzing Matilda?
Yeah.
Do you know what that's apparently about?
Waltzing Matilda? Oh.
Billy can. No, what is it about?
Apparently, in the old days of traversing the outback, you know that you had like a sleeping bag that'd be really tightly wound up, be tightly tied down, right?
Oh.
Right? Yeah?
Yeah.
Waltzing Matilda is when you masturbate with a sleeping bag.
That's amazing.
So what you're basically singing there is shagging a mattress, shagging a mattress.
You'll get a friction burn on the springs. That's really, I need to corroborate that. I don't doubt you for a second. Why would you lie to me? But yeah, it does kind of. I've slept. I haven't done the.
Whoa!
Hang on a second.
I've slept in a mattress in the outback, gazing up at the constellations. That's the sort of well-traveled sort of guy I am, guys. You're not going to get James Roberts doing that shit. He's only been on that island once. It's been professional impersonators bearing auto assembly for the last couple of years. So yeah, he was. Yeah.
So you said that Roberts is now going off and going, right, I must go somewhere. Atlantis. That's a real place. I'm going there.
I think Guernsey used to be Atlantis, to be honest. If James's web toes are anything to go by. Pretty sure.
Oh, my lord.
So what you're saying is that Mr. James Roberts doesn't in fact need a boat to traverse from the island to the mainland?
No. no. He's his gills, his webbed feet, and his rudder-like appendage will get him there every time.
I now feel that in some way, shape or form, James Roberts is in fact the first coming of Cthulhu. So thank you so much for that image.
Well, especially that word coming is quite apt, yes.
The imagery.
It's so pure. I genuinely promised myself I wasn't going to just fall down these stupid little holes, these little sort of seedy, sort of obvious, sort of childish holes.
It's Adam. He brings that out in people. He really does.
Well, I just associate talking to Adam, who like after hours in a pub at a convention. So I just feel that this chat needs to be similar. So it doesn't need to be that way, you guys.
Well, we could start some kind of intelligent conversation off if you want.
Oh, it's too far in. It's too far back to get to. I mean, I know that from my driving and stuff like that. Just keep going forward, never look back.
Make sure you're on mushrooms.
Yes, make sure you have collected the requisite amount of speeding up mushrooms is what I would have to say there. Or make sure you're on mushrooms. Yes, of course.
Okay.
You can just see the headlines now. Anyhow, 83-year-old. Hang on, sorry, no, wrong.
Wrong headline.
Yes, Margaret Thatcher. Oh, sorry, wrong headline again. Wow, need to get these images out of my head completely and utterly.
Your smartphone for some Matilda waltzing later on tonight.
Whilst I'm on my mobile phone playing Transformers Legends and crying. That's
you wonder why I won't let you in my house.
I made a particularly off-color joke about Vortex on my Twitter the other day that I immediately had to delete, and it was agreed by the 3 people who saw it that I did the right thing by deleting it. So obviously I can't mention it here, but yeah, it's for the pub another time. Let's basically say I wouldn't be getting employed to draw Transformers comics anymore if I'd said it. So
God.
it was pretty dark. So yeah, it was. Anyway, so what else we got to talk about, you guys?
No.
Has anybody got any interesting comments to bring up about having sex with various parts of your furniture?
No.
Well,
No?
now
Right
you
then.
should mention it.
Oh, right, fantastic. And he was hoping that we were going to get out of this particular cul-de-sac, but no.
I know a gentleman who likes other gentlemen, but as a younger man, he used to attend church, and he fancied someone who went to this church and who always arrived at this church at services on his motorbike, and he left his leather gloves on his motorbike. And this guy that I know, so enamored was he with the young man, that he figured the best way to show how interested he was and to show his affection was to ejaculate into the man's gloves.
Oh!
And just have the knowledge in his head that the man would be sort of slipping his fingers into his cold effluent as he drove off to his house after worshipping our Lord and Master Jesus Christ.
So the thing that worries me there is that every time it was this friend.
It genuinely
Can't
was.
see the quote marks, but I'm quote marking.
I know, it's unfortunate.
This friend.
That story, and part of me almost wishes it was me that did that, because at least I've got a story to tell out of it. But yeah, no, I kind of quite never. So just don't leave your riding gloves nearby if you think that anyone really wants to make their mark on you. Yeah, just imagine. Oh, it's horrible, isn't it? Just the cold, claggy, sort of
Sticky white love gloves.
White love gloves, yeah. Yeah.
The thing that worries me is when you put your hand in, like how far did he get so far and then just go, well, I don't know what that is, I should just continue, or did he take them off? That's what worries me.
It's true, yeah.
You're overthinking this way too much.
I'm already committed, I might as well just go the rest of the way.
Yeah,
I need to wash my hands anyway.
Yeah, it's the biting cold on the outside of my fingers as I ride is not as is it more intolerable than the sort of clammy sort of wallpaper paste consistence is getting under my fingernails now. Yeah.
Oh god, and never my brain's starting to analyse now because he must have done it during or before the service, so that means it's also had time to cool.
I can't quite figure out which way around he did it. Did he sort of nip out and then nip it in? I'm not really sure. And then I don't know. Did he sort of favor one glove over the other on varying alternate weekends? Well, this Sunday is definitely a lefty, but wait, that I'm saving up a righty for him next weekend. So yeah, it's. Or did he sort of try and did he have a funnel that he could sort of bifurcate his funnel, so he could sort of deliver the payload in both gloves simultaneously? I don't know. Fine, I'll give you his Twitter name and you can add his. No.
So before we move on, I'm just going to quickly ask, hey Rob, you've got some gloves, haven't you?
I am you are never ever seeing them.
Doesn't need to see him, he just needs to feel the buggers between us.
Ah.
I've got a plan now involving 3 midgets and a goat.
I just thought myself. I've just taught myself after out of leaving my pencil case unattended auto assembly this year. I think so. I think this should be a cautionary tale for everyone.
But you really shouldn't. You should leave your pencil case somewhere. I've got a welding kit. Be grateful when you come back to. I left it was a pencil case. Now it appears to be some kind of steampunk architecture.
I wouldn't mind that. Actually, if you could, and in fact, you probably could rustle one up for me. Yeah. Sort me out with a steampunk pencil case by August, young fella, my lad.
Challenge accepted.
Oh, good God.
Now,
remember last year you accepted so many challenges you didn't know what you were doing?
No, so instead I just shot Phil with a Nerf gun.
Several times.
Yeah. I went hunting.
Phil hunting.
Speaking of hunting strange and ancient animals, is anyone going to see Jurassic Park?
I really, really want to.
Did you know that Jurassic Park is only my second favourite dinosaur-based film that's experiencing a 20th anniversary this year?
What's the first?
Super Mario Brothers, you prick.
Awesome.
Why the shit are you all laughing at me?
Because I didn't even think of that, and I'm so sorry.
Because you called Adam a prick.
Well, yeah, that's fair enough. As long as you're
That
not
always makes me laugh. You know?
laughing at my choice. It's I genuinely, because I don't know any better, I genuinely got into sort of and got bullied for sort of claiming that at the time. After summer holidays, and we had a sort of one of those hip, cool religion teachers, and he sort of he never showed us, he never did any religion studies with us. All he just showed us films. Reservoir Dogs was banned in Ireland when it came out, but he managed to have a copy, so he showed a bunch of sort of 15-year-olds, 14-year-olds in fact, Reservoir Dogs, a pirate copy of Reservoir Dogs instead of religion. So yeah, he's cool for that. But he's after the summer, he's sort of so what were the summer's best films, guys? And everyone's like, yeah, Jurassic Park, and I was like, Super Mario Brothers. Is the graphics were way better.
God.
Actually, Super Mario Brothers is a weird one.
It's a really good film, isn't it?
It's like I can't think the best way to describe it, because it is a kind of weird film, because the aesthetic of it is just a bit too adult for kids.
Yeah, absolutely.
The actual base material is a bit too sort of kiddie for the adult sort of thing, so it didn't really fit anywhere. But I love that movie.
I genuinely do. I haven't seen it in quite a while, but I do. As it stands currently in my head, unchallenged, yeah, I do genuinely love that film, and I love the production design of it, and kind of. But it was weird how they sort of, instead of just going all out fantasy and let's go. I mean, it's probably a bad idea to do a live action Mario Brothers film, but the fact that they did try and come up with sort of kind of a grim dark sort of setting to it, and kind of
it was incredibly dark.
Yeah, and see, even like casting counterculture hero Dennis Hopper as the kids aren't going to go, oh great, Dennis, that's for the whole plot and the search for the mushrooms and all this sort. It's all very sort of appeals to it and the slightly more relaxed adult sort of clientele late on a Friday evening, I imagine. But it's a weird film. But there's so much I like in it. I love the design of the Goombas, and I love the swamp boots, the swamp stomper boots, and but it just a weird thing that Toad in it was a kind of a folk singer, a kind of a rebel protest singer and stuff. Yeah,
and his haircut was the mushroom.
That's the fact that they even kind of made little attempts at it, but strange.
I did
only get away with
the little thing in that with because my mate got it on DVD and we watched it, and ever since then it's like when we're at work and you got nobody in the shop, you just find yourself doing the lines of so what's your name? Mario. What's your last name? Mario. What's your name? Luigi. Oh, let me guess, Luigi? No, Luigi Mario. You just got that poor guy just kind of going, how many Marios are there? 3. And he's just kind of like, that's awesome.
I forgot about that, but yeah, and it's a good cast as well. I mean, like everyone in that film has either they had done better things or they went on to do better. I mean, I quite think John Leguizamo is good value in everything he does, even if he's quite annoying. But he always brings something to the table. I don't know. Maybe I should get better taste in films. I don't know.
No, he's quite good. I mean, he was the voice of Goon in Titan AE.
Yeah. Again, it's another one of those films that it probably isn't cool to like,
or Titan AE is awesome.
It is awesome, isn't it? Yeah.
I will fight people who say otherwise.
He actually lost his voice for about 2 weeks after voicing that character.
Seriously?
He put on such a weird voice. He was just kind of like, I want to do something weird and different. And he couldn't speak properly for about 2 weeks after doing all his lines.
Right, after the podcast, we're all coming around my house and we're going to watch a triple bill of Titan AE, Treasure Planet, and Star Chaser: The Legend of Orion. Okay, so
yes,
sounds good. So
see you guys there.
Right, I'll pick you up first, Adam.
Yes, someone's going to have to pick me up because I don't drive, as you know, or or let me drive and let's see how far we get. So
fire up the Zeppelin
to the Hindenburg.
So back to Jurassic Park. Yeah, I should probably go see it, I guess.
I do want to go see Jurassic Park. I am seriously excited about the idea of going to see it in the cinema again.
Yeah, I actually went to see it twice when it first came out. Because at that point I actually did want to be a paleontologist. But then when I realised that I couldn't actually spell paleontology, I thought it's probably not going to be a good idea.
Well, that didn't stop Mikey. He's
I was good. Yeah, well, I can't believe we're actually talking about paleontology and Mikey is nowhere to be seen. I like the poetic symmetry of that he's there. He's talking to the podcast now, thinking he's contributing, but you're contributing even less than usual, Michael.
Oh
no, he was quite good when I sent him that picture of my daughter eating a dinosaur, and I said, "What are the two dinosaurs in this picture?" And he was just kind of like, "Well, the one on the left, I can't see enough of it to make a proper accurate judgment. The other one's a huge baby."
Dan, that's how he passed dinosaur exams.
He just wrote "huge baby" and started screaming at the
instructor. Yeah. He's just weeping. Yeah, big infant. And it's like, you pass. I really hope that he knows that little crack was made with love. I genuinely love Mikey. I wasn't sort of a diss. Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay. Good.
Oh, we all love Mikey.
Yeah, genuinely.
He's a wonderful, wonderful guy.
Oh yeah. Just for the love of God, Mikey, shave that tash.
No, he must not shave it. He must groom it. It's full-blown 1920s gangster style.
I actually think he'd look quite good if he sort of, waxed the ends and got it Bigelow-esque.
If he grew like the little curls at the end and then the little strip down the chin.
Look, we've got until August before we see the guy. He's got no excuses.
Yeah, Mikey, get to it.
Yeah.
Just needs a top hat and a cape. And then he can tie Andy to some to some rail tracks.
Providing Andy's wearing a frock.
Sounding like there's going to be a lot of top hats and canes at Auto Assembly this year. They're flipping better be.
Oh.
I've already got a cane. It was actually a wedding present from my my best man, because he said it's still law that if you have a cane no thicker than your thumb, you're still allowed to beat your wife with it by law.
Oh. Now he tells me.
That's
why he needs entertainment. But I just need to stress for legal reasons. I'm obviously not going to beat my wife. Just fill a sock full of oranges and whittle with the
Nerf, man. Nerf leaves no bruises. Anyway, I just like the fact that Rob wanted to be a paleontologist when he saw Jurassic Park. I wanted to be a T-Rex.
No, I actually wanted to be a paleontologist before Jurassic Park, which is why I got so excited about the film.
Ah, right.
See Laura Dern's shorts.
Oh, God, I hit puberty watching that film, like.
That's what it did, yeah.
Laura Dern. Doing, what the hell's this? Where's all this hair come from? Why has my beard moved?
If only I could be Goldblum enough for her.
Just have to add an and a and begin and yes.
And
always.
Yes. He did his usual thing,
but
isn't it?
Chaos Theory.
Strange emphasis of words.
Jeff
I don't think that man can actually do a film without having a cup of water with him at some point. In most of his films, he does have a cup of water in like one scene.
Well, unbeknownst to the public, that cup of water is his wife. And he gets her in scenes so he can earn double the wage. He gets his wage and then he gets an extras fee, which he has topped up, so you pay the movie.
That's his wife in the same way as Adam's brother travelled to Auto.
Exactly.
Are you saying that he fondled his wife in Jurassic Park?
Yeah.
Because he does stick his fingers in it.
Stick his finger in it and then wipe it onto another woman.
He can't watch Jurassic Park with his wife because every time there's that whole rumbling with the T-Rex walking, the water reacts, he just sits there going, slut. So he's only seen it once. What did the premiere?
What happened to Jeff Goldblum?
You should go back to see it again.
Where is Jeff Goldblum, damn it? Why is he stop making films?
He had a TV show a year or two ago. Actually, you know what he was doing about 2 or 3 years ago? He was advertising the National Lottery in Ireland.
Right.
Yeah, genuinely. I'm sure you can find those ads on YouTube. He was sort of the mascot on the Irish Lotto ads. Yeah.
God.
Trying to get us to contribute to the tax for the foolish. So yeah. That's what he's doing now. But I think he had his own. Yeah, he's a sort of guy like Michael Keaton who needs a kind of a HBO type TV series, a kind of a high end TV series to kind of so we can see him like every week. Yeah. For a couple of weeks a year and sort of show off his talent because they're not getting the film work anymore. But like Michael Keaton is just brilliant value for money, isn't he? So
I absolutely love him as Beetlejuice.
Oh yeah, it's just absolute, just stunning career-making performance, isn't it? Sort of thing that should be Oscar nominated but never is. But yeah, and he just will be my favorite Batman forever. I just it's kind of not Batman forever, obviously. That's a different.
God no.
Yeah. I like his rationale that like he sort of claimed that the Bruce Wayne, the way he played it and the way he looks, is the sort of person who wouldn't cope with his parents' death, and it's more believable that he would take that route rather than handsome billionaire Christian Bale, that sort of way. It's kind of he's such a strange, nerdy, geeky man that kind of it makes sense to throw on the leather and bring out the wonderful toys. So in some ways
I did actually like the way he portrayed Batman in those films, because when he was Batman, especially in the first one, he showed next to no emotion whatsoever when he was actually in the suit. It's like even when the Batwing was going down, he's pulling on the controls. Usually an actor would be all kind of like he'd have this big grimace on his face, but he just sort of tightening of the lips, and it was like it's kind of like he was just this complete void of emotion. I loved that.
It's so cool when if you're like a Batman fan or comic fan and you believe in these things so much, and when a creative team comes to make a film and they believe in them just as much as you do, and it's like, and so that's why when something like, say, Beast Wars comes along, or even more than meets the eye comes along, and someone is making the product that you kind of like, you're like, yeah, we do deserve this, we definitely deserve better, and finally the people who are making the stuff gets it too. It's a treat. So it's not just a smirk fest like Val Kilmer or George Clooney. It's like like Michael Keaton believes in every sort of millimeter of film of Batman. I think it's good.
Well, to give give Val Kilmer his due. He wasn't bad at what he did. He was just given a terrible script.
It's true. He is kind of the stopgap between the all-out horror of Batman and Robin, but Val Kilmer is he's good. He's good in lots of films. He's shit in a few of them, but no, he's
And ever since Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, I've come to the conclusion that I would.
Really?
Val Kilmer has become a giant cuddly bear of a man.
He is, isn't that all right? Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I mean, he's brilliant in that, isn't he?
He's also got the luxurious voice of Kit.
Yeah, exactly. Ever since Kiss Kiss Bang Bang.
That Knight Rider, was it just one season, was it? Or is it?
It's just one season.
Oh, that speaks for itself then, doesn't it? Sorry, didn't mean to speak across you, Adam. You were going to have a Kiss Kiss Bang Bang fact for us.
Yeah, it's just Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. Ever since then, Val Kilmer's just gone into this effortlessly cool area where you can just sit in this little bubble and go, yep, might have been in Top Gun, but look at all these other things I've done.
He's kind of almost got that Alec Baldwin type sort of vibe. Yeah, where it's sort of like, look, I've been in all the shit I'm going to be in. I'm just going to enjoy myself now and steal the scene of everything I'm in. And as such, he seems to be getting offered a few more interesting things and kind of. Although I didn't see him in Life's Too Short though, but that's mainly because.
I haven't seen that either.
No.
I was gonna mention that because I've seen one of the clips he's in. It's one of those cringy, funny kind of moments.
Yeah, which was kind of good 10 years ago, that sort of stuff. I don't know. I think that the Ricky Gervais worm has definitely turned. I think it's where the only argument you'll hear now is, yeah, but The Office was good.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, really?
Hate The Office. Utterly hate The Office.
And did you like anything else he did? Did you like Extras or anything like that? Or
Extras lived and died by who he had on that episode. Like the one with Patrick Stewart is fantastic.
Yeah, it is. He got some good kind of concepts and good performances out of the people. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I mean, I don't know. He just isn't anywhere near as clever as he hopes he is. Or
no.
He always just seems to be thinking he's astounding you by telling you, oh, there's no God and I don't believe in God, and it's like, wow, it's just so fucking sixth form, isn't it? And,
yeah, that's actually a very good way of putting it. Yeah.
And it seems to me that Stephen Merchant seems to have less and less to do with him these days as well. So that's kind of telling. I hope so. It's kind of, I don't know. Anyway, don't get me started on that.
But to go back to Michael Keaton, who here has seen? I think it's Pacific Heights. I'm sure that's what it's called.
No, I know, and it's one of those. Yeah, it's always recommended, and it's one of his. No, you've seen it, obviously, have you?
Oh yes. Because if you want to see what Michael Keaton does with his face, with his Batman face when it's not covered by the mask, watch that film.
Will do.
Because he's fucking terrifying.
Okay.
Might see if I can come across it maybe tonight as I draw. Maybe that'll be a.
I would. There is one sequence where he's all he's doing is bringing up a floorboard, and you can't help just sit there going, that man's not right.
Yeah, he's nice. He's fantastic. Do you listen to the What the Fuck podcasts with Mark Maron? Are you aware of those? Any of you guys? No.
No.
Mark Maron, he's an American quote unquote comedian. In as much as he goes, yeah, women, what are they about? But he's but he interviews lots of other comedians and comedy actors, and he started to get some amazing guests on, like Mel Brooks and Dick Van Dyke, and actually getting and they're definitely, it's called WTF is the name of the podcast, and WTFpod.com. But he recently had Michael Keaton on for an hour. Just talking, and I mean, if you didn't love Michael Keaton already, you definitely will after that. So that's everyone, when you're not listening to this podcast, I'd suggest you go maybe check out some of Mark Maron's podcasts and not all of them.
Just go listen to Michael Keaton and let's get that man some work again. Come on.
Yeah, absolutely. He was supposed to be Jack in Lost. He was the original choice. Yeah, he was the original choice for Jack in Lost, and I think he pulled out quite last minute. And then they kind of rewrote the character entirely. I think the plan was that he was going to die in the pilot or in the second episode. That he was just one of these sort of Hollywood sort of kind of worms that they dangle to try and get you to watch the series, and then they sort of get rid of him when he becomes too expensive. But yeah, I mean, something like a Breaking Bad or a Boardwalk Empire, that's what we want.
Oh man, Michael Keaton in Boardwalk Empire.
Something like that. I mean, I should be in charge of Hollywood.
Evidently.
Yeah, I'm glad we agree. I'm gonna have to go quite shortly. I know that's not a very professional way to finish a podcast, but
no. I've been keeping an eye on the time there, and it's actually the last 10 minutes has just vanished into the ether there.
Yeah,
we'll draw this to a close. So thank you very much. That's not
the only drawing I'll be doing tonight.
Oh! But what are you drawing? Can you tell us? I'm
drawing the cover. I'm inking the cover to issue 17 of More Than Meets the Eye.
Ah.
Yeah.
So people keep your eyes open for that one.
Yeah, I think I tweeted last night, the night before we recorded this, that it is the saddest cover of More Than Meets the Eye so far. So, but I will have to emphasize so far, I think. So yeah, it's kind of, or it's definitely my saddest cover, I think. So yeah. Yeah, I wish I could tell you a bit more about it. Obviously I can't tell you who's on it or anything like that, but there's only one character on it anyway, so yeah.
Oh, before we draw this to a close, because I realise that you're going to have to get on, I'm going to ask you two questions, Mr. Roche.
Yeah!
1, can you tell us something that not many people would know about yourself? It could be anything. It could be the type of socks that you like to wear. It could be the type of hat you like to buy. Anything you want, something that not many people know.
I'm just kind of looking around my room and see if I've got anything that could spring an answer off into me. Something about me. I don't know. I think I'm pretty transparent. I think most people know the things that you're not supposed to know about me. Like, I like darkness too much.
Do you mean the band or just in general?
I mean the band. I don't make that noise.
I'll make the very noise I wish to, sir.
Listen, sir.
I believe in a thing called bleeding love, so you will take my petty vengeance.
That's just one song. That's just what.
Honestly,
by far the best song on the album was "Get Your Hands Off My Woman, Motherfucker."
Get Your Hands Off My Woman, Motherfucker is a good one. Growing on Me is a good one about genital warts. That's a good one. So everyone knows that. Everyone knows that I used to be in pantomime, things like that. I used to do.
No, you didn't.
Hey! So, okay, come at me with the next question, and that could buy me some time.
Well, the next question was just a very simple one of, if you wanted people to find you somewhere in the social media cloud of the internet, where would people find you?
Well, they'll find me wherever there is hope. They'll find me. They'll find me in the exact opposite place, and obviously they'll find me on Twitter, which is sort of a
pit of despair.
It's a tempting. No, I'm quite glad I joined Twitter, but it is weird that I now feel that I have an inalienable right to reply to critics that are not on Twitter. So if I see someone on a message board say something like, "Oh, I didn't quite like the way he drew that finger," and it could be just something as slight as that, I'll write out something on Twitter and almost post it, and it's very tempting to sort of become, when dealing with monsters, to become a monster yourself, So it's but in general, at Nick Roach is where to find me on Twitter. I'm there a lot, it would seem. But I'm finding it quite productive, Twitter. I kind of joined up when I was having a bit of a slump work-wise in sort of inspiration. And I kind of found now that there's people interacting with me, I'm very much aware that there are people, not just the comic company I'm working for, people who are waiting for me to, who will probably buy the product or are interested in. And so now I feel like I'm accountable by having an account. So in that respect, even though it looks like I'm dossing a lot of my time, Twitter's pretty good. So there, and then nickroach.blogspot.com, but I'm there quite rarely, I have to say. It's usually when there's a convention coming up and I'm looking for commissions and things like that. So those are the two places. I'm just trying to go back to see what my thing you don't know about me would be. I thought that I would have been not an artist but a snooker player. I always wanted to be a professional snooker player, and the first thing that I was ever passionate about was snooker from the age of like 2 or 3, and I used to demand to be dressed in dicky bows and waistcoats, and I was obsessed with and one of the very first things I drew consistently was snooker tables, just inanimate snooker tables, just drawing the setup of the balls and the order. So that was like age 3. I knew all the points. I knew kind of like which color you need to hit after which ball and stuff like that. I was really mildly autistic about snooker up until Knight Rider came out. And then I was sort of like, there's a car who talks, and I can draw him. And then Transformers came out, and like, these cars talk, and they turn into robots. So, but I was obsessed. I wanted to be a snooker player when I was like sort of up until the age of like 6 or 7. And
did you actually play any snooker?
Yeah, I did, and I was as good as a 6-year-old could be, I guess. But I'm distinctly mediocre now. But it's the only sort of sport I like to play and like to watch. And and productivity does tend to go down very intensely around the last 2 weeks of April when the World Championship snooker is on. So it's best that I get my deadlines out of the way over the next 2 weeks, I think. So yeah, there you go. Nick Roach, snooker fan.
And we'll finish this off then with a quick story, because you mentioned it earlier on, and I do feel that you do need to understand this tale. This tale that was told and hinted at on Twitter earlier today. In the 1960s, allegedly, the CIA decided it would be a really good idea to try and create conversations and communications between human and dolphin. To do this, they flooded a house, half flooded the bottom floor of a house, and moved a dolphin and a young woman in, right?
Okay.
All right.
To create a happy atmosphere for the two of them to work together, for the dolphin and the woman to learn each other, eventually they hit upon the idea of what would create a bond. Hand jobs.
Oh dear God.
So the woman was giving hand jobs to the dolphin.
Ah.
And apparently it worked. The dolphin became more interested in these lessons for a short time. So what's the next logical step?
Oh God, no.
They got the woman and the dolphin to go on an acid trip together. They dropped acid together. Guess what we're still not doing? Still not having conversations with dolphins. So thank you, the CIA, for that wonderful little story.
All I know about the CIA and the 1960s, it crosses over in the Venn diagram subset of acid. That's so weird. There's so many stories. It's like, really important national security. Let's see what happens if we do some national security on acid. That's pretty impressive, Adam. I'm glad that you were the one to tell me that.
I've got hundreds of these stories now. I collect them in my brain. So, with that, we shall let you get away and let you get on with your life and pray that we never speak again.
Yeah, I think my life has been... it's definitely been sullied. I couldn't say it's ruined, but it's definitely shop soiled after this.
It's going to need
on the quotes.
Yeah.
The old outhouse life sulliers.
It was worth the black shadow. I think this podcast. So
I still wish that uncroaching thing had been on purpose. God damn it!
Yeah, I know. We all do. So thanks for having me, you guys.
Oh, thank you very much for coming on.
No, thank you for coming.
Oh, I think
that
we
was
should.
fun.
Yeah, let's hope there's a next time.
I hope so. I'm hoping for more tea and crumpets with Nick Roche.
Yes, and manly wagers in gentlemen's clubs libraries.
Yes. Hey, this year I demand satisfaction, sir. I demand the loser has to scale Everest.
If you demand satisfaction, sir, I suggest you place your request with a dolphin, sir.
Good Lord.
What will the dolphin say? Simply put, the dolphin will say, more hand jobs.
Dolphin will say,
I leave you with this thought. Imagine a dolphin with human eyes.
Ah.
Was once a man.
whoa.
Bye, everybody.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Alice, you and Rob. Oh, alright then. Here's me trying to put some entertainment into proceedings and changing the way that we do stuff, but no, you just look at me. Look at me as if I'd started wanking off a Mariaka monkey, which doesn't even exist.
I'm sorry, but I didn't realise we'd started. I was busy, texting all those fangirls of mine.
No, we just texting them all going, yes, fangirls. Yes.
Fast texting.
Not even responding to any questions, just texting them randomly. Just, yes.
It's terrible. So I get like daily, just droves and droves of mobile numbers in my email.
Droves and droves of texts, all asking the same question. How do we get to tourist information?
I did actually have that one once. She won't leave me alone.
Actually, we did a girl, I did actually have a girl today asking me where tourist information was. I think she was Portuguese.
I actually had, I don't know what the nationality was, because he didn't actually speak his native tongue. Sometimes you can kind of have a guess.
You leave those native tongues alone.
You can sometimes guess it, so what's what. He only spoke like one word of English, and then like a long silence, and then he'd try another word of English.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I understand if you just moved here or something, and you're trying to buy something, keep you entertained when you're not working or whatever. I fully get that, and I will do my best to help. But when you come in and all you can do is say tablet, and point at the tablets on the back wall, and then you try and explain, and he says SIM card, and he's like, no SIM card, just Wi-Fi. And he just kind of shakes his head and kind of looks at you, and he kind of keeps saying, I know English slow.
You've made an interesting question.
Surely you should have a friend who can come in and speak to us.
You've made me think of something here. Wi-Fi. Is it called something different in different countries?
I don't know.
Internet, you must tell me these things. Come, Internet, tell me the answers to my questions. I suppose we better do introductions.
Could do, but I want to say the following thought on the Wi-Fi, what's it called in different countries. I like the idea that somewhere deep in the Amazon, they know of the existence of Wi-Fi, but they call it the Great Information Scar.
The Information River. Bathe in it.
How do you connect to the Great Information River? Our password is river 2.
It's the digital river too. I'm going Russian.
And I also wonder what it's called in Alan Moore's cave.
See, that just makes me think of...
Sorcery.
That just makes me think of George of the Jungle with the camera. and he's trying to make peace with the guides. And he's just kind of like, look, magic picture! With like the little Polaroid. and the guide's just there, kind of like saying all this stuff in Swahili. And then he pulls out the big Nikon camera and takes a picture. He's like, what did he say? He says he likes your magic pictures, but he prefers the clear resolution of the Nikon 5000. He also says your lens is dirty, but he has the equipment to clean it.
Oh, that was a terrible film.
But I love it!
Recently, I will get to introductions in a minute. Recently, I watched a film.
Hang on, no, I'll just do him now. That's Adam, that's Rob, I'm Stu. Boom, done, go.
Lacks panache.
What did you call me?
It lacks him being sexually aggressive to me.
Yeah, I demand that you...
I like it.
Alright, then I'll redo it. That's Adam, I'm Stu, that's Rob, I'm going to fuck him in the butt. There you go.
I want you to try to do it a bit more theatrically.
Alright, this is Rob.
What?
I'm
Excuse me?
him.
What? No!
No!
I love that there was no words there, it was just...
Because I don't need no words for my sexual actions with Rob, it's all of just grunts and rolling.
Fair enough. Rob, if you were going to do the introductions this week, how would you have done them?
First of all,
I'm hoping you just sexually abuse yourself.
I'm just gonna.
You just can't stop yourself.
Oh, we're not this week, too late.
I'm just gonna hit you both with a hammer.
Is that how you do the introductions?
Yeah.
You do a one-man show with two unconscious bleeding bodies lying on the floor.
I
What's
never
that,
said
Stu? You're bleeding to death. Such a shame. Should have thought about that before you dry humped me.
I wouldn't. I never said I would knock you out.
He said he was going to knock us out. Motherfucker!
Gonna knock you where? I do believe we have food.
We have food.
I don't know. Ah. Hello? Yes, I shall be down in just a second. Alright, thank you. I'll be there in a sec. Bye-bye.
So
We just
while
talked
Adam
about
runs
that.
to get his food, just leave it in the show.
Yeah, I'm going to leave this in the show. I'm going to go get some food. I'll let you two continue.
We should talk amongst ourselves.
Yes. So, after last episode, I have a brief update. I got my second Stunticon.
Ooh.
Yay! He's pretty cool. He's T-Bone, aka not Wild Rider, and he's black and red. He's pretty cool. His old mode doesn't seem to want to clip together as well as Car Crash, but he's still pretty funky. It's just a bit of a shame that he's literally the same. He literally is the same figure as Car Crash.
Is he?
Yeah. Just different body parts. But he's still cool. I'm happy I've got him. 2 out of 5.
See, I really do want to sort of buy some Transformers, but there's nothing.
Get yourself a vehicle.
See, I really cannot afford much at the minute, and the only thing I'm tempted to spend money on is finishing off my turtles.
Well,
I did get the first 3.
all you're missing is Leo, isn't it?
Well, I found some Love to Shop vouchers that I've been given for like birthday and Christmas and that. I thought I've got £20 worth. I'll I'll go see what they've got in Argos, and they had Mikey and a Raph, so bought them.
Down to $7.50.
And then I found out that I had a third voucher, but they didn't have any other characters in. Obviously, we don't have a Toys R Us around here anymore.
Bastards.
Yeah. And there's no way I'm getting to anywhere else, so I've not got a Leo or a. They didn't have a Leo or a Donnie, so I ended up buying my Donnie at Asda. But they haven't had any turtles back in since I got him, which is quite gutting.
So I'm in the same boat because I got like a £5 Argos voucher for like spending. I think it was like spend more than £30 on Lego, and you get a £5 voucher. So I was like, well, fuck it. Then I got the big Chima Lion tank. This was a while ago. So I was like, alright, I'm going to use this voucher. Alright, that expires in a few days. Shit. I'm going to get some of it. And then I got an email going, oh, there's 20% off all Turtles products. Hello. So I got Mikey. He's small. He's the smallest of the 4.
I like Mikey. He's quite cool.
Ah, he's cool enough. Got him with his nunchucks all. What?
I've got him with one nunchuck under the plastic under the arm.
See, I like the fact you can do that.
Yeah.
I don't know if they've done that on purpose or not.
And I've got the what's it called?
The chain with the spike on the end.
Yeah, is it Karasumi?
I don't know.
Gara? I don't know. I do know the name for it, but I think I'm wrong what I've just said.
Or did you say something about masturbating a Gormetti monkey?
No.
Kind of.
What?
Then that's not wrong then, is it?
Trying to figure out the Mikey's second weapon.
Freaking Gogo's got one in bloody Kill Bill.
It's the you know the thingy he's got. The sort of the sickle.
The thingy he's got.
It's
The
the
sickle
weighted.
with the-
It's the weighted chain weapon he's got, basically.
The
Where
sickle
it's the
with
weight
the
on one end and then it's a sickle on the
Yeah.
other side of it.
the sickle with the chain. I've got a feeling it's a.
I love how Google's auto-fill-in thing was sitting there going weighted average.
Ah! The Kasuri Fundo, by any chance.
Suidama.
According to Google, it's the Kasuri Fundo.
And Google's never wrong.
Although you just maybe want to start playing a game which may or may not be stolen from another podcast. Rob,
What?
give me the first half of a sentence.
Google or Rob.
Just give me the first half.
Okay.
Unfortunately, not a single one of us is as retarded as a certain person.
No,
So
I'm,
it wouldn't be as fun.
I'm just intrigued to see what we get.
Every day in the course like a day on the farm.
No.
So it's got to be the beginning of a question.
So every day is like Sunday. Every day is full of colour. Nah, it's got to be a question. So
Oh, okay.
when is every day? When is every day 2 words? When is every day a compound word? Or my personal crusade against anti-nerd humour? Okay.
There is always the question that that Sheldon was typing into Google on
How do I excite a 12-year-old?
yeah, how do I excite 12-year-old girls?
I will.
No! How do I export contacts from Outlook?
How do I excite my
How do I
husband? How do
excite
I
my
excite
husband?
myself? How do I excite my boyfriend? Let's put A in there. See what happens. How do I excite a woman? How do I excite a generator?
Oh, I'm going to put so much voltage through you, you dirty generator, you.
Let's put the word hairy and see what we get. How do I excite a nothing? How do I excite a slippery? How do I excite a slipper? All right, fair news.
Let's
Stu,
move on before this gets really long.
Stu, I want the first part of a sentence from you, sir.
When will I?
When will I?
Will I be famous?
When will it snow?
When will I know? Tell you what, go with that. When will I know?
When will I know I'm pregnant? When will I know I'm? When will I know if I have Wimbledon tickets? Hang on. When will I die?
When will I see you
When
again?
I see you again? When will I get my pension?
My pension.
When will we're putting on? Come on. If I jump, or if I jumped, give that a
If
roll.
I jumped.
Off a cliff.
If I jumped off a cliff. If I jumped off the Brooklyn Bridge. If I jumped off a bridge. If I jumped on your back.
All right, stick on there, see what happens.
If I jumped on your back, if you jumped on a train, if you jumped on the moon, if you jumped on a plane. That's a fucking Dr. Seuss rhyme right there. There you go, listeners. I think we found a new part of the show. We want the first half of a Google sentence.
That we totally didn't rip from
No,
somebody else.
we haven't ripped
Hang
this
on,
one.
hang on. And how many does it take? No, just
How-
put how many. See what-
Okay. How many calories in an apple? How many left? How many calories in an egg? How many days until?
7.
How many cats? How many cats are there in the world? How many cat years to a human? How many cats are there in the UK? How many cats in the UK? How many cats get? How many cats get adopted each year? How many cats get euthanized each year? How many cats get run over each year? How many cats get euthanized each year? How many cats get happy? Make your cat happy. 12 steps, WikiHow. Right, I think we should move on now.
Yeah.
So, You were talking about turtles.
I guess we were talking about my desire to get a Leo.
Ah, yes.
It's all about that boy in blue.
I need a Mikey, sorry. I need a Mikey. The annoying thing is, I know full well that I'm going to have to...
Fillet a small monkey for it.
I'm going to have to stop my streak, because I have yet to actually pay money for one of those Turtles figures. Because I've picked up all 3... Oh, sorry, that.
Okay. We're playing handy rounds.
So you were saying...
So that's what that is.
There we go.
It's not so much a burger as a combination of meat.
Yeah, I have bought... Oh, wow.
Damn you, Salt with the spout! Damn you!
Wow.
I'll fix this.
Salt and shake.
Listeners,
Before my current job, I was one of those pan shake machines.
listeners, I want you to guess what's just happened. Answers on a postcard on the nerdsphere.blogspot.com.
I'll give you a hint, it's fucking salty.
And there was some shaking involved. So yeah, all of my turtles I've bought, which is Leo, Donnie and Ralph, I've bought using Asda vouchers because Asda had them down to a £5. They've gone back up to a tenner now. I'm trying to find Mikey. It's not going well, people. It's not going well.
Well, that's the
I
payoff for
just
mine.
can't get hold of them.
Yeah, they are the new Buzz Lightyear, basically. They just, especially around here, you can't keep them on the shelves.
Well, I always remember, in fact, the Toy Masters went, look at the Turtles promotion in the window. We don't have any Turtles stuff.
Had one April.
And a shell razor.
But a bit the shell raisers starting to sing to me now. It's not fair.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, sorry, I do apologise. I came back in and completely interrupted your entire conversation with my need to play with Google. So
Anyway.
please carry on, Mr. Rob.
It's a nice way of me to steer the conversation towards something else.
Well, before we move off Turtles,
Yeah.
I paid £2.50 for my Michelangelo.
Good man.
Because of that Argos voucher. Down to £7.50, boom, £2.50.
So who are you missing now?
Leo and Donnie.
Mm-hmm. So none of us actually have the full set yet.
No.
No. I would love to have the full set, but
The race is on.
Who can do it first?
I'm saving one of you guys because at the minute I just
Don't expect it to be me.
Nor me, to be honest.
as I was saying to Stu, I just don't have the time to actually take a trip to somewhere that might have them.
Yeah. I have discovered, however, that the bus that goes up to the main Asda actually stops outside my house.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
It stops right down the bottom of the street and then goes the long way around to the big Asda. So not only would I get a journey, I would actually get a nice bit of travel lodging as well. I can just sit back and watch the world go by.
Or in my case, sit back and read a book.
I like to look out windows.
So anyway, changing the subject just a little to the Lenten experiment. It has started. The auctions, they went up on Sunday.
Where might we find the links for these auctions, Mr. Rob?
You will find them on the Facebook page.
On what Facebook page? Where will I find our Facebook page? What is this address?
Well, you know that thing called Facebook?
Yeah.
Yeah, you go in the search bar and you
Right.
type Rob's Lenten Experiment.
Oh my lord, sir! I don't understand. I'm from 1800s. I don't understand all these newfangled technologies.
Right, you see that thing you use to look for porn?
Oh, it shows me the titties. Yes.
Yeah. And you know that thing you use to try and spy on girls that you think are hot that you know?
Or the bushes.
No, on a computer.
No, I just use the bushes, mate. Computer? What are you about? The bushes.
This way is really less dangerous.
I'm sure people who don't live in the 1800s and is a cockney geezer with a mouthful of chicken will understand what we're on about, because I don't.
I was going to say, oh my god, Alan was breeding.
I'm from the 1800s, Governor.
Matron, there's a filthy pleb on the front steps.
Oh, I'm just cold, sir. I'll come in for the warmth.
You can't afford warmth, pleb.
Possibly a sniffer of red brandy you go down a rock tree, sir.
Bring forth the man cannon. Stuff him in. Fire him back into the street.
Oh,
But yeah,
no.
Go on, Jenkins.
If you go to Facebook, type into the search bar Rob Stanton Experiment, you'll find the Facebook page. All the images that I've done are up, and they've in the description of each image is a link to the eBay auction.
I bet you're really wishing you had time to draw a man cannon.
I really am. With shoes stuffed inside.
1800s Cockney chimney sweep stew.
And put the name Jenkins holding the match.
Oh, not today, sir. It's St. Swithin's Day.
You know that largest turkey in the shop?
Well, of course I do, Mr. Crufflook, sir.
I'm going to aim you at it. Fire the tramp.
Should I be really mean?
Please do. We're talking about firing the homeless back into the street via the medium of cannon. So,
There's a certain picture that Timey has taken a liking to.
right. You mean Tiny, aka the Time Lord, aka Matt, aka the kind of the guy who kind of runs the nerdsphere.blogspot.com type.
AKA the big bummer boy from bottom Belfast.
No, that'd be Phil.
You moonlight.
Nah, I heard that about him.
But
He uses a torch.
he said that he really wants one of the pictures and he would fight tooth and nail for it. If I were a mean person who wanted to squeeze the money out of people so I could give it all to charity, I would say, take him up on that challenge.
I think you should. I like this idea. Because it does two things. A, it makes money for charity. And B, means that Tiny's going to fight a tramp. This may seem like a long-winded way of doing things, but I think this is the way to move forward.
I wanted to fight a man for a new set of teeth. I'll take him on the eBay challenge.
I mean, there are,
Who let the tramp back in?
I'm almost
The gentleman's
up to,
club is a place for gentlemen who go to clubs, not tramps or women.
I'm almost up to 50 quid,
Good lord, sir.
which is better than last year.
As you didn't do one last year.
Not last year, the
Year before.
year before. And that's quite good. So, God knows when this will be going out. But started it on the 31st of March.
I've got an answer to your question. God knows when this is going to go out. This is going to go out exactly 19 minutes ago, people listening. As the show's now on 21 minutes, how could that be?
But yeah, you'll have until the Thursday, what is next Thursday?
Well, today's the... Don't you listen, listeners? Today's the 3rd.
So you'll be the 11th.
I think it's the 11th then, yeah. You'll have up until the 11th to bid.
Cool.
So, get your wastes on eBay. And
Get
get
money.
raising for money for charity.
Get raising, or I will kill this small orphan boy. Don't worry about me, Governor. I'm animated. But the pain will be so very real.
Oh no, not my tiny animated son, sir.
Fire the man cannon again. Stuff in the urchin. Orphan. Starfish.
See,
I'm just a little Bubble Street starfish.
I can't wait till Neil's a little bit older so I can watch the Muppets Christmas Carol at Christmas.
Oh, yes.
I love that.
Oh, yeah, that film's amazing. It's not Christmas for me unless I watch Muppets Christmas Carol and Jingle All the Way.
It is the closest I've got to a Christmas tradition.
And it is just it's literally because of I saw the advert on. It was a video that my nieces had. We used to watch it all the time. And the advert for it was on, and it's just that brilliant thing of the bookkeeping staff would like another shovel full of coal for the fire. Our assets are frozen. How would the bookkeeping staff like to be suddenly unemployed? Heat wave! This is my iron and in his hand. He just got Echo looking around like, whoop.
There's many parts of that film I love. But I think my favourite is still Marley and Marley. Well, Marley and Marley. Ooh, you're doomed, Scrooge. Doomed for all time. Love it.
It's like Muppets Treasure Island is brilliant.
Oh,
Been a long time since I've seen that.
I have the soundtrack for that somewhere. Oh my lord.
I love the when Gonzo and Rizzo in the barrel full of apples, and it's like Gonzo's just like, I feel so weird. Like, what, you mean because of like this and this? And he's like, yeah, that. But also my pants are full of starfish. And he just kind of looks at him and goes, you and your hobbies. It's just like one of those things. It's just kind of like, the fuck. I love Gonzo. He's awesome.
I just love the Muppets.
Hell yeah.
If there's ever a reason to get someone to love the Muppets, it's to watch the Swedish chef's chicken in the basket. Where he just gets a chicken, turns the oven on, gets the the frying pan going, grabs a chicken and just throws it through a basketball hoop. Chicken in the basket! Chocolate mousse, he just like gets was basically a super soaker, just sprays a mousse with chocolate. Chocolate mousse. Love it.
He's brilliant.
Oh, I love the Muppets. What did you think of the film? The remake?
I've not seen it.
No?
Oh man, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I thought it was really good. Really,
I know
really.
some people, well, certainly think of one person, who says it feels it's a bit too much on the human characters.
Mm-hmm.
But I ain't got a problem with that.
It got the film made, didn't it?
Well, look at Muppet Treasure Island.
Yeah.
Look at Muppet Christmas Carol.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Beloved Muppet films. Main characters ain't Muppets, are human.
Yeah, true enough. Nah, I've got no real problem.
Mm.
I think it also helps me in the fact I have no fucking idea who Jason Segel is.
That helps.
I honestly don't. I couldn't tell you a single other thing he's been in, and neither do I care. So.
He was in the Muppet movie and he's in How I Met Your Mother. That's about all I know.
I have watched a episode of How I Met Your Mother.
I couldn't even last an episode.
It was fine. It was Alison Hannigan heavy.
Oh. Sorry.
He's just thinking about Alison Hannigan.
I think he was just thinking about heavy Alison Hannigan. Have some more chips, bitch.
I love how that relationship between you two has just changed completely. You used to be feeding the breadcrumbs and I was like, eat some chips, you fucking bitch.
Go on, bitch, get the fucking chips down here. Have a fucking potato.
Eat that potato, you dirty bitch. Can't chew it down now.
Don't be starting with the potatoes.
I'm gonna fucking sit here and watch you fucking eat a potato.
No, don't come into my fucking store talking about potatoes. I will violently grab the back of your head and force you towards a section, and you will listen to the fucking words that come out of my mouth.
Fucking racist bastard.
Christ, I'm not like
Is it wrong that the moment the Irish accent starts up, the only thing that goes through my head is rats? Hurry, Japanese bastards!
I caught an episode of Father Ted last night.
I have no willy.
Just Jack gets wheeled in the front room and she goes, Nuns! Nuns! Reverse! Reverse!
See, whenever Adam starts with the Irish accent, I just wait for him to start doing the blur lines.
Oh, I forgot about that.
It used to be the only way you could do an Irish accent was to start speaking like Blur.
It's true. It is true. I was trying for years to try and get an Irish accent. Couldn't do it unless I was talking like Blur. What if I can still do it?
Oh, yeah. For some reason I was fixated on the 90s band. I was like, what? Was that even fucking what?
Woo! Would you like a cup of tea? Woo!
Oh, you're getting big
And a germ surney. I've gone on fucking Devonshire.
I don't know why my brain went there.
As I lie in my bed eating paper clips. Woo!
I tell you what, I love me a bit of paper clips.
Got a paper clip
I
sandwich.
don't know where my fucking accent's coming from now, my lover. It's gone right off the fucking bars.
Well, I've got a brand new paper clip and I'll give you the tea.
Speaking of,
Should have been on the air, should have been on the ground. Should have been on the ground, you're in the air, where do you leave? Nowhere, that's where.
Shut up.
speaking of things that watched of late,
sandwich fell apart.
I watched an episode of Deadliest Warrior the other day.
Right.
Uh-huh.
I did put this up on Twitter.
Ah, was it?
Yeah, I was actually quite disgusted and offended.
Yeah, it was a bit of an interesting one, wasn't it?
It's like I know for a fact this one was never on TV when they aired it on Sky.
Right.
Because I set them all to record through the Skybox.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched all of them. Never missed one. This one was not
See,
on.
this is going to have to be good to be better than the Taliban versus the IRA in a car park.
That's what it
That's
was.
what it was.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
Oh, I've seen that one.
That was not on Sky. I saw that one
Alright.
through Netflix.
That's where I saw it as well. So I've like watched Deadliest Warrior.
I was disgusted.
I wasn't so much discussing, but I just kind of sat there and going, this is really kind of in poor taste.
Yeah, because it's like
I
get it when it's
conflict.
I get it when it's like you know.
Yeah, it's a modern conflict, but the TV show's American.
Well, that's the thing. It's like they're doing the whole thing that they do with like when it's like William Wallace versus a Zulu or something. I mean, these are characters. These people who died a long time ago. Warfare was part of their life, sort of thing.
Yeah, yeah.
They were warriors, and you know you have that friendly rivalry and banter between the guys and that. But it's like the Taliban are still going around killing innocent people and that. Like the IRA is not completely gone.
No. Well, the term IRA is disbanded, so I'm sorry, I'm doing the quote marks and I can't fucking see it. The term IRA is officially disbanded, but
you
unofficially.
do still get like.
Of course there is. There are people whose entire lives have run around the entire learnings and being in the IRA. Shut your face. I'm talking to my phone now. Sorry, wasn't from the IRA.
But it's just like
But you're gonna have people still doing this stuff. That's why every now and again you still.
It's like when they brought in their sort of speciality weapon, which was the explosives, and it was a freaking nail bomb.
Yeah.
It's like their specialist weapon was a nail bomb, and they were just so brazenly talking about how easy it is to make, how cheap it is to make, and if you set 4 of them up on a timer, you get maximum kill range. It's like that just thoroughly disgusted me.
I can see why. I honestly can. I, however, couldn't stop laughing because it was so fucking stupid. I'm not saying that I found
the 2 guys that were in it were they quoted as being IRA?
I think they were, or they were former.
Yeah, and then you've got an Afghan freedom fighter who apparently left the country before the Taliban took over.
I think, in all honesty, this isn't a conversation we should be having here.
Nah, we need to talk about something fun.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
I will happily get into these type of conversations at any given point, but I don't think that this is the right platform.
It just riled me up.
I understand why. I do understand why.
I can't help getting riled up when I'm talking about it. But on a happier note.
Stu got me riled up earlier on because we were talking about politics.
Oh, let's not go down that.
Or to be fair, Stu mentioned something which started me off in politics and he tried to escape the house. I
don't like talking about politics. I'll talk about something fun.
Go on then.
Cooking meth! I started watching... I thought I'd shout that. Me and the missus, the lovely Mrs. Slick. Lovely Mrs. Slick. We recently started watching Breaking Bad. Fucking awesome series. 2 episodes in, you learn from that if a chemist tells you to get a certain type of plastic, then you should really get that kind of plastic, because otherwise the acid will leak through the person in your bathtub and the bathtub and fall into the hallway. And you will spend the next episode scooping up chunks of melted person in a dustpan and putting them in a bucket.
Lovely.
Yeah, and that's how they ended the 2nd episode. I was sold. It's like, it's been out a while, so fucking spoilers. It's not a major plot point anyway. The fucking Walter, who's the chemist, played by, I want to say Bryan Cranston.
What else has he been in?
He was the dad in Malcolm in the Middle.
Right.
And I can't shake the idea that it's Malcolm's dad and he's just gone off the fucking rails. Because the basic idea is he finds out he's got terminal lung cancer, and he decides he needs to leave money for his for his wife and his unborn child and his son. So he decides, for whatever reason, to cook meth.
Okay.
Because his brother-in-law's a DEA agent. He goes on a bust, I think, literally to see how the lab's set up. And he ends up with this kid who nearly gets busted. And they set up a meth lab. And he makes the perfect meth because he's a chemistry teacher and he's a genius with it. But they end up trying to deal, and the kid fucks up, and these guys try to kill him, but he ends up taking him out. So they have to dispose of one of the bodies. And he's sitting there very specifically going, you need to get this plastic. So check the bottom of the tub, it'll say this, this, and this. You need to get it. So the fucking Jesse, as he's called, in the fucking DIY shop, he's looking around. Puts the tub in the aisle, nobody can see. Sits in it, trying to see if he can fit himself in it, so he knows it's big enough for a body. And he doesn't fit. He comes back and he's like, Walter's not there. Walter's off doing whatever, and he's just like, oh, where the fuck I'm gonna go buy a plastic tub? I got a perfectly good fucking bath right here. So he puts the body in, puts the gut in. So fucking, what the fuck's he on about getting a plastic tub? And then he just comes back later and it's like, Walter's like, so you got a soda? Yeah. I just used the bathtub. And he's like, what? And you just walk into the hallway and you just see this fucking red mass and this drip from underneath the tub into the hallway, and they just look at each other, and then all of a sudden the fucking ceiling just gives, and what's left of the bath and what's left of the person just goes about 8 foot, and he just sort of looks at him and goes, this particular type of acid eats away at ceramics and metals, wouldn't have eaten through that plastic. That's why we didn't put him in the bathtub. All words to that effect, and it's just like, holy shit, this series is fucking dark.
I've been watching some TV recently.
But getting watched, it's good.
It's not often that I actually get excited about TV shows.
Watching TV?
Yeah, it just doesn't happen. However, I've got 2 UK shows to recommend.
From the UK?
Indeed. One is Black Mirror, which is now finished.
Oh.
It's 2 seasons. Each season's only 3 episodes, so, there's only 6 episodes altogether. It's by Charlie Brooker, and each one is a standalone story. Ranging from...
Is that the Channel 4 thing?
Yeah, it was on Channel 4, yeah.
I wanted to see that.
Oh, it's bloody good. One of the stories which sticks in my mind is there's a implant you can get which allows you to replay your memories. Like crystal clear HD.
That would be useful.
Well, I realised that would kill me. Because all I would do is I would go back and I would re-watch possibly the worst moments of my life again and again and again and again. Because I would sit there wishing I'd done something different. And it would drive me mad. It would end me. And, I'm not going to go into the stories because I'm recommending you go watch them because they are fantastic. But they range from that one to, there's one of them called I'll Be Right Back, which is the single most horrific piece of television I have ever seen. It isn't gory or anything like that. It's all quite, I don't want to say above the board, it's all quite just there. It's all horror in a normal setting.
Okay.
But once everything in the story clicks together, you just sit there and you cannot help but have the emotional reaction of just, I've shown it to the other half, I've shown it to my brother, and I've shown it to my dad. All of them have done exactly the same thing of just trying to get their hand as far into the mouth as physically possible when you realise what's coming and then it happens. You've got about 30 seconds before it happens and it's signposted and you know it's going to happen and it happens and you're just like, fuck, no. Ooh. It actually seriously affected me and it stayed in my head for a long, long time.
Jeez.
Amazing television. Second one is a TV show that's currently doing rounds. It's called In the Flesh. I'm going to bring this up because it's that amazing thing. It's a zombie story that isn't boring the shit out of me.
Okay.
Because zombies are now officially in the realm of fuck off, I've had enough. Zombies have become boring. Because nobody's doing anything new with it. In the Flesh is, because it's set after the zombie apocalypse, right? There is medication for the zombie for people who are zombies. They are now called partially dead syndrome sufferers.
God.
Right?
Okay.
Wonderful government type terminology. Right? They are given medication and treated to allow them to return into normal everyday civilization. Okay?
Sounds reasonable.
Okay? There are still ferals wandering around, and people, hunt them down and shoot them. But it's all about the reaction of people, because the way that the zombies work in this is, if you get bitten, you don't turn into a zombie. Just over a certain period of time, anybody who was dead rose from the grave and was a zombie. Right? And they're called rotters, by the way, which I fucking love. I love that name. And it follows this one kid who committed suicide. Rose has been treated and is now back with his parents. Right? And it's just all the stuff that's happening around him and all the things that happen. It is some of the most tense television I've ever seen.
Yeah.
A boy going into a pub to see his mate should not be tense.
No.
But it is. Because it's a boiling point. They have a piece of the pub set up for PDS sufferers section. So they're segmented away from the normal community. They're segregated, sorry. And nobody is acknowledging the fact that one of these guys is a zombie because he's a war hero. And he's the son of the head zombie hunter. Right? And his dad is not accepting the fact that he's actually one of these rotters, that he has to take this medication to not be a zombie. Because if they stop taking the medication, they instantly, well, not instantly, but over time they go back to their feral nature. They have to stay on the medication forever. You're just sitting there, just gripping the arms of your chair. All they're doing is sitting having a pint. And you just sit there, this is gonna fucking explode any second. No, fucking hell. There's this guy the guy who is the zombie everyone knows is a zombie, looks fine. He isn't rotted. He's got this wonderful makeup and contact lenses and stuff in. It's fantastic. He doesn't look like a zombie. The guy that nobody is accepting as a zombie has his face stapled on.
Nice.
It is so well done, and I recommend it wholeheartedly.
That does sound good, actually.
Oh, it's an amazing TV series. Absolutely amazing.
I'll have a word with the missus.
I am flying the banner for this one because it's British TV that's good. Right? And I want if British TV starts getting interesting again, I'll be a happy man. If it's not just fucking I'm a celebrity, put me down the blender. Or Jordan's greatest makeout moments.
Oh god, don't get me started.
Fucking put her in the fucking blender, waste of my oxygen.
Alright, I'm gonna mention something. Do you guys watch Walking Dead or not?
No.
Oh, finale for season 4? 3? I don't know, the season finale was on top of it. Really weird one, because it didn't no spoilers, but it didn't have a big oh my god, look at this big action climax!
Yeah.
It was just very tense all the way through and then ended. Really good and kind of layers it for the next season.
See, Becca's talking about wanting to get back into Walking Dead, but I just can't be bothered with it.
Yeah, I know.
I watched the first series and I quite loved it.
Yeah.
And then that second season, I was all geared up for it, and nothing happened.
Yeah,
and
that's exactly what happened. What I've heard
nothing happened
is if you jump from the first series to halfway through the second, ignore, is it the first 3 or the first 2 episodes or something?
I wouldn't say I've heard this from multiple people. I don't get it.
No.
That's perfect to me. That's a perfectly fine season.
Yeah. Okay.
That,
it lost my interest.
I don't get the well, nothing happened though, because they're fucking in one place trying to find somebody, and they can't find somebody. That's where it's going.
Yeah, but
I'm not gonna get into it.
There was no tension to it. That's the problem. It was just some people wandering around the woods.
There was the the thing of. There's a thing of going to the school to get the supplies and all that with douchebag McDouche and just doing his usual douchebag thing. But
just douching away.
Hang on, I'm just having thoughts of what happens in season 2. Yeah, you definitely fucking watch season 2. Yeah, because they don't go. Yeah, okay, they don't go from the farm. But guess what? Season 3, they don't really move from the prison.
The prison was so good in the comics.
Yeah, and something else worth mentioning. Governor in the show is messed up. Governor in the comics, holy fuck!
Oh yeah.
But no, there's some really good stuff in season 2. Some unfortunate casualties.
Well, we watched all the way up to the mid-season break.
There's the problem.
Yeah, I think that's for
break.
mid-season breaks.
Yeah, mid-season breaks are killers. I haven't come back to Turtles since the mid-season break.
And even then, the episodes are spotty at best.
Yeah.
I think it's only been 2.
That's the thing, they don't seem to give a crap when it's a kid's show.
No, no.
I think that's one of the reasons that... I mean, I know you weren't a fan of the show anyways, but I think that's one of the reasons that Young Justice
it's
didn't
certainly
get
why
picked
me
up.
and Slick never went any further with it.
Because it was never on.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be still in production, but it was never on.
Yeah.
I mean, I heard it was cancelled, absolutely gutted, and thought I'd better see if I can find like the last couple of episodes or whatever. And there was like 10 episodes for us to download for the end of the season. It was just like, why weren't these aired?
God knows. Oh, did anyone watch the Green Lantern series?
No, but I heard good things. But
I
can't.
I downloaded some of the episodes. I got the first episode, and it was like, yeah, it's alright, I'll give it a go. And then I tried to get some more episodes, and nothing I had would actually play the files.
Oh, right.
So I kind of gave up with that.
I couldn't get away with the look of it.
Bruce Timm stars don't work in CGI.
Bruce Timm stars CGI. I was like, eh.
It's kind of ugly. I think it's the best way to put it.
It really didn't work, which is a shame because apparently it's a fairly good series.
But yeah, I was rather disappointed in the new thing that Cartoon Network is doing. Teen Titans Go. Well, Teen Titans, I thought was a brilliant series.
When it was good, it was top-notch, incredible good. But there's quite a lot in Teen Titans that just go on my wick.
See, I loved it because it was that nice level of silly and action.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You had the action fight with the bad guy, but then a lot of it was just this silly stuff that was just them hanging out as not even as just regular teenagers, because it was always like super powered.
Yeah. Super powered shenanigans.
Yeah, it was good. It was great fun. And it's like this new series is like supposed to have taken out most of the action because it's just supposed to be them living together.
But
and
have you
stuff.
seen the designs?
It's Powerpuff fucking Girls.
Yeah, they're super chippied.
Yeah.
And I don't understand how that's a TV show.
It's just Flash animation is cheap and easy to do.
Yeah. It is a shame.
That's all it is.
I mean, to be honest with you, Teen Titans has some of my favourite moments in DC animated history. Not all of them, obviously, because most of them go to Batman, the animated series, because God, I could find myself happy over that series any day of the week. But little things like the entire Red X saga.
Oh,
he was
cool.
That was fantastic. Deathstroke himself, Slade, because you can't call him Deathstroke, the Terminator on a kids show. Slade was just amazing.
Because he was Ron Perlman.
But that entire thing of, you can call me father. I already have a father. Doodly-doo-doo.
That was brilliant.
Yes! Kick his ass, Robin!
But it's like, the thing with Red X just left you wanting more.
Yeah, it was really, it was well written, well paced, really good television.
You never really found out who X was.
No.
It's like, that's driven me nuts because I really want to know who that is.
It's time to admit it wasn't big.
Oh, damn you, Stu.
Now my evil plan is complete.
I would like to move away from TV for a little while if possible.
Okay.
'Cause we didn't actually mean to talk about TV, we just kind of did. I want to talk about some toys.
Really? Toys?
Toys.
Toys, what?
Because since we've last recorded, I actually have quite a few toys
Well,
to talk
we've
about.
had like how many things today alone?
Well, yes, but we'll come to the Paul's big package in a minute.
Oh.
First up, I want to talk about the Hawkeye Mecha Whale. It's fucking gorgeous. It's a whale in an alien's power suit.
Freaking mental. He's got Gatling guns all over him.
It has a posable tail. Right? He's got big arms to hit and smash.
With Gatling guns
His
on.
mouth moves. There are 2 water cannons underneath his head to keep him damp.
He has Gatling guns in his robot armpits.
He's got... Oh! The only thing I'd say is I wish that the legs moved. But then again, if the legs moved, the weight of it would just completely wreck it.
Let's have a look.
I'll be honest, I was expecting more...
Movement.
Yeah, more posability stuff from it. It's literally just... The shoulders go 360 and the forearm swivel, and that's it. I was honestly expecting more.
Yeah, I was myself.
It's a cool design, don't get me wrong, it's cool. But
just for something to have on the shelf, though, I'm a big fan of it.
As a piece of interest, it is literally... what the fuck is that? Oh, it's a mecha whale.
Yeah, man. I don't regret it in the slightest. I am happy I got it.
It's always good when you make a purchase and go, I don't regret that.
No.
You look at its flaws and go, I don't regret that.
There are elements I wish that were different, but I'm happy with it as it is. It is really cool. On the other hand, on the complete other side of the spectrum, I got some Mini-Mates Battle Beasts. The shit. They're fucking horrendous. I got the goat and the scorpion. See, his arms just come off. I got the goat and the scorpion. My idea was to buy them to take... I've just broken him. His arm is actually just snapped in half.
Oh, Christ on a bike.
Jesus fucking Christ. I bought them for parts for various customs and kit bashes I'm going to be doing over the next few months. The other arms just fell off. I'm going to put them down. They are awful. They are fucking god awful. They are just horrendously bad, and you know what I'm saying? I don't regret the Mecha Whale. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm going to be chopping these into little tiny bits in the next few weeks, I would regret buying these. Awful. One thing I don't regret is I bought myself some Gometti. Now, Gometti, way back when, were blind pack single thing figures that reminded me of Monster in Your Pocket. Right? They have since gone on to become all different types of things, 6-inch figures and the like. You know. They're an utter failure of a toy line outside of Spain. It seems. So as a result...
They have their own video game.
Yep. Yeah. Did it sell?
No. Actually, I had someone asking for it the other day.
Really?
What?
Yeah.
I bet you it's because these things are in home bargains.
No, I think he was Spanish.
Well, that would explain it. Now, these things, I have to admit, are pretty cool. Because they are blind packed. They are completely and utterly interchangeable. You can take all the limbs and heads off and everything. So that's pretty cool. The designs and colours are actually quite cool. And most importantly, they're 40p each.
The truth reveals itself at last.
I just went in, dropped a couple of quid and got a couple of packs. Yeah, they're really good fun. I really like them. It's some review fodder for me in the upcoming weeks. And finally, before I go into the big package, I want to talk about something very cool. I have been getting into Glyos of late.
Slightly.
The Glyos system. Well, not slightly. I have 3 figures, 3 Glyos
But
figures.
it's all you seem to be going on about lately.
Is it?
Yeah.
I apologise.
Well,
It's
no,
'cause there's that much.
you're excited about it. I'm not going to tell you to shut the fuck up. You're excited.
There's
I'm
loads of
right
it.
at times.
There is absolutely loads of it out there, and it's all different things. So I'm just sort of playing around, seeing what I can find. You know, seeing things I like. I ordered from Spy Monkey Creations one of their weaponies of Munkar.
One car.
I was expecting something the size of an Armivore, which is maybe 3 inches. What I got is a bit bigger than 3 inches. These things are gigantic, and they're big, and they're chunky, and they're hefty, and they're completely interchangeable, and you can do all sorts with them, as me and Stu discovered earlier on, where we gave one of them helicopter blades.
Nice.
But that's not how he looks. That's not how he looks. When
No.
you do it. They're just great fun to play with.
Because the way you've got it now, you swapped around the head and the hand that I did. So I had there's like a red dome head that's spiky. I had that as his fist, and then there's like a clenched fist which has a face printed on it. So I had that as the head.
See,
with green bits coming out the sides.
the cool thing about these things is everything has more than one use. So fist becomes a head.
Nice.
You know, it's little cool things like that. The on the back, if Mr. Rob can see, what's actually the helicopter blades is in fact a gun, unless you turn it that way, and then it's another head.
Oh no, Rob has an owie. Now he has 2 owies. Oh, that's live mecha whale juggling, ladies and gentlemen.
And it's just fired a missile.
What?
That's interesting.
Oh no.
So yeah,
That's amazing.
yeah, the weaponries of Monka, yeah, really good stuff. The Goliath system is just brilliant. You can do whatever the hell you like with it.
Yeah. I do sit there looking at, you know, well, what did they say I was messing around? Why isn't somebody done a modular?
Yeah.
I'm not that big a Masters fan, but you know what I do remember being a kid and playing with that modular and going, oh my god, I can put his legs where? There!
I'll have to show you Zoop at some point. Zoop is quite an interesting looking toy design. It's all interlocking bars
Oh, okay.
to make whatever you want. But it's like each bar has, I think it's 8 areas to lock.
Oh,
With anything else. So you've got different types of. You can make joint systems and finger joint systems and everything with it. It's pretty cool.
Finger joints.
So that's what I've got. Apart from, all I'm going to say is, Paul Sugarbear, Logan Blaze Anderson, sent me a package. It's fucking huge, and is full of all the joys of nature, and spring, and robotics, and a picture, which I think Rob's actually scrolled away upon his person and is taking home.
No, he's really not. It scares me.
Is it in your bag there, Rob? Is it in your bag?
Did you put it in my
No,
bag?
I haven't put it in your bag at all. I'm just wondering if it's in your bag. Just wondering if that's where you've scrolled it away.
If it is, I'm not touching it to get it out.
So if it is in there, you're going to keep it because it's a wonderful picture. You're going to frame it. Oh man, I'm going to get that picture framed for you.
It's not in my bag.
Oh, so you haven't put it in your bag?
No.
I told you I hadn't. Call me a liar. So yeah, Paul, thank you very much, man. It is an absolute awesome box. I'm still digging my way through the things that are in that.
So you didn't film it?
I did film it. There's a video up on YouTube.
Where would we find this YouTube video, Uncle Adam?
If you go to YouTube and just type in unwrapping Paul's big package, you'll find it.
You might find some other stuff as well.
Anybody else got anything else?
I want to mention something.
Yeah.
And guess what? It's actually vaguely on topic. It's Transformers.
Mm.
While the food was arriving, me and Mr. Rob discussed the fact that I'd got my car crash from my T-bone.
Ooh.
You'll just have to listen to it earlier. I'm not going to repeat it. But on the I actually saw something today which made me regret starting down that purchase.
Right.
I wish I'd held out for the Mastermind Creations Feral Rex.
Oh, that thing is looking.
The coloured picture of it's up. Oh my lord, that's a thing of beauty.
Let's have a look.
Hang on.
It is looking
Oh, he's there
far
already.
too nice.
Look at that, like, he's beautiful.
I do like the recoloured RC as well.
Yeah, oh god. I think that was like part of an April Fool's joke, but man, fuck him out, I'd be kind of tempted.
That thing just looks amazing, like, doesn't it?
It really,
That is nice.
I wonder how much that's going to cost altogether.
oh god knows.
Won't be cheap.
I know because there's 2 companies doing them at once as such.
Mm-hmm.
There's somebody else doing that Predicate King. I know each group is doing like, hey, if you pre-order really early, you'll get a discount.
Aye.
And part of me does wish almost that I'd passed on the Stundercons and gone with them, but the Stundercons is good.
Mm-hmm. Everything I've heard and seen of them is that they are really, really good.
Oh, for the funds to afford both.
Yes. I'm going to admit though, out of every third-party combiner I've seen of late, that Predator King is the one that's really satisfying to me. I wouldn't mind that. Wouldn't mind it. The amount it's going to bloody cost, it has to be a bit more than wouldn't mind, wouldn't it?
Also, I want to put out a general request to third-party groups. Can we have some Autobot combiners now, please? I know TFC's doing a superior on the aerial bots, but there's some more than those guys.
Is there?
Technobots,
Yep, which, who's doing the Abominus?
TFC at some point, I think.
Alright, oh, in that case they're doing Technobots as well.
Okay, and Defensor. And the Train Dudes, can't figure them. From Headmasters.
Thomas.
Six Train.
Thomas. No, not Six Train. It's
Rail Racer.
Raiden.
Oh yeah.
You know, from Headmasters.
You completely
Six of them.
spoiled my joke.
Yeah, no, fuck you. Spoiled his joke too. Fuck them all.
Man, I want to see a third-party Rail Racer because it's fucking expensive to buy the original Rail Racer.
Really?
Yeah.
I think I sold mine too early.
Sorry.
That's alright. I'm not blaming you.
I always like Rail Racer. It was always cool.
I still have my built-in.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I just really like that combiner.
Mm-hmm.
I've still got
When it's in full combine mode, yeah, that thing is really nice looking.
individual modes is a bit meh, but
Yeah.
full
It's actually a
mode.
weird one. It's I realised I missed that aesthetic. You know, the RID Armada to a point, Energon and Cybertron. I miss that blocky aesthetic. Weird, isn't it? It's a really strange one. I've realised why the stuff that's coming out isn't grabbing me as much because it's too smooth. I like block and big chunky arms. I want my Cybertron brush guard to come back. Scattershot.
I still love that fucking that mold for bloody Cybertron Defense Scatter Shot.
Oh yeah, that thing is gorgeous.
I've got drop shot. I almost want overload.
Yeah.
And I always want to catch because I think that mold's awesome.
What about Flock?
Yeah.
Popcorn
I
Flock.
actually quite like that. I don't know why I think it gets so much grief. I like it.
Does it?
Apparently so.
It's a bit of a shame. I like Flock.
Careful, you're getting very close to Frost.
Frost and the headmasters. Could be worse.
Go on.
Could be
Oh,
Grindrod. Power Dive.
I've been reading the
Swoop. Slay.
the trade paperbacks I got of More Than Meets the Eye. It's just some of the stuff in them that I'd forgotten. Brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the that was Prowl. What? The Prowl? No. He changed his name to Dent after to avoid confusion. He called himself Dent.
All the
best names taken.
Oh, I do love that.
They actually mention that again, don't they? When,
Yeah.
Who was it? The guys who turns into the leg. Oh, what's he called?
First aid. No, Red Alert.
Ambulon.
Oh yes, I'm with you now. Sorry.
Ambulon from the from whatever language it is, meaning
To ambulate.
To ambulate. He just kind of like goes, yeah, all the best names are taken. Genius.
There's lots in. I don't really want to go into Mon Meets the Eye and Robots in Disguise where we are now, but I do think we need to sit down and roundtable these things. Time's getting on. There's lots of stuff happen now, and
I am definitely buying the third trade paperback.
mm-hmm.
I'm gonna save some pennies up for that, and I think I might pre-order the. I think I might pre-order the fourth one as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm just loving reading them in a big batch.
Yeah. Well, I have a tendency of doing that. I think it was 3 weeks ago. I just got every issue that I've got of Mother Meets the Eye and just read it cover to cover, went right the way through. So much fun. However, that is it 12 and 13? Or is it 11 and 12? The one that ends with Cyclonus and everybody trapped with the bomb. And then the next issue just picks up and carries on, and that never gets mentioned again.
Yeah.
That disconnect between those two issues, I'm wondering if that's going to be Spotlight Trail Cutter.
Which force field first.
Which is a nice way of moving on to say, so, Spotlight Trail Cutter. I'm not going to say much. All I'm going to say is, this is... Can't even say it. You do this face.
Actually, that's unfair. It's more like this.
Fucking genius.
I love World.
Do you want some more Transformers-based stuffiness?
Of course I do.
Right, well, Lorenzo di Bonaventure, which is an
Bonaventure.
amazing name. Lorenzo di Bonaventure,
Di Bonaventure.
the current Shadow Man.
Di Bonaventure.
I like the idea that he's actually some kind of Cajun dude who is the current Shadow Man.
Di Bonaventure.
Di Bonaventure. Not my
The
bone.
Bone Venture.
Not my bone.
Not my bone.
Not my bones. Not my skull.
Not my Ralph Bones.
Not my Ralph. This is my Ralph.
Not
Blood! Good Ralph. Good Pitbull.
Boris the Tsar Bushkin.
Boris, this is Bushkin. Use Ralph as mask. Put mask on head. Get power.
All I can think of now is
Rider.
his wit is good, son of reliability.
That is way the Ralph.
Boris the fucking bullet, don't you?
Why'd they call him the bullet dodger? He dodges bullets.
Boris, you motherfucking Tsar. Yeah, a fucking king.
Bloody hell, Tom. What's it for? Please, protection. From who? The Germans.
I want you to imagine this sequence of events.
Okay.
Oh, not a sequence of events.
It's a hypothetical sequence of events
Oh, not
from
a
a hy-
hypothetical
from a
sequence of
hypothetical
events.
movie that I've now just created in my head.
Ah, God, God.
I am Goro, Prince of the Armies of Outworld. No, sorry. General of the Armies of Outworld and Prince of the Subterranean Realm of Shokan. Subterranean? Is that something like underground? At home, I am Tsar.
I'll
All
give
of
you
them
Back home.
It is. I have a Ralph. She's got like this little sock puppet of Ralph because the actual Ralph's run away. The day that Ralph ran away, Boris was standing on top of his mansion going, Why didn't I break his legs?
For me, it was a Tuesday.
The day that Ralph ran away was the most important day of his life. For Boris, Tuesday. Clone him.
You know the demo.
Called him, pay me my tribute.
You know the demotivational pictures.
Mm-hmm.
It was one of them of the bison thing.
Mhm.
It was that picture that he has hanging on his wall.
Yes.
That fantastic picture.
Oh,
of
with
him
him on the horse.
Yeah.
That picture, and it just said underneath. For me, it was Tuesday.
Ah,
I still think the best one is Drive Me Closer, I want to hit them with my sword. So anyhow, to go back to what we were trying to say, the current Shadow Man, Lorenzo di Bonaventure.
Bonaventure.
Sorry, Lorenzo di Bonaventure.
Bonaventure.
Bonaventure. Teacher, trip your trigger.
Get the fuck on with it.
Has been asked, for he is a producer of the Transformers and G.I. Joe films, he has been asked if, given the success of Marvel's Avengers and a possible Justice League movie in the works, never going to happen.
There's a porno of it.
There is a porno of it, and there is already a Justice League movie from 1994.
God, you know what fucking
Yes, that is what
of
happens in
all
porn
the,
films.
of all the people who tweeted, right? Mr. Pointyhead, who used to do the Xbox Insider or whatever it was called thing, tweeted up a picture of the adult actress dressed as Wonder Woman, and the costume, honest to God, not joking around and shit, that costume looked really fucking good. Like, I would have expected that in a movie, this sounds terrible, like a proper, fully fledged movie.
No, you're absolutely right.
Not a movie where she's going to take a shot in the mouth.
You're absolutely right. There are movies. Porn movies are not movies. Movies have scripts. Porn has women cracked off their tits with a man off screen with a shotgun, making sure that they do the work.
God.
That's not a joke.
God.
Welcome to the porn industry. It ain't pleasant. That's how porn got started. It was women who owed too much money, and there would just be a guy with a gun off screen, basically saying, "Get on with it."
Get on with
Get
it.
on with it. Anyhow, speaking of getting on with it, this producer, Bonaventure, has been asked if there was a chance of a Transformers and G.I. Joe crossover movie. What he says is a myriad maze of amusement.
Okay.
Because he goes through so many words just to say a very simple answer.
No.
Typical
Yes.
movie producer bullshit.
He says, I guess it is possible. I don't know. I think at the moment I resist it. I don't know necessarily why, but I think there is so much that is so rich in both mythologies that I don't think they need to draw from each other. I think
The other side! That's all I can think of when you
you never
say
see the eyes in a demon till him come calm. I did not rule it out for me. But yeah, he basically goes on for a paragraph and a half just saying no. He says, I don't know where these movies are, but I know what these movies are. The other side! Never see the eyes of the demon till him come calm. Mr. Policeman.
Speaking of one of those franchises.
Speaking, because you were with words, moving on.
Speaking of one of those franchises, I went to see the.
Ah, you went to see
latest
G.I. Joe, real American hero. G.I. Joe is there.
Without being any spoilery,
Mm-hmm.
it was good fun.
Yeah, yeah.
I can't quite decide if I liked it more or less than the first one. It's
Would
really
you say
weird.
it's a different beast?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Is it more of a action film rather than a sci-fi film? Because let's admit, the first G.I. Joe film is a sci-fi movie. It's not an action movie, it's a science fiction movie.
With action in it.
With action in it, yeah. But this
it's-
looked like it was more of just a balls-out action movie.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to be honest, pretty much everyone knows what happens in that movie.
Mm-hmm.
The fact of Duke and what's his face Roadblock,
Mm-hmm.
and the reason why they had to delay it.
So how much is Channing Tatum now in it?
He's only in it for the first 10 minutes. Really.
Alright. Does he go into a coma?
Yeah, I was going to say, do they hastily dub over? He's gone into a coma.
Now this
Is it spoiler territory?
It's
If it's spoiler territory, just tell us to shut the fuck up
Yeah,
and move on.
it's not really spoiler territory because I'm pretty sure everyone who has any interest in the film knows what happens.
I have and I haven't.
Well, basically, you've just been talking about it.
I don't know what happens to Channing. As far as I'm concerned, he got shot in the head with a snake bullet, and now he's in a coma because of Ben Serpento.
Eat your
wheat cakes. Does that mean that we've both got really good timing or really bad timing?
I don't know.
I won't say anything
I think
just
we need
in
to eat some
case.
fucking wheat cakes.
Just in case I'm gonna say something and
Play safe. Just
somebody.
Say it in code.
Well, let's just say there was 3 girls sat behind me
and 2 cooks.
who had come to that movie just because old Tatum was in it.
Right. And they didn't stay for The Rock. They didn't stay for the Thunder
No, they
Cookie.
stayed for the entire
Oh, right, okay. I thought
film, but you could hear them going, "What? What? Eh?" Quite loudly in the cinema. Me and Becca, we were on about our 3rd face palm at this point. Because the best one they did was whilst watching the trailers, a trailer for Oblivion came on.
Oh, yeah.
The new
Tom Cruise.
Oh,
sci-fi thing.
I'm interested in that one.
Oh, it looks very, very nicely done. The effects in it look brilliant, and the whole idea is kind of quite nice.
It is grasping my cookies.
The best bit being, one of them got all hoity-toity at the end of it, saying, "I don't see how they can call it that. That's stupid. It's nothing like the game." At that point, me and Becca face palmed, and I resisted the urge to turn around, saying, "The game is called The Elder Scrolls 4. Oblivion is the subtitle."
Yeah, right.
But no, I just left it.
I feel a good reaction would have been to spin around when you say grab the chair and go, "Really? Really?"
In the
Maybe I
background,
should've
you
just-
Stu pissing on things. I'm angry!
Maybe I should just stood up like this and gone, "Seriously?"
What you should have done is called in the Old Oil Houseian Gentlemen's Club.
We would have dealt with this matter. Women by themselves with no chaperone.
Excuse me, women having an opinion.
Good Lord, sir, where is your husband?
Although it was quite funny though, because throughout most of the rest of the film, they were going, they can't kill him off. They can't kill him off as well. And it was just kind of like, I just felt like turning around and saying, just because the main hero is in a pinch, it doesn't mean he's going to die. That's how they make a movie interesting.
See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. This is why women should not be allowed out of the household without a chaperone.
Every time.
Women often get these ideas wrong.
Every time that...
Why? You don't let them in.
I'm going to throw something at you. I'm really going to throw something at you.
Sorry. Great, continue.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Every time The Rock got in a fight, they kept going on about, are they going to kill him off? And the amount of times there's a fight in that movie.
They're not going to kill him off. See, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Women without a husband in a public place by themselves, no doubt with their ankles showing. Good Lord, sir. It's a terrible matter.
I think, somehow.
I actually think it was probably... I think it was actually a...
How did they even get to that location?
No, it's part of my vacuum cleaner.
See, he's knows how to dismantle it because he's a man. However, he doesn't know how to use it because he's not a woman.
I call it a vacuum cleaner because Hoover is a trademark name. Not many people know that. What? J. Edgar Hoover formed the FBI. He had nothing to do with vacuum cleaners. Pray, continue. Help me.
So
I must admit, I was... you actually have some hanging from your feet.
Some in my throat as well.
I'm not sure I quite liked Snake Eyes' costume as well.
Really?
Yeah, it just didn't seem to work for me.
From what I've seen, I prefer it because...
I preferred it because it didn't have the mouth and that. When I saw all the trailers, but I don't know,
Is it because the helmet's more of a crash helmet than it is a... I don't know, a latex overskin?
I don't know. I don't know what it was. It was just the whole thing just didn't seem to fit. I don't know if it's still the fact that he seems too big.
Ray Park's put on some mass like.
Yeah, I mean, he's big in that.
Alright. That's weird.
But it's just, no, I mean, even in the first movie, Snake Eyes looked a bit too big for my liking.
You think?
Yeah.
I suppose he wasn't live.
Yeah.
But then again, he didn't have the awesome pants that he had in Renegades. Go on, I missed the first half of Renegades.
Yeah, before the news was ending and went, oh shit!
Ah, fuck it, whatever.
I liked all of it.
The second half.
Too rushed.
Yeah, it needed more time to let things happen.
True, but for what they did with it, I liked it.
Yeah.
But no, it was a fun film, and I would recommend people go see it because it was a fun evening.
Yeah. Did you view it in 3D?
I did, and I kind of wish I didn't.
Oh, good lord!
It wasn't bad. It didn't really overuse anything. It was just a lot of the times when there was shit flying everywhere, it was kind of a bit too much.
Was it one of those films where it's like, hey, look at this subtle 3D, or was it just like a 3D, shoving it in your face?
I found that it was quite subtle, the 3D. It just added depth to the movie.
Good.
There was not really any sort of like jump in your face. This scene was specifically designed for 3D. Or I didn't find that anyways. But as I say, there was a few bits where things were exploding all over the place. Shit was going down, and it was just everything was in your face, and it was just kind of like, it was just kind of like, yeah, too much. I'm going to take the glasses off for 5 minutes. But no, it was good. There was an interesting weapon there, but I shall discuss that with you off air because I don't want to be spoilery. But go see it; it's good fun.
Just because you've mentioned interesting weapons, it's something that I've raised on the show before because I really enjoy it. I know when the first trailer came out, it was really interesting. And the black trailer for Ruby came out.
Oh yes.
Which is the Rooster Teeth Monty on animated thing. The weapons in that are really interesting.
Yeah.
In this black trailer, because basically it looks like this dude's got a pistol katana or a rifle katana. So kind of like the red idea where it's using some of the momentum of the shots, but on a smaller scale. But then the one that is actually, is black, is the it's weird. Really weird, because she's almost using it like a sword and a gun, and then what we were talking about before with Mikey's weapon. You know, the length of string rope, whatever, with the weight on the end that you use your body to flick around. I just like, what the fuck? And apparently yellows is going to be even crazier, or even more impressive.
Nice.
I really want to see some more of this. I want to see a proper episode. They're getting there. I think I was listening to the show to the Rooster Teeth podcast today. They're saying that they've got episodes fully dialogued now. But Monty is like going through every single frame and polishing it and making sure it looks pretty.
Very nice.
Well, a couple of things that to fire through, I think.
Oh, can I mention it quickly? Because I know you guys have. I think I can't remember if you said you watched it or not. Prime's back.
Yes, Transformers Prime is back.
Hooray!
I need to get that.
It's so far really good. Really good.
It definitely feels like this should have been one big movie.
Yeah, it's doing my nutty and having to wait each
that
week.
shows.
Yeah, completely. But I'm alright with that. It's one of those things. To be honest with you, more has happened in 2 episodes than has interested me. Than a lot of season 2. Although I was thinking about this. Right, imagine if season 3 of Prime is incredible. Right? And then you could just go to people and say, I like Transformers. There's that one season which was alright. Yeah, there were some really good elements. There were some really silly ones. Season 2 was utter shite, and season 3 got really good. What was it called? When you would say...
Well, some people would say animated.
Yes, I would. Yes, I would. I remember internet. I remember. You all said it at the time. Oh, they're pissing and moaning.
It will retroactively make it awesome, is what you're saying.
Yeah. I'm putting my money on that one. Prime will come to an end, and people will just go, no. Because season 3 was good.
I fully admit the times in season 2 I was just like, oh great, fetch quest.
Yeah. Oh yeah, completely. They just ran out of steam very quickly.
But looking at it as a whole and retroactively, hopefully season 3 will pick it back.
Hopefully.
It's like recently I've been looking back at Forza and going, I actually really like that series. But then my brain sits there going, yeah, it goes fucking nowhere. But why shouldn't I enjoy it?
Yeah.
I still enjoy elements of it.
Good. I'm glad.
Space Time is still awesome.
Should we do the LucasArts thing and then move to the Twitter and call it a night?
Can we quickly mention this, because I haven't seen this.
Yes, there is a third-party toy company called Mech Ideas.
Which is the guys who did Apex and Gemini.
Yes. Fuck me, I want them now.
I know. Damn you, Stunticons!
I cannot add anything. Oh, I can't buy anything at the moment, unfortunately. I've got about 40 quid of play money with me each month, and that's it now. Yay! Thanks, Tories, you twats. Right, so the Mech Ideas have made a little hint for what they've got coming up in their Techno Tunes Titans line, which is not a name I enjoy. I prefer calling it a Triple T! Yo!
Triple T up in this bitch!
You want to bounce some Triple T? And I've just realised I'm about to show you something which is going to really upset you. Don't tell your wife.
Okay.
Because the entire idea of the Triple T is that they are making Transformers animated toys. Pipes and Huffer in the Mario world is the teaser image for their first 2 releases out the gate.
Nice.
And if you don't get the reference, it's because Pipes and Huffer were made to look like Mario and Luigi in Transformers Animated.
Because they're plumbers in the Triple T. Triple T.
And this biatch.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, I think. I'm intrigued to see what these things are going to look like.
It kind of looks like they've got a Cybertronian
Yeah.
van mode like Ratchet/Ironhide, but with a different truck cab.
Mm-hmm.
I'm interested to see how they go with this, because this is...
I think
It's animated,
she knows
it's-
that there's animated third party, but I'm not sure if she's interested.
Mm-hmm.
Wait until there's pictures.
Well, if you're going to talk about game stuff,
Triple T.
one thing I am interested in
Mm-hmm.
is apparently, I think it's tomorrow, the Darksiders license actually goes up for auction.
Oh,
Because
yes.
obviously THQ went.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of their licenses were picked up.
Is it a legal term?
Yes, it is. A lot of their licenses were picked up. Darksiders wasn't one of them, which I was gutted about because the actual head of Vigil Games, I think it was, turned around and said, "Oh well, no Darksiders 3. Bango's 4-player co-op."
4-player co-op on a hack and slash game.
Think about it.
Be fucking
That's the
gauntlet.
Four Horsemen.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I think you've said that wrong. I think what you actually meant to say there was... Oh...
He did it, so I'm going to do it. Oh, now I think you'll find that there are actually 6 horsemen. You forgot whore and anal. So it would have to be a 6-player co-op.
Oh no, I see that you live a life without strawberries.
In my cave I grow a hardy fungus which provides me with all of my fibre-based needs. It also provides a great hallucinogenic, and using that I first invented Drudge Dread. But at the time I was so high, I actually thought I'd invented a pencil.
That wasn't actually fungus. It was a rock.
And I'm well aware that it was a rock, but I had painted it like a whore.
Stop licking the rock.
Apparently, one of the people interested is Crytek.
Alright.
Because they, I don't know if this is just, places like Eurogamer putting 2 and 2 together and getting 17, but Crytek actually took on most of Vigil Studios stuff, so I'm hoping to do something with it because I would fucking love another game. As long as they didn't make it as quite as monotonous as the second one and more like the first game, then I would love to see that story continue because I really did get into that story. It's a really nice idea.
What happens if it goes the way of TV series around the world now and it gets finished in a comic book?
I'd probably buy the comic actually.
This isn't me taking the piss, this is an actual question.
No, I'd probably
'cause
buy
I'm-
the comic because the teaser comic that they did for the first one was fucking gorgeous.
I can see this being one of those things when a game gets cancelled or you don't get any more sequels to it. I can see comic companies picking up licenses. Because movie tie-ins and things are, I think, going to start dying out in the not too distant future.
Yeah,
So they're always going to look for a new franchise to be able to use.
I think that's the thing. I really love the idea of it. You got quite a bit of story in the second one about the actual who the horsemen were, but it didn't really progress anything because it was simply all about Death trying to clear his brother's name.
I'm sorry, a thought just flashed through my mind. I need to find a Bane mask.
Right.
We need to find a Taz. We need to strap the Bane mask on Taz, super glue it on so he can't take it back off again. I'll just walk behind him doing the Bane voice.
No, you've got to get him to do the Bane voice.
No, you get a big jacket to look like Bane's and you just step in his back of the jacket.
Yes.
And we put little speakers in the mouth.
Oh, I like this idea.
From the League of Shadows.
Happy New Year.
From the League of Shadows.
The combo breaker.
Oh, God.
Dusty.
Did you?
This guy's voice is starting to really get on my nerves.
Did you actually watch the last update video I did for the London Experiment?
Yes, I did.
Because I was letting my wife watch it.
Letting your wife watch it, were you?
Good Lord, son! Giving her access to television and video programming.
Calm down.
Good Lord!
You're
Calm down. You're about to have a corner.
I almost dropped my pipe. Oh,
dropped my
Lord, sir.
newspaper.
She
Onto my slippers in
She
the
actually
fire.
had to rewind the bit with the Mortal Kombat thinking about 3 times and then just kind of go, what? And just like, you were never a Mortal Kombat gamer, were you? And she just like went, no. I had to actually explain the whole thing to her.
I have decided I want to bring Killer Instinct back.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. Because it's the way you move to that killer groove.
So, LucasArts.
Actually, can I raise a quick thing because this kind of ties in with the whole buying of the game and Saints Row 4.
Yes.
Holy shit, that thing looks like it's drinking Wackaday juice out of a clown
That
shoe.
game has literally gone, hey, there's the shark, let's jump in a rocket-powered, super cyclone, penis-shaped, powered crazy mobile.
Yep.
And I fucking love it for it.
I actually watched that trailer whilst in my man cave whilst Neve was asleep. So I was literally biting my hand so I didn't laugh.
It's that section where they realise they've left out a letter. That bloody killed me.
Well, for me, it was the fact that, I mean, obviously they'd like to just do stuff crazy in that game, but it's like when you have the nude dude walking, and rather than just have all the pixelated naughty bits out, you've got that big long blacked bit, and then it just keeps swinging. It's just.
What fucking gets me is from the premise of where it starts is, you are the President of the United States of America. I'm sold on that context alone. Good morning, Mr. President. Sold!
Apparently the add-on that was supposed to be released for it, the Enter the Dominatrix.
Oh, for Saints Row the Third?
Yeah, that's basically most of that's gone into
Yeah, I remember
Saints
hearing
Row
about that.
4.
We're going to do...
Because it was going to be too big an add-on for a download on Xbox Live, so it was actually coming to disc. But they basically just decided they were going to cram it all into Saints Row 4 instead.
Which is alright. Happy with that.
I'm going to eat that up like Saints Row the Third. Oh god, I lived that game for a while. That's all I played. It's one of the few games I've maxed out.
Yeah,
all the DLC, all the achievements, everything you can do with my game I've done.
That same with me. It is pretty much the only game I have done that with.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a Halo fan. I haven't even done that with Halo.
I was never going to do that with Halo 3 because you need to get a freaking overkill with a Spartan laser. A, I'm shit with a Spartan laser, and B, I never played anything but team games.
So anyhow, breaking news. We are moving along now, so I want to start closing this down. Disney's pulled the plug on LucasArts. Such masters of such games that are named things like Day of the Tentacle, Full Throttle, Grim Fandango. Some of the greatest point-and-click games that have ever been made.
See, a lot of people have been... I've seen actually what I've been flicking through Twitter while we've been chatting. I want to confirm this. Did LucasArts make Star Wars Connect?
I don't actually know.
Because a lot of people are going, oh, LucasArts, everybody's missing it, but look at the last game they made.
Yeah, Star Wars Connect was fucking brilliant. It had that dance bit.
God!
They had that shitty game attached to it as well, but that dancing section. Han Solo, Han Solo, Han Solo. Yeah, man. Dance.
Anyway.
Yeah, but I thought it might go like this because Disney have their own game studio. So
It's been written on the wall for quite some time.
yeah, they own the rights to pretty much all Star Wars. So, but saying that, it may mean that we get something new and nice with the license.
You
may not get 1313.
Or Battlefront 3 or whatever it was going to be called, but
I mean, they did do some really good games like.
Yeah, they're famous for really good games. Friggin'. Oh, just off the top of my head, all the
Split Second
freaking.
was amazing
Mhm.
for Disney, and they did one thing that no other car game had done,
No.
and that was move the hood.
Not the hood.
Because you know, like most sort of car games where you can see like your speedometer and all that, and it's all like up in the corners out the way and everything. It means you have to look away from your car and look away from the road to check everything.
Checking your speed, what?
Whereas they had basically in Split Second, all they had was like your boost bar and everything. But it was all behind the car.
Well, that's cool.
If you look back through LucasArts over the last few years, you can really see where this was actually going to go. Their releases have just been ridiculous. 2011, they released Lego Star Wars 3: The Clone Wars, which was actually developed by Traveller's Tales. They killed Star Wars Galaxies in the end of 2011. Acquired a license from Epic Games to use the Unreal 3 engine for a few things. Star Wars 1313, which was now cancelled. Before Lego Star Wars, there was the Monkey Island games, which they brought back out. Before that was Star Wars: The Clone Wars, Republic Heroes. Star Wars: Knights of the Old Republic, which they actually was done by BioWare. Force Unleashed. Mercenaries 2: World in Flames in 2007.
That wasn't a bad game.
No. 2005 was Star Wars: Republic Commando.
That wasn't bad either.
No, but what I'm saying is they're few and far between. Once you go past about 2000, 2002, yes, it's actually 2002, they just drop off completely and they actually slim down a hell of a lot. That's a bit of a shame. Oh well, it's a shame. But yeah, as I say, the writing was on the wall for them for quite some time.
It's like when they removed the license for comics from Dark Horse. I don't think it was ever like. I don't think anybody went, "Oh my god, I can't believe it." It's just, it's an argument.
Well, at least someone from Naughty Dog was kind enough to.
Somebody retweeted that actually. I can't remember who it was, but I picked up on that before on Twitter. Basically, somebody from Naughty Dog just went, "We are hiring at all departments. Anybody who has recently lost their job from Lucas, give us a shout."
I thought it was quite nice.
So, should we move on to the Twitter challenge and start closing it down for the night?
Yes, we shall.
Okay then.
Oh, does that mean I can take my pants off?
Yes, it does.
Yay!
Yeah. Now it's time to get out the ladybirds in the jam.
Ladybirds and jam!
Hardest engine wins. What was the question?
It was, what would be your nightmare moment in your geekdom?
Okay. So, shall I do it or does anybody else want to do it?
You do it. You're up there and close. And
Ooh,
you like the sound of your own voice anyway.
No, I don't.
Yeah, I don't
I
either.
like you all listening to my voice, but I like to listen to it. Oh my God, Ralph, you're amazing. In answer to this question, Ralph Stardubbing from the Stardub podcast says, "The moon may be an odd mistress, but in the jellies of the sea, no wrestlers are in league with the space cows. Tick tock, tick tock, tick 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 tock tock tick tick tock. Oh fuck, it's the frog. Wash my dishes for me. Wash them hard, surf." True fact, there is a knockoff version of Grufflock who frequents my local pub. He even has a hat.
Is Ralph on that pain medication?
I love Ralph. I really do. My world would be a sadder place without Ralph. It really would. The lovely Mrs. Slick says, George Romero doing Fast Zombies would suck.
It's true.
Yeah. I think George Romero kind of... I don't want to say it because it sounds horrible, but I think George Romero can't do those films anymore. I think the world's moved on without him, unfortunately, in a lot of ways. Sad but true. Doesn't mean he isn't a lovely fella, because he is. Ralph returns by saying, "Shakin' Stevens, eh? Just explain that."
He's shaking and he's Stephen.
Yeah, he's shaking Stevens.
He's got Parkinson's, but he's somehow repressing it via the medium of rock and roll music.
Okay, I'm happy with that. The lovely Mrs. Slick also says, Han Solo shooting second would kill me. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Nice.
What if he shot third? What if it was Han Solo? What was that guy's name? Greedo. And E.T. And E.T. shot first.
Of course you would. E.T.'s a prick.
But E.T. had the body of a T-Rex.
Because he drank all the beers in the fridge again after like a drunk.
Oh no, it's potato.
You actually found out something the other day. You know that sequence was filmed?
Mm.
That the person inside the suit was a child with no legs. He was an amputee.
Horrible, in a way.
Mm. But that's how I think that I don't know if it was for all. I think it might have been for all, but that's there was a child who was, you know, for whatever reason, amputated legs. And
Oh, well,
that's why he had that sort of
that
way he
vocal,
walked.
yeah. Okay. Who actually enjoyed E.T. as a kid? Because I hated it.
Never really got on
Interesting.
I still can't watch it.
No, not because I find it painful. I just find it shit. And I found it shit as a kid as well. And the only thing that I enjoy about that film now is the fact that all the guns now are walkie-talkies. In the special edition, they removed all the guns.
Mm-hmm.
They're now walkie-talkies.
Mm-hmm.
I kid you not. Timey Too Wimey says, Watership down. That's
What?
true. It is a nightmare, but is it a nightmare in his geek? Is Timey a rabbit geek?
He could be.
Does he like sit outside Warren's waiting for them?
Possibly.
So he can have a collection?
It's anything that's small and furry
Does he troop build shrews?
on his penis.
Can you imagine if you had like stuffed shrews, but you had them in G.I. Joe outfits? Wow.
You know, if you actually get
G.I. Shrew.
you actually get one of his business cards that says Matt Clark, shrew fucking.
Shrew fucking across the universe, only going forward, because that's where the shrews are. Ralph continues with Yartek, leader of the alien horde.
Fair dues.
Which is then followed up with
I think he goes into a bit of a musical solo there.
Leisure Hunter, the Ninja Hunter, says, it has already happened repeatedly, this incessant need to romanticise the fucking undead. Twilight, Beauty and the Beast. Beauty and the Beast? Would you say Beauty and the Beast is undead?
No, he's a cursed prince who's very
I know.
much alive.
What about this new series?
Ah.
Because I don't know anything about it. I just know there's a new series.
Me neither.
There's a new Beauty and the Beast series where he looks normal until he gets angry or something.
You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
God.
Oh look, I like the old 80s Beauty and the Beast series. Ron Perlman in the mask.
I was about to say. Perlman.
And
Some fucking mess.
Sarah Connor. Sarah Connor fucks the Beast.
Mm.
She's Sarah motherfucking Connor.
Oh God, what is it? Oh God, I've watched a freaking review of a movie today. It's called Dungeon Master. It's got Wasp in it. Yeah, it's weird. It's almost like I know this is completely off tangent, but it's also who gives a shit. I'm trying to remember the basic premise is this dude is a computer programmer. And he's he's a whiz, and he's found a way to connect his head to his computer. But his girlfriend's all pissed off about it. So some evil immortal dude who lives in some realm kidnaps his girlfriend and him through the computer. And then he sets him a set of challenges where he has to fight various things. And the idea is that for each challenge, a different director and writer has done it for each section. And one of them, he has to fight Wasp.
It's because he's a wild child, he's gonna love you, he wants you.
Also because, animal, a fuck like a beast! And
It's been far too long.
if memory serves, he finds out that he can fight Wasp via music. So his computer, which is now with this wrist-mounted thing, creates music which destroys Wasp. And so he can rescue his girl from the evils of Wasp.
Are we seeing a future quick change the channel here?
No, because I think that'd be the only bit we'd really be into.
Oh.
Because there's some stop motiony stuff from one of the dudes who was worked with or worked under Harryhausen.
Nice.
I think Tricky's
It's
just
kind of weird.
typed via the wrong Twitter account. Because I didn't write the idea of somebody remaking either the engine or Morph fills me with fear. I didn't write that. Especially as it's towards the old oil house, from the old oil house. So either Tricky is on the wrong Twitter account, or...
Our Twitter account is sentient.
Yeah, sentient and talking to itself. But yes, Tricky, I agree. The idea of somebody remaking either the engine or Morph is a terrifying image. Elijah continues. Star Wars 1 and Independence Day. And any zombie movie in the last 10 years, apart from Zombieland and Shaun of the Dead. When did Shaun of the Dead come out?
A while ago.
I was going to say it's close to 10 years.
Shut up.
I got a film for
Moving
2003.
Moving on.
Wild Bill says, still stand by Independence Day as a guilty pleasure. Godzilla, however, was a low time for that same director. There's a question for you. Independence Day.
Alright.
Fun film or shit film?
Alright.
Fun film.
Yeah, I think it's
Because it's our Independence Day. America.
America.
Hiya.
Let the world don't say nothing.
Hiya. Don't say a word from aliens.
I
Well,
kind
the
of
other hand.
fast forward that bit because it just kind of makes me feel a bit sick.
On the other hand, Will Smith punching an alien in the face. One Earth.
Well, yeah,
That
well,
was brilliant. That.
Will Smith is going to head up the first alien tourist boat.
It-
And that's all you'll see is clips of him punching an alien in the face and fighting aliens in Men in Black.
I
And
do
he'll
love
just stand at the
the.
door and just go, what? Fucking bring it.
Everyone's being shot down. Yeah, he's got time to say, "You did not shoot that green shit at me." Love that.
People he knows are fighting and dying. He's like, oh, you didn't shoot that green shit at me.
Has anybody watched Men in Black 3 yet?
Yes.
Isn't it good?
I actually
Yeah.
enjoyed it. I
Really,
enjoyed
really good.
it more than I thought I would.
Yeah.
And why can I not think of his name?
Not Tim Curry. I don't know. Josh Brolin.
That's it. Josh Brolin does
Josh
a
Brolin.
really good job.
Me and Sal sort of sat there just going,
Uh,
what?
Make us give it a watch.
Oh, really good.
honestly, yeah, I think I prefer it to 2.
Yeah, very much so. It's as good as 1, easily. I actually think that it kind of skips 2 out and just goes from 1 to 2. Like 1 to 3, sorry.
I was about to say skips 2 out, then goes 1 to 2.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, it goes 1, 2, 3. Yeah, see?
One
Like-
through to 3.
Sorry, just tricky realising. Liza Reader also says, Gods, I forgot Godzilla, it felt God not to remember it, damn you. That really is a horrible, horrible...
Tell him to watch Final Wars, it makes it
To
all
be honest,
better.
although Godzilla is a really bad movie, I think it is one of my guilty pleasures.
Really?
It's a lot of fish.
Yeah. It's one of those things
You
where
had this coffee?
the French dudes make it for me. They're hilarious.
Jean Reno?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
He's brilliant. Absolutely.
Running
brilliant.
would be a good idea.
And the
I agree, he is brilliant.
the whole thing of I really sorry for saying this, but the American mindset of he did all this damage and we did nothing to him. No, you just said, oh look, here's all this fish, and then shot him a shitload of times. What the fuck did you think he was gonna do?
Give birth to velociraptors
Uh-huh.
on rollerblades.
They weren't on rollerblades, they were falling over balls.
In my mind, they're on rollerblades.
But yeah, on that context, go watch Godzilla Final Wars.
Yeah.
It makes that video a lot better.
Yeah.
For those who don't know,
I've enjoyed the Millennium
Zilla
series.
shows up and goes, "Eh," and Godzilla just beats the shit out of him and then blasts him to death with his nuclear fire breath.
Blowing up the
In
Sydney Opera
Yeah,
House.
it does it in like less than a minute.
That's
And
It's
the
fucking Godzilla, son! King of the monsters!
alien in charge just goes, next! It's really good.
Also, everybody should watch Godzilla vs. Destroyer! Because that's awesome.
There's a lot of Godzilla films. One day I will actually get my plan of a day of
I did watch
Godzilla
them
up and
all.
running.
Because what's the one you said? You sent me Destroyer.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I did tell it right. Destroyer! And, Giant Monsters All Out.
Yeah, All Out
That
Giant
was
Monsters.
pretty fucking good as well.
Yeah, how great is All Out Giant Monsters Attack?
I need some Mecha Godzilla though.
Tokyo SOS, man. You need to watch Tokyo SOS. That's a good one.
Oh, I've got a week off. Maybe I can spend it playing Skyrim and watching Godzilla films.
I'll hook you. I'll hook you up, man. I'll hook you up. Stardubbing finishes it off with, Ivar's engine brings the gift of death to mankind.
That's our Ralph. Don't ever change.
Liza Ruta continues by saying, finally thought you'd never leave the closet. I think that's actually responding to something else. Ralph
Trapped in a closet.
Ralph is also on my Twitter feed saying the Ready Breck man needs to die.
Ready, Breck, man?
And the Hun Bear, who I believe is the first time poster on the Twitter challenge.
Oh, man.
New Twitter poster.
Hun Bear? Is he a German bear?
Possibly.
Guten Morgen, mein Herr.
Guten Morgen, Frauenheim. No ticket.
Guten Morgen, Herr Bear.
Guten Morgen, Care Bear.
Ja, es ist gut.
Moving on.
Essen die Scheiße.
The Hun Bear says, probably if every toy I own wound up broken one day by malignant gremlins, that would be terrifying.
Yes.
That would be horrible.
Malignant gremlins, no. Me with a hammer, maybe.
I like to think that at this point, the Hun Bear's actually won the Twitter challenge. Just because of how much of a nightmare that is. Imagine if you woke up one morning and all your toys were broken.
That would be horrific.
Granted, Ralph actually wins it, but Ralph wins every week.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ralph's got his own scoring system. Jetfire 2009, the other Rob, says, K's, I got one 5-year-old Dark Vader. It's hard to be scared of him now when you remember that he was once a whiny little brat.
What's an angel?
It's what you're going to see once I slowly choke the life.
It's cold in space.
That's because there's no oxygen.
Oh, just like pod racing. Shut up, Jake. Go get a fucking turbo, man.
Come on, Anakin. Off into space with you. Don't forget to hold your breath. Fucking move! Move! Meow. That's how Star Wars became happier, and the theme tune actually goes do 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 do. I like that version better. Chucky says, "Sorry, Dad. You're grounded."
Oh no.
Maria Smith says, "Dragon Ball. That was bad on so many levels." She also continues to say, "When I say Dragon Ball, I mean the awful live-action movie, not the animated series."
Yeah. Still a film which I have never seen all of and never intend to see all of.
I've not seen a single second of it, and I feel like I win.
I think you did.
Fucking terrible.
I honestly.
Is it the worst one you've ever seen?
Oh, that is
Quite possibly, yes.
Yeah. What would come close? I'm trying to scale it against things that I've seen. What would be the closest to the badness that is Dragon Ball? Avatar, Last Airbender?
Yes.
I haven't seen that
you know
either.
what? I actually tried watching that. I didn't even. Did I even? I don't even think I made it to when he wakes up in the iceberg. You know. I just started watching it and I just went, "This feels wrong."
It's fucking atrocious.
Can you think of any other films to put on the same level of shitness?
I want to say Da Vinci Code,
I haven't seen that either.
Not seen
but
that.
that may be my attachment, you know, because I don't know the background enough as where that came from. But
I read the book and discovered one very important thing. With the right angle and the right wind, you can throw that book like nothing else.
well, here's
It went to
my.
the river.
I had two main problems with this film, and I'm sure I've probably said it before. I'm going to say it anyway. One, you do not have a hymnal music or church-sounding music for a car chase, because that shit just does not sound right. Right? This is what happens at one point of it. Chasing through each other through Paris, and it's like a hymnal in the background.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, that doesn't build tension. That just didn't work. And the thing that really fucked the shit out of it, and nearly got me kicked out of my own house by Jane and Amanda, was at the opening of the film, you've got the dude running around the museum because he knows the secret.
Mm-hmm.
And that crazy fucking monk played by Reese Ifans is going to kill him. And he's all locked in this caged area, and Reese Ifans stabs him through the bars. And then goes off stumbling. And a gut wound is a fairly bleed potential wound and takes a long time to die. So Reese Ifans just fucks off. So between this dude getting stabbed and then them finding his body, he may have set some of this up beforehand. Okay, he sets up a bunch of puzzles on the wall in light reactive paint, so you need like a black light, I think it was, for Tom Hanks to decipher. He also puts a pattern on the floor in his own blood, dropping hints for Tom Hanks. Okay, this is feasible. It takes a while to die. However, for him to have done that, he needs to have also mopped up the excess blood while he was bleeding and then laid himself in a certain position. And this took me completely out of the movie. When they were watching it, I just sat there going, duh, 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 oh, he's been stabbed, duh, duh, duh. Right, they found the body. I looked at the body and went, fuck off. And they looked at me like I was mad, and I just went, and then I explained, well, he's been stabbed. The blood should be everywhere. Oh, he's left this. Look at this. He's left this clue for me. Oh, I can see it with this light. It's like, fuck off. I will spend an elaborate amount of time setting up intricate sets and mysteries while I bleed to death instead of going to the fucking hospital. So I didn't watch most of that film. I left the room and read my book.
And that's why that book went down the river Derwent. For that exact reason. Because I just sort of went, no. I have read shit mysteries before. I'm not doing so again.
Yeah.
River Derwent with you.
Apparently the original Da Vinci Code was the first sort of book of fiction.
Oh, right. Sorry. Yeah.
The actual
I'm with you.
The original version of the Da Vinci Code was the actual first work of fiction to be printed.
Nostradamus' prophecies.
Okay.
I can probably think of some more if I really wanted to be cheeky and annoying. I don't know. But I really can't be bothered. Samuel Mayhart's Book of Good Clean Cooking, published on stone in the year 7. No?
Nah.
Well, with that then, and the fact that apparently the saving grace for Dragon Ball the movie is it lasts 63 minutes. 63 minutes?
Yeah, it's short as fuck.
An hour and 3 minutes?
Yep.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Yeah, it's fucking short as shit.
That's...
Now come on, this is the film that originally when they started doing it, Piccolo was normal skin tone. He was human coloured.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't green, and then they went, oh, people think you should be green. Maybe we should make him green.
No, I think it was what's his name, James Masters, who got him green, because apparently James Masters is a big fan of the Dragon Ball series, and apparently had blazing rows with the director over what he was doing.
Good.
Wow.
Because they kept wanting... Basically, this director didn't know very much about Dragon Ball and thought he was just making a children's kung fu movie. And basically, all he knew of Dragon Ball was the Dragon Ball Z stuff with Good Piccolo, and tried to get him to play it like Good Piccolo, and he just kept saying like, no, you do realise that I'm supposed to be evil, I'm supposed to be the bad guy.
I've just had a thought. I need to check on this. It's Dragon Ball related. Oh god, I've never put Dragon Ball in my search on IMDb. Ugh.
Well, as you're doing that, I'm going to mention some tweets I've just seen.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're closing down. God damn it. The Movie Bob has got a couple of tweets here which I want to read out because I think they're really funny. If The President in Danger is the new Die Hard movies, can someone just make Bad Dudes as a movie now, please?
Yes!
Oh no, this gets better. Get like John Cena or Vin Diesel or whoever, you have black tank tops and some ninjas to fight, you got a movie. Or possibly Mark Wahlberg, because he deadpans real good. How come only the red guys get swords? I'm there, man. I'm right there. I want to see Bad Dudes in the movie. Right, can we close it down?
I get on.
Alright, we are closing down now, even though there is now a conversation between ourselves, Maria Smith and Wild Bill, talking about Newcastle to go see Doom. Fair enough. So, folks, we will see you next time. Rob, we'll start with you. If people want to find you, where can they find you at?
You can find me at my home.
Don't fucking say that, man. You'll end up with like all your groupies outside, rubbing the knees, going, oof,
Yeah, that could be scary.
Iranu.
You can find me at ChaosMV, which is ChaosMV with a KH rather than a CH.
Mm-hmm.
Because he doesn't know how to spell properly.
Because he knows that Beware the Batman's main villain is going to be Anarchy.
What?
The new Batman series. Beware the Batman. The CG animated Batman series. Main villain's Anarchy.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
Talk about missing the fucking point, like.
Yeah.
Well done.
Anarchy wasn't villain, technically.
Anarchy, Professor Pig, and Dr. Frog, is it? Dr. Toad.
I'm going to keep Dr. Frog is from League of Super Evil.
Yes.
And
You
the
can
only reason I
also,
remember that is because it's the opening jingles of Dr. Frog!
you can also find me on my website, www.chaosmv.com, and also on the Lenten Experiment
On Facebook.
on the old Facebook. Just search for Rob's Lenten Experiment.
Indeed. Stu.
You can find me in your local 1800 Cockney gutter, being beaten upon by those that are better than me. Thank you, sir.
Robert. Bring forth the manhammer.
In reality, you can find me where you find this here podcast, and you can find me on the internet at Dark Ages. There we go. Don't go looking for me elsewhere because I will cut your fucking teeth out.
So what you're saying is you can find everybody at www.oldoilhouse.co.uk
Yes.
/podcast.
Yes.
/locket.
Yes. Backslash.
What about sideways
Bare
slash?
ass.
Look, I wouldn't want a sideways slash. You dick full of holes for that. And you can find me at Gruffluck on Twitter. I'm also in other places. You can find me there if you look. Go on, I dare you. You win a prize. And with that, we are exactly at 2 hours now, so we are going. Good night, everybody. God bless.
Frog!
Yes. Frogs are full of fibre.
Timmy Mallet Whack-a-day, coming from EastEnders gate, shaking back, cracker jack, who did you JR? Pac-Man, He-Man, take a set, Walkman, Buckaroo, Emu, Michael Knight's car. Goon is, Crank is, Filofax and Yup is, Lockerbie, you and me, John Lennon shot dead. Mr. Men, Mr. Ben, Angie Watts, Dirty Den, Swap Shop, Tiz was, Charles and I getting wet. Didn't own an iPad, never heard of texting, only teletexting. We never owned an iPad, never used the site nav, only old AA maps. Space Raiders, Star Vaders, our white secret lemonaders, moon boot, shell suits, Michael Jackson's black. Willy Wonka, water plunker, playing with your favorite Tonka. Mrs. Mangle, eating spangles, ammo high on smack. Mr. T.E.T. wearing pants for P.E. Hungry Hippo, Sam Fox, Double Den and Fraggle Rock. Speaking spell, Chaz and Dave. Acid house in all the raves. Gremlins were being mean. 19. We didn't own an iPad. Never heard of texting, only teletexting. We never owned an iPad. Never used the site nav, only old AA maps. Shoulder pads, crazy dads being kicked in the nats. Jelly shoes, naked gun, Dusty bending 3-2-1. BMX, Mag Will, Sonny in his espadrilles. Rollin' Rat, Top Cat, Michael Fish, you lying twat. Brookside Connect 4, Big Daddy, Falklands War, VHS, Big Hair, Cheryl Baker's underwear, Bullseye, Mr. Claypole, Devastation in Chernobyl, Soda Stream, Elvis dead, Lionel Richie's model hair. We didn't own an iPad, never heard of texting, only teletexting. We never owned an iPad, never used the site nav, only old AA maps. Rubik's Cubes are the rage, Tommy Cooper dies on stage, Space Dust, Ford Rick, Maradona was a brick, Ronald Reagan, Iron Lady, Blind Date and a test tube baby, Steve Davis, different class, Annika Rice's ass, reading biz, smash hits, Berlin Wall, smash to bits, Freddy Krueger, I'm afraid, rocking out to Live Aid. We didn't own an iPad, never heard of texting, only teletexting. We never owned an iPad, never used the site nav, only old AA maps. Jumper grifter, different strokes, shut the dog, John Noakes, Eric Markham, Ernie Wise, watching Eddie Eagle fly. Metal Mickey, Mega Margaret, drink Kiara with my dog, Button Moon, Love Boat, half pennies, pound notes. Zippy George, Frankie says, swimming in my PJs, stir crazy fame and bot. Can I have a pee please Bob? Monkey Magic play away. Shops so closed on Sunday. Commodore 64, I can't take it anymore. We didn't own an iPad. Never heard of texting, only teletexting. We never owned an iPad, never used the site nav, only old AA maps. We never had a mobile, all our phones had wires and TVs were hired. We never owned a mobile, never had PlayStations, just imaginations. We never owned an iPad, Never stabbed each other, just collected rubbers. We never owned an iPad, never wore long trousers, played in camps for hours. And now I'm that much older, it seems a world away.
Hello, good morning, good evening, good night, dear listener. Once again, you have opened up the great big door which has been marked closed for health reasons, and you found yourself once again walking into the old oil house. With me today, I've actually sold two of my usual co-hosts, sold them into slavery. I decided I need to get some money for little things like, food and heat. So instead, I've managed to pull in two lovely, lovely people. The first one is... Don't I own you, Matt?
No. You are somewhat confused. I own you, and I own the internet. Therefore, I win.
According to this contract I'm reading, I actually own you.
Then...
I have just hastily scribbled it in crayon.
No, you see, I clearly remember buying you for 2 buttons and a lemon sherbet.
Introduce yourself.
I'm Matt. I'm the guy known as Time Lord, or Timey-to-Wimey. Hello, everybody.
And next to him is the staple, the linchpin of the old oil house. The man, if he went away and stopped doing work for us and did his own thing, it would all probably fall apart, and it would just be me every week by myself, weeping into the dark.
Hi, it's Tricky. I'm announcing a new podcast, so this might all go away. I'm also glad to hear that Adam's progressed to crayons.
Thanks. But we are not alone this day. Oh no. For we have a special guest. We have a man who, to be totally honest, I'll be quite frank here, I'm sitting here a little bit nervous, and it's not often that happens. We've got Mr. Special Guest. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, I am Joseph Brown of 13, The Gardens, Stockport, and I'm very proud to be on the Oil House. It's lovely to be with you, and I'm very interested in pointing at lampposts. I'm Dirk Maggs. I do radio programmes. You started me off. Well, it's nonsense. Get to the point. This is the new Cameron's Britain. We have to be efficient.
So lampposts. Yes. I like the ones with the globes rather than the lozenge.
I like a classic lantern myself with the slab sides and the beveled inserts. Yes, I'm Dirk. Hello, chaps. Lovely to be on the programme. Is it a programme? On the podcast?
Oh, programme, podcast, show.
Same deal.
Complete waste of time.
No, and everybody's thinking, who the hell is that? Who is this guy?
Well, that was actually going to be the first question I was going to ask you.
Oh, I'll try my best. Yes, please do.
For the people out there who may not be overly certain who you are and the work that you've done.
I'm sorry, I'm messing around.
Don't worry. The last time we had somebody on, we ended up talking about dolphins and the CIA for the best part of an hour.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah.
What have I got myself into? Okay.
This is why over emails I'm much more professional.
Yeah. Okay. Basically, I'm Dirk Maggs. I probably the one thing that will immediately nail me is that I was the person Douglas Adams asked to finish The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy in its original medium of radio, which we tried to do 20 years ago, actually, but then couldn't quite make it work. The BBC dropped the ball a little bit, so I eventually managed to do it about 8 years ago, sadly, by which time Douglas had died. But we did 3 series of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and since then I've adapted and directed it for the stage, and we toured last year the UK, and we're touring again this autumn with the original radio cast, original cast from 1978 and original cast from 2004 to 5, and most recently I've adapted and co-directed a series, an adaptation for BBC Radio 4 and 4 Extra of Neil Gaiman's Neverwhere, which had quite a starry cast. So that's where I'm coming from.
That's fantastic. How is the live show going?
It's going great. It's going great. We're just about to announce a new member of cast, because Mark Wing-Davey, who plays Zaphod Beeblebrox, the original Zaphod Beeblebrox, is a professor in New York, and a professor of drama, and he also directs plays, and he sadly can't make it for the whole tour, so we've got someone standing in for him. A bit early to tell you who we've got for Mark, but we're very excited. We've got a really fantastic person who basically is almost based their whole appearance and career on Zaphod Beeblebrox, playing Zaphod Beeblebrox, except for the 2 heads and the 3 arms. He had to have his 3rd head taken off for the part. So we're very excited about that. But no, the new tour is great. I'm rewriting Act 2, for those who saw it last year. Act 1 is kind of a gallop through the first series. It sort of sets the ground rules and does all the classic routines. Act 2 takes material from the other 4 novels and turns it into a kind of adventure for Arthur Dent, which then puts him back at the beginning, at the very end. So it's a kind of, how should we say, circular adventure for Arthur, where he goes out, experiences some of the high points of the Hitchhiker's trilogy in 5 parts, but then ends up where he started. So then, hopefully, people will go and read the books or listen to the radio series, which, in our view, are the best incarnations of Hitchhikers.
I won't disagree. I won't disagree. That's mostly due to the fact that the horrible memory of the movie still lingers in my mind.
The movie was I have very mixed feelings about, because I know the guys who made it worked their socks off to try and really honour Douglas, and it was so important to them to get it right. But I think what the movie did was prove that there are certain things that are almost unfilmable.
Yes.
And there are certain things, I would say this, wouldn't I? But there are certain things which radio actually does really, really well. And the weird thing is that Hitchhikers works incredibly well as a radio show on stage as well, because you're still allowed to use your imagination as well as enjoying the spectacle. The problem I have with pictures and with film is that it's a literal medium. Your imagination, you kind of park. You put your imagination in park, because the film is telling you everything you need to know. And good films, wonderful films that we all love, are the ones which transport us to the worlds that they create. The bad films are the ones that don't convince us. But at no point, usually, is the brain engaged. I mean, after you've seen, I don't know, The Empire Strikes Back for the first time, you might go away and think about the fact that Darth Vader is Luke's dad. But while you're watching the film, you just kind of accept it. The analytical process takes place after the event. The pictures happen in your head with radio, and you know, the brain is the greatest sort of computer-generated imaging gadget in the world. So the thing about the radio show as well, and it's Douglas's daughter Polly actually said she really felt it got the spirit of Hitchhikers. It's kind of a very organic thing. It's happening in front of you, and the audience is part of the show. And what's really fun is we do lots of sort of audience participation, not in a ghastly kind of toe-curlingly cringy way. We don't come and sit on your laps, but you know, we do ask the audience to be, for example, all the Vikings in Valhalla, or to be the diners at the restaurant at the end of the universe. And that makes it fun. And of course, there's lots of silly sound effects. We do actually pour a Pangalactic Gargle Blaster on stage. We do have a Marvin, which is a droid. It is a robot. And of course, the cast cock up and then have to recover from the mistakes, which is weird, because when we started doing it, I thought Simon kept messing up the lines, the really classic ones, like I could never get the hang of Thursdays. And after the couple of rehearsals, I said, Simon, what's wrong? And he said, well, I'm trying to learn the script. And I said, but surely by now you know it off by heart. And he said, well, no, because we only ever performed this once for the radio. We haven't kept doing it since. This is only the third time I've read this line. And I suddenly realised, good God, yes. Because, of course, in radio, you do a read-through. You might do a quick tech rehearsal, and then you do the take. So it was still new to the cast, which is pretty cool, really, I thought. So anyway, that's sort of... here I am. I'm really trying to say, come and see the show, because it's fun. It's really great. I don't think... We are coming up your neck of the woods. I know you're in the Carlisle area.
Yeah.
We are... I haven't got the tour list with me. I might disappear in a minute and grab the poster from the wall, come back and read it to you. But it's all on www.hitchhikerslive.com. Hitchhikers Live, all one word. Please come. You'll love it. hitchhikerslive.com.
Here we go. This is how professional I am.
Sound effects, very good sound effects. Slightly dodgy biro. I'd say that was probably a green retractable. One for the hitchhikers there.
Well, just to upset one of my co-hosts here, Mark, I believe that you had
Adam.
some... I believe... that sounds wrong. I believe that you have some questions for hitchhikers to ask and bring up. Mr. Mark.
Yeah, well, Hitchhikers for me was the kind of gateway into science fiction.
For you and many others, the legacy is incredible. Sorry, carry on.
No, it's hold on again. I've lost my train of thought now. My first question was it was just something that occurred to me the other day. I assume you've read the 6th book.
Yes.
Yes. Is there any intention to kind of produce that at some point?
I have to take the Fifth Amendment on that.
Fair enough. I enjoyed the book, but the thing that it suffered from was that it wasn't Douglas.
Yeah, I think Owen would say Owen would agree with you, but Owen wouldn't use the word suffered. Owen would say the thing that differentiated it was because it doesn't have the Douglas voice. Yeah. I actually really enjoyed it because Owen is such a fun writer, and what I liked about it was that it was an interesting, different take, and it doesn't cross over anything that's gone before. And it was nice to... Owen's got such a lively, chatty, light touch that I thought it was really fun to read it. And I didn't see it as a crime against humanity, because let's face it, who would, if offered the chance to write a hitchhiker novel, turn it down? I just think it was brilliant. It was offered to someone as good and as honest and as respectful of the source material as Owen was.
Absolutely. It was. I was flagellating myself while reading it because I was not enjoying it as much as I should have been. I was reading it thinking this is really good, but it's not good enough, which is a really strange and unfair reaction to have to it.
I think it's understandable. I don't think it's very easy to get one's brain out of one particular universe and then move it just an inch to the left for another universe. It's very hard to do. And I think it's a bit like, when you've been really ill, you've had the flu or something, and you, on the third day when you finally surface and you kind of stagger about wobbly-legged, but everything... I always think it's the kind of thing where you hear a piece of music that is really, really naff, but for 5 seconds it sounds all right because your brain has been sort of rebooted. I'm not saying that what Owen wrote is naff and you should, some kind of stuporific state will make you appreciate what he did. I think what he did was brilliant, but it's almost like you have to reset your brain to read it.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Anyway, sorry, Mark, I'm interrupting.
No, the reason for asking that was that I have the completist gene. and I want a complete set of audiobooks.
Right. Yes.
I mean, these are things that have resided in my car since they've been released because they're just great to just kind of throw on, and you know them so well it doesn't really matter. It's not distracting from driving or anything.
It's comfort food, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And it's a world, and we all need that. We all need that. Even the people who push against all the barriers occasionally need to go home and just have sausage and mash. That's how it is. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Just to change tack a little bit. One of the other things that I've always loved is the Goon Show.
Yeah.
So I noticed that you did was it At Last the Go On show?
Yeah.
Did you have to pour through a lot of the back catalogue for the clips for that?
Yes. that was the documentary we're talking about, aren't we?
Yes, not the remake now.
Not the remake. No, yes, we did. And I relied very heavily on Ted Kendall, who's who since has been the restorer of the shows for the BBC Audiobooks and latterly Audio Go. Because although I knew quite a bit about the Goons and so on and so forth, and he was the guy who sort of could come up with, I'd say, what is the most completely fantastic sound effect in the Goons show? And he'd come up with 6, and we'd then go through them. But the thing I really loved about doing that documentary also was the fact that we went down to Spike's house in Rye in Sussex, which I'm not saying it was an ugly house, but Spike called it the Blind Architect. And we went in and Spike sat us down. I was with Mike Poynton, who's a writer, researcher, and a lovely guy. And we sat down in Spike's living room, and I set the mic up on a boob right in front of Mike, put Spike in his chair, and he was going on about, this is far too much hard work. And then he spoke for about 3 hours about the Goons show, and afterwards said he'd never spoken so much about it since he'd done it. And the best part of that documentary for me, it was great to have all those clips, but it was the fact that Spike totally opened up about the Goons show. And it's quite interesting too. It's funny you should mention the Goons because the other day it was Spike's birthday, and I'm friends with Jane and Sile, his daughters, and I've got a letter from Spike who's thanking me for repeating Goon shows, because the following year we repeated about half a dozen Goon shows on Radio 4, and of course at that time it wasn't there was no Radio 7 or Radio 4 Extra, so Goon shows weren't repeated much. So he's thanking me for doing it. And I realised at that time that Spike used to go on about how the Goon show nearly killed him, and his epitaph would be, wrote the Goon shows and died. But it's funny. Actually, he loved the Goon shows. He knew he gave it he did give it a lot of his health. But
well, that's why he was suffered so much for it, though, because he clearly wanted it to be as good as he could possibly make it.
I think you're right, and I think
entirely self-induced pressure.
Yes, it was. He was, as he put it in the interview, he was earning his place in heaven, and I think it's interesting. I work with quite a lot of well-known people, and one of the things I've realised over the years of working with people like Spike is that you can meet Spike. I mean, Spike is not a good example in a way, because if you got him in a down mood, he'd be utterly horrible to you. Yeah. Although he was always really nice to me. He was absolutely lovely to me. And I was warned about him by other producers, you're careful of Spike, he'll go for you, and so on and so forth. But I just treated him with respect and affection, and I got the same back. So I think it depends on what you put in was what you got out. But the point I'm trying to make, excuse me, is that really talented people who create works of, how should we say, art, for the sake of argument, whether they write songs or they write comedy or so on, you get closer to them through their art than you do if you get to spend time with them. I'm absolutely sure of that. That's the real person coming out there. And people like Spike or, I don't know, Brian May or, people I've worked with, I realise that you get as close to them through their work as you do if you ever met them and were able to spend any time with them, which is interesting. All the people always say, I'd love to meet so-and-so, I'd love to meet so-and-so. And you think, well, actually you have in a way, if you have their records or their scripts or their books or whatever it is, that's them talking directly at you in the most revealing way, because, there's nothing more revealing than writing something. So anyway, there's a little bit of for pod philosophy for you.
Excellent. Do you want to take this in a different direction, Matt?
I will say.
Sorry, Matt. Can I just add something though? We are working on bringing back a stage Goon show.
Oh.
Which is along the lines of the Goon Again thing we did in 2001. That's okay. That's a very active thing that's going on at the moment.
Right, so I just give you my credit card at the end of this.
Wasn't the Goon Again one? Wasn't that televised? I recall seeing that being performed on TV somewhere.
No, that was the last Goon show of all. I think you're thinking of.
That's probably it then.
I'll tell you quickly about Goon Again. Not because I'm trying to sell tickets, but simply because I wouldn't try and do this if I didn't know it worked. But it was the 50th anniversary of the Goon show. I promise I'll get off the Goons in a minute.
Oh, it's fine.
But it was really interesting. We did this documentary in 1991 for the 40th anniversary. And for the 50th anniversary, I was talking to Andy Seacombe, Harry's son, who's now become a big mate, but Andy at that time was a stranger to me. And we had a chat, and I'd said to Spike and Harry, start again. In 91, I said to Spike and Harry, no, I'm going to start again. In 1992, we were doing Flywheel, Shyster and Flywheel, the Marx Brothers radio shows. And when we interviewed Spike for that interview I was just talking about, Spike said, I'd give my right arm to be in that Marx Brothers show you do. And I said, you don't have to give any limbs, just come and be in it. And he was in it, and he loved it. But because he said that, I said, Spike, do you think there's any way of taking the early Goon Show scripts, the stuff that wasn't kept? At that time, nobody knew of any recordings. Some have since surfaced, I should add. But the first 3 series of the Goons were pretty much lost. I said, is there any chance of getting some of that material and getting you and Harry together with Michael Bentine to do it? And Spike said, oh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I have the joie de vivre to do that now, so on and so forth. So I said, well, think about it. And because I was interviewing Harry for that documentary, I said the same to him. And Harry was lovely. He's such a nice man. I went in and his, Lady Seacombe opened the door and said, hello, ducks, call me Myra. I can't do the Welsh accent, but she's just lovely, lovely, lovely. She didn't say ducks. That's awful, but you know what I mean. It was just like walking on your favourite auntie and uncle. It was just so easy. And I said to Harry, would you do it? He said, if Spike will do it, I'll do it. And I thought, oh, great. And then Michael Bentine was the third one. And I said to him, if Spike will do it and he's thinking about it, Harry will do it. If Spike and Harry will do it, will you do it? And he said, and this was on the phone. I was interviewing him the following week for this documentary. So he said, I'll think about it, dear boy. So he came into the Paris where we recorded the interview, the Paris of Legend, the studio where we used to do all our comedy shows. The first thing he said was, I hope people remember Michael Bentine because he was a comedy genius at a level with Spike. But Mike was very interested in the occult in a sort of benign way. And he came in and he said, I've been thinking about your suggestion and I've had a word with Peter. And Peter thinks it's a very...
Oh.
We have appeared to have lost Dirk Max again. Intermission.
Hello.
Hello, hey.
God, I'm really sorry about that. I was just chuntering away, and then suddenly nobody said anything. I thought, God, this must be boring.
No, someone's cut the wire between Carlisle and Manchester.
Yeah, some Bentine fan. Hey.
Yay!
Anyway, sorry. I don't think I'll tell that story again. I don't know where it ended up. Was I going on and on about the Goons?
We got as far as Peter Sellers, and then it all went wrong. So it was like you invoked Peter Sellers' name and technology.
Peter cut the call.
Yeah.
Michael said Peter like it, so that was that. Ask me another. I'm bored with that.
This is how Peter said.
Is that what I said?
I think we've just lost.
Peter's very cross with us.
Right, nobody mentioned the name. Obviously, Peter Sellers is like the Scottish play at this point.
No, I was spouting on about the, we did do the show later on, and it went really well. And the fact that there were kids in the audience laughing, that was the thing that got me, because they didn't know who the goons were or anything, but they were just falling about laughing at the script. And I thought, this stuff transcends the performers who originated it. It actually works in its own right. That was a wonderful moment.
Well, it's primal humour, isn't it?
It is, and it's something about the, because some of the gags are so. I mean, obviously there's stuff in the Goon Show that's dated and so on, but there's also a bunch of stuff that's just magic, surreal and silly, and then occasionally there's just really, really bad jokes.
But to this day, the entire "How do you know what the time is?"
I do lectures with that to kids, when we do student lectures and so on. And they piss themselves laughing, and they don't know it's the Goons. They don't know where it comes from. It's just funny because, funny's funny.
Yeah, it's also the rule of 3 times isn't funny, 5 times is funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's that whole thing that Spike used to do of pushing the guy. Did either of you see Hitchhiker's Tour last time?
I didn't.
There's no shame. No. Just make sure you come this time. No, but we do a Milligan gag in the second half. Not the Milligan gag itself, but we take the Milligan tactic of pushing, making the audience wait longer than it is wise to do so for a tagline. And it invariably works. And the longer you make the audience wait, even if they start looking at their watches, when they finally come back with you, when you pay off the gag, it's just a wonderful moment.
So after that brief intermission, known as Monkeys in the Works, get on that, Adam. So I've got a few questions. Most of them are about a subject that's really, really close to my heart. One of my main introductions to radio in my youth, when I was about 8 or 9 years old, was the start of the superhero radio plays that started to come out. In particular, the Superman and Batman ones. Now, your first one was Superman on Trial, which was this strange hybrid of a documentary and a drama that was self-aware that it was a documentary.
Yes.
How did that come about? Did you originally intend for that to be just a straight documentary, and you decided to put drama in elements into it? I don't know. Talk us through that one.
Originally, I offered it as a straight documentary, just saying it was Superman's 50th birthday, and it was actually part of my job application to Light Entertainment. That particular program idea, we had to come up with 3 program ideas. 2 of mine actually went through, which was great. Superman on Trial was one of them, but the trial idea came because I didn't want to just do a documentary. I wanted to actually dramatise some bits of comics, because I had a feeling they'd really work dramatised. And so I had to figure out a way where we could talk about Superman in our world, but also go into his world. And I think probably at the time there was something like LA Law, one of these legal, a bit like Suits now or whatever, Boston Legal, one of these legal American dramas on TV. And there were always these courtroom scenes. And I sort of just thought, hang on a minute, how do you, it's a good way to find out the background of characters, to sort of put them up on the stand and have them questioned by both a friendly and a hostile interrogator, i.e. a defense attorney and a prosecuting attorney. So it kind of grew from that. And then, okay, so what if Superman was brought to trial? And I sort of remember the stories where he was in kryptonite handcuffs and helpless. So, it could be done. And I think I think it had been done. I think found out later. And then I thought, oh, okay. And how about if Lois was defending attorney and Lex Luthor was the prosecuting attorney? And then from that, who would be the witnesses? Well, obviously people from Superman's world. But, oh, hang on a minute. How about if we can get people from our world? There was a real crossover. And that was the great bit. So we had Jeanette Kahn, who was the president of DC Comics at the time, Dave Gibbons, who was still then riding high on Watchmen, the success of the comic book with Alan Moore. And then the really great one, which really happened at the last minute because he happened to be in Broadcasting House and I heard he was there, was Adam West, who I had come in and give evidence as Adam West, and then as he left, Batman entered, which was a great kind of mind-bending sort of moment. And it seemed to work very well. You know, I mean, I listened to it, I remastered it 2 or 3 years ago for cassette release and was able to add back in some of the scenes I'd cut out to fit the slot at the time. But there were bits about, I mean, I wasn't allowed to direct it because I'd only just joined the department and they weren't sure they could trust me with actors, so someone else directed it. But I persuaded him to let me do the post-production so I could add all the, you know, the noises. But the original was quite tame. I sexed it up a bit for this re-release with more of my sort of wham bam stuff. But it was quite low key at the time, but it was brilliant because what I did realise was that comic books do translate really well to audio. Although the one thing I did discover was that comic books are much wordier than you would think, even though they're basically a visual medium. If you literally take all the lines in a comic book and have them read by actors, it makes for an incredibly clunky script.
Oh, I absolutely know what you mean because I'm doing something along those lines at the moment for a fan production.
Oh, right.
And I know you. I mean, not only do you have to take on board the wordiness of the people who are speaking in the speech bubbles, you've also got to direct what's going on the printed page itself.
Yeah.
So you've got to take both those into consideration when you're adapting these things. So I totally know and I feel for you there.
Yeah, but it was great. It was a great realization but the other thing was, the thing about a well-written comic of that time was like a well-written screenplay because the construction was, if you look at a comic book, if you're, I'm not talking about anime, let's talk about Western ones. You know, you start with the front cover, which is always, you know, going to try and hook you in. Then the first page was always a big flash panel, full page panel with another piece of big action on it. And then you went into the individual panels, and however they were laid out, always the last panel on the page, in other words, the bottom right hand panel, was always the panel that made you, with the job of which was to make you turn that page. And you look at any comic book, look at that panel, there's always a what's this, or you mean, or whatever it is. There's always something that makes you want to turn the page to find out what happens next. And that was a very good excuse me, that was a very good, I think I learned about what makes a good script from that, the fact that you need to want to turn the page to know what happens next. And it sounds like an obvious thing, but lots of people don't realize it. I read a lot of unsolicited scripts, and many people don't realize that you've got to make your listener or viewer or reader or whatever, your audience has got to want to know what happens next. And many people don't seem to get that. And that came in good stead when we then got onto Batman Nightfall, which was the first Radio 1 series, where Matthew Bannister was looking for a daily drama series. He'd reinvented Radio 1, he'd kicked out all the old DJs, and he wanted to have a daily drama. And I thought he wanted some, you know, kind of one-armed amputee, single mother, lesbian, drug addicts. You know, I mean, I've got nothing against lesbians, drug addicts, one-armed single mothers, but you know, you try and find every cliche of gritty drama and put it in one thing, was what I presumed he was looking for. So I thought, well, there's nothing there for me because I'm resolutely lightweight and frothy. And we had a meeting. He came into my tent and was sort of, people were pitching stuff. And no, he wasn't buying anything. And in the end, I thought, well, I might as well. So I put my hand up and said, okay, what about Batman? And he said, yes, just like that. And I thought, holy smoke. And on Radio 1 as well. And then he said, but can you do it in 3-minute episodes?
Ah.
That's when I thought, and I said, yeah. And then I walked out the room going, oh my God, how the hell do we do that? And there was an article, I was in the Writers Guild, and there was an article by Alan Plater, who's a very senior, very serious writer, who said it's impossible to do good drama in 3 minutes on radio because word of this got out. And I thought, who the hell am I trying to kid? I'm never going to do this. But I thought, hang on a minute, no, there's got to be a way to do this because that's what comic books do. Every page is an episode and it ends with a cliffhanger. So how do we do this? And then and it became, the writing of it became, hopefully it's not too obvious. I mean, I listen now to Batman and I'm very pleased with it, although there are moments where I sort of squirm a bit. But there is a kind of sine wave that runs through it. If you listen to it all edited together, you can hear that every 3 minutes there's a climax. But it's a rather slow sine wave, so you're not kind of aware of it. If you saw it as a diagram, you'd see it. And excuse me. And I realised that every episode basically consisted of about 3 sections, which is you come in and you must reprise what's going on, but without appearing to. Ideally, what you do is come in and hit the floor running with something that's just starting up as you reprise what's just happened. Then you have a bit of plot exposition for this episode, how you're moving the story forward. And then, usually towards the end, you would then have some climax in the episode which would involve a big revelation, a new character entering, a major bit of action, some cataclysmic event, something which then the final lines of the scene would bring you to make you want to listen to the next one. So it was kind of the equivalent of a comic book page. And it's amazing how that has sort of really stayed with everything I do since. It became the comic book thing, which I was doing for fun and was kind of like couldn't believe how lucky I was that I could be doing this, actually turned into quite a good teacher for me. Sorry, I have now finished making that point.
Batman Nightfall. And I promise I am not just blowing smoke here. Batman Nightfall is one of the most influential things I have ever come across in my life. I remember when I first heard it back on Radio 1 back in the day, and it blew me away to the point where it was the very first thing I ever pre-ordered. The moment I found out it was coming out on audio tape, it was mine. Here is the money. It's not out for another 3 months. Here is the money. Well,
I'm not, without being funny, because everything is, at the end of the day, it all comes down to human ingenuity. It was meant to blow you away, because I wanted. But when I say that, it's because I wanted it to blow me away. Mm-hmm. What I set out to do was if it's funny, I don't listen to a lot of radio. I do. I mean, I listen to Radio 4. I get up, and I don't listen to the Today program anymore. It's too depressing. But I'll listen to the comedy shows, and I'll catch. I don't listen to a lot of radio drama because I find it's too dry for me.
Yeah.
And the point was, I wanted to create something that I would actually want to listen to, and that was the point. It needed to blow me away. I wanted something, and there were moments when I was working with Paul Dealey, who was kind of like my technical collaborator. Paul did all the mixing. Because in those days when we were doing 5.1, it was all mixed live. I mean, seriously, they should have videoed this Paul at work mixing live. 10 fingers on 10 faders, all going up and down all the time, like watching a classical pianist. Wonderful. But the thing was that, it was trying to find ways to thrill ourselves. And there were just moments in the studio, like 3 a.m., because of course we were, frantically mixing, the one before the one that was going out, sort of thing, where you go, I don't know, something. What was a good one? Oh, the whole fight with the Riddler in the Belfry at Gotham City Centre, and it was like finding. Do you know what he could do now? He could whack the Riddler in the face with a bell, and it wasn't in the script. But we said, yeah, we can. Okay, what do we need? And we go around and think, right, we need a sort of swooshy noise. Then we need the world's biggest clang. Then you need to hear the guy hit and hit the floor, body fall, and so on. And we'd spend an hour putting this effect together, and then you put it into the drama and you play it, and you just go, yes. It was just one of those, and that was the thing. It was, what I'm trying to say to you is, this wasn't a cold-blooded exercise in fooling you into parting with your money as a pre-order on that cassette. We were as into it, doing it, as you were listening to it. Mm-hmm. And I think that's the... Sorry.
So that's something that comes across in that it is such a labour of love, and you can hear every second of it whilst listening to that.
Yes. And that's the trouble with this bloody lark, with radio, because it's the most when you make that connection, it's not like it's actually better than pictures, because I've actually got inside your head, or what's inside my head has gone inside your head, and you're getting off on it just as much as I did. It's telepathy, and it's a fantastic thing.
Yeah, and I've read every single version of Nightfall that's come out, the original comic, the collected edition, the book, the Junior's book. I've even read that one for some unknown reason.
I've got both here. I've got Denny O'Neill signed my hardback version, though. That's my proudest possessions.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's actually fed into a question I was meaning to ask. Were you a comic book fan before you started doing these radio dramas going in, and how big of a fan are you?
I was a big fan. Yeah, I was. When I was 8, my parents used to work in children's homes. They used to... my dad trained in youth work, and my parents ran children's homes. In fact, they ran the Ojo La Garenne in Jersey for a while. The infamous... home where all things happened, and I should tell you immediately, nothing happened when my mum and dad were there, but that's another story. But I was brought up in Jersey. But when we came back to England in the early 60s, the kids used to get these comics, and there used to be piles in their sort of playrooms of stuff, and I used to borrow them. I was good. I always took them back, but there were things like Superman's pal Jimmy Olsen and all of that.
Oh yeah.
It was the early 60s, so it's still kind of golden age, and there was those 80-page specials and things like that. And it was just such an exotic world. It was, the comics with all the adventures of these amazing characters, and then you got all the ads like, sell grit, the newspaper is making money, or whatever. I mean, you first saw an Action Man when it was called G.I. Joe, and so I wanted one. But the thing was, and I remember reading Spider-Man and getting that Marvel was different from DC, because whereas DC's heroes were pretty much untouchable, I think the first Spidey I ever read was Spidey catching a burglar in a room, putting his belt light on him and saying, you better come quietly because my ever-readies are nearly out. And you kind of got that different world that Stan Lee and Steve Ditko were creating. And I loved those comic books. And then, you grow up, and I got into playing in bands and all that stuff, So, and then when I got into light entertainment, around the time I was pitching Superman, I spoke to DC Comics, Phyllis Hume, dear friend from DC. She's no longer there, and I said to Phyllis, look, I want to do this. She said, I think it's okay, you can do this. And I said, but I don't know what's going on in comics. And, can you get some? Is there anyone who can tell me? I think Mike Carlin, who was editing Superman at the time, got to me and said, look, you really need to read John Byrne's retelling of Superman, because after Crisis on Infinite Earths, where they rebooted the whole franchise, John Byrne kind of retold the origin story on Superman, pretty traditionally, but really nicely. And I love the idea in that, by the way, that Luthor is a businessman. He's a politician and a businessman and can't be touched because he seems to be legal, and Superman would seem to be some kind of illegal bully to chase him, which I thought was so much cleverer than the mad sort of Luthor in the films. I was so disappointed in that Kevin Spacey Luthor in that Superman Returns film. It was stupid. It was that film was stupid on 2 levels. One of which was Kevin Spacey not giving Kevin Spacey a really good Luthor, which was a politician, rather like the character in his House of Cards, which is brilliant on Netflix. But and then giving Superman a son. No. Anyway, so I digress. But it was this. It was it's the John Byrne retelling. Then got me into and then Mike Carlin said, and if you're going to read that, you've got to read The Dark Knight Returns by Frank Miller. And so I read Dark Knight Returns. Dark Knight Returns. I was reading on the train home from the BBC. This must stop. It was like, my God, what is this? And that got me straight back into it. So for that period of time, from about 1987 to 96, when we were doing them, I was back in the world of comics, and it was fantastic. I'm out again now, but no, I loved them.
I do feel there is something I need to bring up here, because somewhere out on the Ethernet, my younger brother is screaming at me.
Yeah.
He's listening to this and he is screaming. So, hi Andrew. Because me and my brother, we would actually spend a Saturday night listening to Nightfall.
Really?
Oh yeah, it would be, the lights would go off, you'd have the little side light on, no light, and just Nightfall playing. And it's some of the happiest memories.
Actually, I have to say, my influence over my children is limited, but I've got 3 boys who are now grown up. But actually, they've all done that themselves. They were listening to Nightfall with a light out. I think and that's one of those memories. There's a wonderful bit in the first Christopher Reeve Superman movie. That is a wonderful film on many levels. It doesn't work on all levels, but it works on two very good levels. And one is where you see Clark in bed as a boy, and you hear the radio is on quietly in the room, and it's dusk. And I think there's something. I think Richard Donner really hits something there about the nature of how we share these adventures that move and inspire us. That was the one thing, and I'm just waving goodbye to my boys. Have a great time. That was one thing, and the other one was that opening, the classic Superman opening with the old newsreel of the Daily Planet building, and then curtains open. Man, that still puts chills up my back. The old comics, the first Action comic, and that whole thing of going into that world. That's the lights out, lying in bed and just letting your imagination soar. That's what's so great. That is the only reason to do radio because it sure ain't the money.
You mentioned there about you listen back to Nightfall and bits make you squeal or squirm. There is something in there that makes me squirm.
Go on.
There is something in there that makes me squirm, and it does it every time. And I have to ask this question.
Yeah.
The noise when Bane breaks Batman's back.
Oh God! Right? Yes, I know. Yeah, go on.
You don't have to tell me what it is, but I just have to say every time I wince. That gets me.
Really? Oh, gets you in a good way.
Oh well, it affects me quite physically.
You're not going.
I'm not
really,
but
not going. You're not saying. Are you saying to yourself, "God, that's a crappy sound"?
No. I'm going.
Whose back did you have to break to replicate that sound?
Well, they hadn't invented Radio 4 commissioning editors at that time, but if they had, no, they're wonderful people. No, that was. No, if I tell you, I'll spoil it. I'm not going to tell you.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking here.
If you told me you'd hated it, I'd tell you what it was.
No, I don't hate it at all.
No.
Every time my hands come up to my face, and I go.
Do you know what? Well, I tell you what was good about that is the way that Bob and Peter played it, because I think that then puts you in the zone to believe it. Mm-hmm. Good actors are like that. I mean, I love Bob as Batman because he wasn't like the "I'm Batman" thing. It was this. It wasn't like that. We deliberately did, because of course by then we'd had Michael Keaton playing Batman. Because of course we had our Michael Gough as Alfred, but we deliberately, to me, the Batman. I'd love to have done Batman. If I could do Batman again, I'd love to set it in the 40s, when it was supposed to take place. And he is a detective, and he is an acrobat, but he's not superhuman. It got too superhuman. And the gadgets got too ambitious, and I think something about Batman. There ought to be a slight wrinkle in the knee of the tights, you know. But the thing about Bob, what I love was he's actually a song and dance man, and he was a very handsome guy, a very very good looking man, Bob. And there was something about him where you could believe that by day he could be. I mean, I'm talking visuals, and this is an audio thing, but you know, people carry themselves the way they look.
carries through into the way they present themselves. And definitely there was something in Bob which he could have played it. He definitely could have played it. That was the inspiring thing about doing. And Superman, Stewart could have played Supes, because they looked right as well. And it's weird, but in the studio you need that a bit. You do need the guy. If you get a sort of 200-pound guy who's bald and dribbling and he's going to play Superman, it's pretty tough to, suspend disbelief, even if you're not doing pictures.
Yeah, true story. I've got a top 5 of my favourite actors who have played Superman, and
have you? Okay.
I do. This is legit. This is absolutely legit, because I am genuinely from youth a Superman fan, but not mostly of the Superman comics, but of Superman media. Now, obviously, number 1 will be Christopher Reeve. He is the benchmark for anyone to have played that role.
For me,
Number 2 is Stuart Milligan.
Really?
Because I think he dipped into a lot of different personas and different performances to recreate that role for radio. I hand on heart believe that he was a fan of the George Reeves series, because I think he tried to replicate George Reeves as much as he could. And I think for the most part, he succeeded.
Yes. I think he did. The only thing, this is not a criticism of Stuart, this is a criticism of me as a director. I think one of the, I wouldn't say I ever had a problem with Stuart. I hadn't, and I love him, and we still work together. In fact, he played Dick Cheney this last year when we were doing a thing about Washington 9/11. Him as Dick Cheney and Lorelei as Barbara Bush. That was pretty flipping weird, I can tell you. Lois Lane as Barbara Bush and Superman. But I think the thing was, Stuart first played Superman, and I wasn't directing. And because I believed in always being consistent with, if we were going to keep doing these, which we ended up doing it, being consistent, I never wanted to change what he'd started. But I felt I would have liked his Superman to have been slightly less stiff. I think I think in that first thing, in order to, he would be Clark, and he's talking like this. Oh, hi, Lois, I'm this, and I am Superman, and I must be quite strong and resolute. And I think, yes, it needed going that far, but I think if we ever do Superman again with Stuart, I would say he doesn't have to be that far away from Clark. That would be my only. I think that would be my thing, and I think he would prefer it too, because I think it was a funny old business. DC liked it. DC said don't change it. That was it. When we did Superman Doomsday on Beyond, which actually came before Batman Nightfall, and that was when we revisited. No, we did Adventures. Sorry, we did. Adventures. Yeah,
because I remember listening to the original half-hour shows of Superman Doomsday and Beyond on Radio 5, I think.
Radio 5. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
That's
Radio.
right.
It was Radio 5, and then it was not long after Nightfall you started putting out the Superman serials.
But but those Superman serials predated the Radio 5 ones.
Yeah,
they were Radio 4 as 50 minutes.
And then you brought it all back. The thing is that I have a distinct feeling when you got back to doing these 3-minute chunks on Radio 1, I think you gave yourself the ability to try to not maybe fix things, but tweak things from a sound point of view.
Yeah.
It definitely sounded like a more coherent and more polished up audio performance once it got aired on Radio 1.
Well, it's amazing what you can nip out, and if you take a few ums and ers out of a conversation like the one we're having now, we could make ourselves sound super articulate rather than slightly bumbly and Saturday morning,
Yeah.
What do you mean?
And I think that's probably what I did, because you can always tweak. I sympathise with George Lucas up to a point when he did the special editions of Star Wars. I can see why he changed some of the stuff he did, and then of course it gets too much, and then it's a bit like Photoshop. You don't know where to stop. Anyway.
I suppose I better wrap this up by going into non Superman Batman territory. shall we talk about the other ones that you did? In particular, you did an American Werewolf in Paris for the Mark and Large show.
In London.
In
London.
In London. I keep on calling it Paris for some reason.
Matt, you're fired.
I know. I'm going. Bye. And then, of course, you got to your Spider-Man and you had your Judge Dredd's.
Yeah.
Now, how did you come about all of these?
It was well, we had to follow Superman really, and Spidey was a really kind of. We did the Superman, we did Batman, and then we were trying to find the next because negotiating the rights took the time, and so after Batman had gone so well, Matthew said, "Okay, what else can you give us?" I said, "Well, I've got Superman. I'm pretty sure I can cut those down to 3-minuters." So we put in Adventures and then Doomsday. By which time we'd done the deal on Spider-Man, but the deal on Spider-Man actually came in because Marvel had a London office and they'd heard Superman. And Tim Quinn, who was working there, who's still a mate, and he was a really bright guy who was always looking for opportunities, heard it and got in touch and said, "Look, would you like to do Spider-Man?" To which I said, "Yes, please." And the other thing about Tim was when he rang me, he also rang Brian May. So he said, "And how about if Brian May did the music? Because he's quite interested." So I kind of, took me no seconds at all to say, "Christ, yes." And then we all met at Brian's. And Brian turned out to be as big of a comic geek as I was, and sci-fi anyway, Flash Gordon, all that stuff,
Oh, yeah.
And so it was a marriage made in heaven, really. And so I not only made 2 new mates, but we did Spidey, and we got to go ahead from Marvel, and the deal was done. and Spidey I love because. Oh, sorry, that's the front door. I'm sorry, chaps. Keep going. Talk amongst yourselves.
What do you want to do with the questions?
I was going to say, once we've come to the end of this bit...
Hello, it's my brother. He's here, but make yourself a cup of tea.
Right, well, we shall start wrapping this up then if you want, so you can...
Yeah, but Spidey. The thing about Spidey was it was such fun, and it was so much fun. I could put the outtakes in the credits because it was just balmy. And William De Vries, who played Spidey, who's now living back in America doing audio stuff, it is just superb. He just gave it everything, and that was fantastic. So that happened, and then because of course when you do something that works, then somebody else hears it and wants to take over. Wants to suggest other things. And then Paul Powell, who's a comedy writer who does loads of things now on TV, but at that time was one of the writers in Light Entertainment, said, "How about Judge Dredd?" And we looked into Judge Dredd, and that was possible. And then we did the 2 Dredds. We did the Day the Law Died, which is my favourite because of, again, Bill Dufresne playing Judge Caligula, which I just still kills me to this day.
That was a hell of a performance.
That was funny. That was funny, pure funny. And Apocalypse Wars, which I was slightly ambivalent about because they were broadcast on the anniversary of the 50th anniversary of Hiroshima, which I kind of felt was a little bit tasteless.
Okay.
But that was unfortunate. That was just unfortunate timing. But the Day the Law Died. I mean, Bill Dufresne's Caligula was just so funny and just, I don't know, moments. I can still remember lines, him with his Judge Fish, his rubber duck in the bath. Rubber ducky does not love you. Just magic moments of comedy arising from brilliant performers in the studio. Those are times when I just hug myself because I can't believe I'm lucky enough to have to be working with these guys. I
was just going to say, it's just a shame there doesn't seem to be any commercial releases for these other audios. I mean, is there anything like a rights issue that's been preventing them?
It comes down to money.
Oh, it's just a shame. Absolute shame.
When the agreements ran out, companies Marvel is now owned by Disney and God knows who, and DC is owned now much more actively by Time Warner, and they are looking to make money out of these things. We went in to talk to Marvel about doing a new Spider-Man series about 5 years ago, and they said, fine, if you if you give us this amount up front, and the amount was a telephone number, and then guarantee us the same amount, whether or not you make the sales, we need you to pay that same amount every year you release it.
Oh.
Wow.
There's no way you can do it. So it's greed. And the stupid thing is, you can't argue with accountants about these things. You can't say to them, but don't you see that this actually will sell, even if this doesn't sell in amounts that allows you to buy a new Lexus at the end of this year, what it will do is create a market. It'll open the market up, and more people will buy your comic books and go see your films because it's keeping the legends alive.
Yeah.
But no, they don't get that. They don't get that. They don't know the power of radio. It's very hard to explain to people who don't know what you can do with radio drama, how good it is. Which is why, when you get someone like Neil Gaiman, who knows exactly how good it is, coming along, he will let you do stuff like Neverwhere. I mean, I'm bringing it up to date. I'm not deliberately trying to sidetrack the conversation, but the thing is, there are people out there like Neil who do it, and then you do it, and then it's funny to go on Twitter and see people saying, "Oh, but it's got no pictures, I won't like it," and "Oh, but I really did like it." There were pictures, but they were in my head, and people are ignorant about what this can actually do.
It's a true story, because my first experience for any of the particular storylines in the comic books were through your radio plays. I listened to Nightfall before I read the comics there. I listened to Superman Doomsday and Beyond before I read The Death of Superman. And I had a very definitive imagination in my head as to how these would play out visually. And it's a thing when you then read these comic books and they're not what you would have imagined. It really puts a whole different slant onto how certain storylines play out.
Yeah. And yet, what I felt was it was a good synergy, though, because the comic books illustrated the world that we were creating in sound. So, if that was the world in your head, what we were doing didn't turn it upside down. It just augmented it. Yeah.
No, I mean, if anything, it was a very good compliment. What goes on in your head wouldn't be there unless you were listening to it at the time. The audio is helping fuel your imagination, so it's all good.
Yeah, Neverwhere's a good example of that, because when you're in London Below and you have the Minotaur attacking, it is so visual.
Yeah, I was pleased with that. But you see, what I think the point I was trying to make, or a point that's worth making, is that wouldn't have been possible if I hadn't done the superhero stuff 20 years ago. Yeah. Because I wouldn't have developed the sense of... It's the tools, there's certain sound effects. I mean, when at the end of Neverwhere, when the Angel and Krupp and Vandemar are swept out of the big door, those were Superman whooshes. They were Superman whooshes. Simple. I mean, everything gets reused. Nothing ever doesn't. In everything I've done, there's always a Batman cape flap. That's my which is just somebody. We need a cape flap for Batman, and Bob. We didn't have anything in the studio. I ran out of the studio, went to the lobby reception area of the sound house. Somebody had left a big old anorak sort of oilcloth coat on a hook. I ran in. Dealey hit the record button. I just flopped it once in a big, what'em, like that, ran back out, hung it up, and it was perfect, and I've used it ever since.
That's
Every time anyone falls over, sits up, gets down, walks about, does a sudden move, it's the Batman cape flap. I shouldn't say that now because we'll hear it every time.
I'm going to be there with a bingo card getting ready.
But the thing about Neverwhere was that, like the Beast, it's not just... It's a big animal, so it will roar sometimes and it will charge at you. But it's breathing and living, and it's in that frame all the time. If it's moving across the back of the picture in your mind, it doesn't stop breathing while it's moving. It doesn't stop moving. It doesn't stop foraging for morsels in the grass. You start to think of what behaviour is this thing doing? How would that translate into sound in such a way that it creates the picture that's in my head of doing it? And that's what I've learned from doing the superhero stuff, is that if you can paint as complete a picture, if the world that exists around your central character continues existing while they are doing other things, then you have created a real world. And that's the point about the creature. It's moving and breathing all through the scene, even when people are talking in the foreground about what they're trying to do. And that's the real essence of doing it. And that's the thing that will probably kill me, because also it's very, very hard work to keep that level of energy up at every level. I have to. It's funny. Sam Bayar, who plays Random in Hitchhiker, she's an actress, but she's been doing an audiobook lately, and she's able to record herself and edit herself. And she sent me a message saying, "God Almighty, why didn't you tell me how hard work this is?" You know, and it is, because of course pictures are easy. You can see what's there. In this, you're forever. Your mind is pushing into it, and you're closing your eyes, and have I painted a picture? Am I in that world? Is this really creating that world? No, that creature's not breathing there. It needs to breathe. Or no, this character's moving about. The voice is moving about, but the body isn't. I need to add some Foley cloth here, or some footsteps and so on. So I'm not complaining, but. Neverwhere was exhausting for me. I went straight from that into some comic relief thing for Radio 3 and something else that I had to do. And by the time we had a couple of weeks off after Easter, I was just vegetable. It was amazing. Anyway, sorry.
Earlier on this year, it was end of last year, we dipped our toe in with an adaptation of The Death of Optimus Prime from IDW Comics as a radio drama. And I, even doing it as just something that I was doing in my spare time, that came close to sending me round the bend. So you have my utmost respect for being able to do this.
I did a 2-minute long, and I do stress a 2-minute long short about 4 years ago, and that was all full production. That took me a good part of 4 months.
Yes. But on the other hand, short is harder. Is harder. If you have to get something down to 2 minutes, that's the 3-minute episodes were absolute swines, because you couldn't run over, and so it had to fit, and so the script had to fit, and the noises had to fit, and it had to all get buttoned out at 3 minutes. And you cutting something down is harder. Douglas used to say that when somebody wanted a half-hour script, that was worth so much money. But if they wanted a quarter-hour script, that was actually worth twice as much.
Yeah,
because it was twice as much work to cut it down to quarter-hour. Yes, if you really do it well. Anyway, sorry.
Are you okay for another 10 minutes or so?
I think so. Can I just check?
Yep.
Hang on.
We'll fire through these questions and let the poor guy go.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm back.
Okay.
It's good. 10 minutes. Good.
Yep. We've just got a group of collections. Guess who was at work all day yesterday? We have a group of questions that we've been given to just quickly fire through. If you're okay with that.
Yeah. Good.
Okay. Matt, do you want to take the Burns questions first?
I'll also take the Burns questions. Some of these have already been answered, so I might skip a few.
Yeah.
So the first question was, this is Ralph Burns. You can find him on Star Dubbing on Twitter, by the way. Were there any licensed properties you would like to do on radio that you haven't had the chance to do?
Yeah. Yes. Next question. Oh, loads. But loads. I mean, I don't know where I'd start. There are ones that nearly happened that didn't. We were talking to Fox about doing an Aliens prequel long before the Ridley Scott thing, Prometheus.
I'm in a really bad place now. You've said its name, and I'm not allowed to start screaming.
Well, I know we were talking about either a prequel or an in-betweeny before. This was before they did Alien Resurrection.
Oh, right.
And that would have, and I had a really good storyline, and I wrote a 15-page treatment for it, and I was very pleased with it. And it absolutely, and I had the script for Resurrection, but the thing was, I didn't just have the script for Resurrection, I had the Joss Whedon script. And that was, I don't know why they didn't shoot that script. That was a good script. But anyway, point being, it didn't happen. Another one was Dark Knight Returns, Frank Miller, which now, of course, they've done as an animation with the most with the thinnest possible sound design on it.
Yeah.
I thought it was a very sad waste of what could have been a fantastic piece. I wanted to do that with Adam West, you know.
I also heard a story that at one point, I don't know if this is true or not, but you approached David Soul.
Could be.
Yeah, I remember reading that in a comic book at one point. It was like David Soul approached to play Dark Knight Returns on the BBC radio. I remember reading that.
I think we were putting out feelers for who was local, and he was in England at the time when we thought we might do it. But, you know, all these things, this is why nowadays things have changed. But, you know, 15 years ago, I thought you never tell God your plans. That's the same. Nowadays, everybody tells everybody their plans on Twitter or wherever, and I think it's a mistake. So I say these things to you now only because there's no earthly chance of them happening.
Yeah.
You know, but if there's seriously something I want to do, I don't talk about it because I think that puts the nix on it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I agree.
But you know, it is that, going back to what Matt said earlier about the wow factor, about that. I was knocked out by this factor. It's what would really knock me out. The problem nowadays for someone like me is, I mean, radio is always a problem because it's very hard to persuade rights holders that it actually is insanely great, unless they're Neil, in which case it's very easy because he knows exactly. But the other thing about it is that so many other people are doing it, and there's this explosion in amateur radio stuff, which is great. And when I say amateur, I mean that in the true sense of loving it so much you want to do it yourself to the best possible standard. But it does put people like me in a bit of a spot because I'm very happy about that. But at the same time, it makes trying to think of something that no one else has thought of that much harder because there's so much more out there. Not necessarily all of it's of great quality. So you have to kind of be clever. But, you know, what's really promising is that Neverwhere has been such a success and that BBC Radio 4 commissioned it, because I spent I first met Neil 20 years ago, as it were. And over the last 15, I've been trying to tell them we should do something by Neil. And been turned down, partly because I'm an independent and we don't get many slots available to us. So it took someone in-house to finally make that connection work and make them go for it. And now they've gone for it. They're thinking, oh, we're getting a big audience, which is something I was always telling them they would do. I'm not saying I'm being clever about this, but, you know, I don't think they realise quite how big an audience there is for really well-made you know, sci-fi, fantasy, you know, just genre stuff can really go. But they're always wanting to make their audience younger. This has got a huge audience of all ages. So I think it's very promising that Neverwhere's worked so well and people liked it so much that maybe we've got another chance to begin to explore those worlds. And of course, the BBC have got the budgets for it. This is the thing. I can't easily go and make something like Batman and Superman if I don't have a big broadcaster backing me, because I don't have deep enough pockets, A, to pay the licensing rates, but B, to afford the cast and the studio time. You know, and it's all very well doing Kickstarter, but everybody's doing Kickstarter now.
Kickstarter's a thing that's going to fall apart in the next 6 months.
I don't think people's patience is going to last, because at the end of the day, I don't know. It's a bit, you know, it's a bit like that movie Bruce Almighty. We're all beginning to feel a bit like Bruce, where he becomes God and he gets all the prayers. It's like your whole room being covered in Post-it notes of people asking you for things. And I don't know about you, but Facebook and Twitter, just your friends, you know, like, support this cause, you know, put money here, give this to this charity. And I'm not saying any of it's bad, but I'm saying I don't think human beings can cope with too much of it. Anyway, we digress. Back to question.
Right. The next question is how, I don't know how the way he's articulated, how do you feel the youth of today could get interested in radio drama who don't already listen?
Very good question. Really, is if we make more radio drama they'd like to listen to, which is why Neverwhere has been such a shot in the arm for it, because if the big broadcasters like the BBC begin to broadcast more stuff like Neverwhere, more of the youth of today will listen to it.
Agreed, because that's what totally pulled me into radio in the 90s, was those superhero comics adaptations. So
we can do this.
Yes.
Good.
I think you may have already answered this, but would you do another Batman serial if you got the chance?
Yes.
Rufus, I would like to hear that. And then the last one from Ralph is, what do you feel are outstanding radio productions that have perhaps been overlooked?
Anything by John Dryden, who goes on location. These are not superhero or genre pieces. This is just absolutely gobsmackingly superb radio productions. His most recent one was set in Mexico, but he's done more stuff set in Egypt and so on. And he actually goes and records locally, and it's cinematic. The scripts are really tight. They are movies for your head. He's superb. John Dryden, Dryden. I think it's called Goldhawk Productions. I urge everybody who hears this to go to his website and check his stuff out. He is an inspiration to me. He really is fantastic. So that's who I really rate.
We got 3 final questions, all from a gentleman from Canada. Now, this is surprising, the fact that there's people outside of the UK that are still are like fans of your work. Now, all 3 of these questions.
Favorite places to go.
Yeah. Now,
how do you get 50 Canadians out of a swimming pool?
I don't know.
You say, please, can you get out of the swimming pool? They're lovely people. Actually, I had a wonderful time. A quick anecdote. I had the pleasure of working with briefly Leslie Nielsen. What a gentleman. What an utter gentleman. What a lovely, lovely man. And he said something to me which was one of the wisest things I ever heard. He said, for the longest time, I thought my life was a blackboard on which wisdom would be written. It took me the longest time to realise I was supposed to do the writing. I thought that's a blackboard on which my life would be written. It took me the longest time. Anyway, it was basically get off your arse. It was good. Okay, sorry. Back to our gentleman from Canada.
Right, because I know we're running out of time. I'm going to merge all 3 of these questions into one long question, because I know I'm going to pretty much get a long response back. Chris's questions are, what brought about the latter 3 series of Hitchhiker's Guide?
Yeah.
Were they daunting to put together, especially in using a posthumous performance by Douglas Adams? And how did the all-encompassing ending come together?
I can answer that with 4 words. First answer is Douglas. Second answer is yes. The third answer is with difficulty. Okay. They came about because Douglas had just finished Mostly Harmless. He felt he'd written the ending of Hitchhikers, and he'd heard Superman on the radio, and I think at that point, although he was disappointed that the Hitchhiker TV series wasn't better than it was, and for all the money they spent, just didn't look like the money was there. He then wrote the last 3 books and put this full stop on everything. And I think he, almost as soon as he'd finished that Mostly Harmless, he was unhappy that he'd killed everyone off, but he decided to leave it for now, and then realized the radio was so visual, and was reminded. I mean, I'm sorry, it sounds like I'm blowing my own trumpet, but I'm trying to analyze quickly what happened, and then got in touch with BBC and said, "Is this bloke Dirk Maggs? Is he available? Would he be interested?" And of course, I was round his house before he'd put the phone down. So, oh yes, I'm interested. My boss called me down the corridor. Would you like to go to talk to Douglas Adams? Well, that's no problem. And of course, I was interested. And so, really, Douglas asked me to do it, and this was the thing. And it's a kind of familiar story which I've told over and over, so I won't reprise that because we eventually did do it. Legally it was tricky. It took about 10 years to sort all the legals out, and the awful thing was that Douglas died before it was all over. But I'll tell you now here's a good story, and it's a quickie. When we did last year's Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy tour, when we went to the Mayflower, Southampton, which I might add was packed to the point where they opened the upper circle, which is never opened, in order that people could go up there and stand to watch the show, which is pretty cool. I'll tell you who came to see the show. Douglas's mum came to see the show. Jan, Douglas's mum came to see the show. Now I'm very lucky because I know the family very well, and we're all dear friends. The Hitchhikers is a family. If you're a fan of Hitchhikers, you're part of a very big family, and included in that family, are the Adamses themselves, and Douglas's daughter, Douglas and Jane's daughter Polly. But the thing is, Douglas's mum came with his sister Jane, not his daughter, not his sadly late wife Jane, and they came to the Mayflower, and I'd met Jan a few times before, and Jan didn't know. I found out later, Jan didn't know that Douglas had asked me to do Hitchhikers. She thought I'd come along and sort of grabbed it for myself, which is interesting because I could see how that could happen. There's an awful lot of properties in the world taken over by people who then exploit them into the ground. That's something I would never ever do with Hitchhikers. It always with me is, what would Douglas do? What would Douglas do? How can we keep Douglas front and center on this? And if you come and see the show, guys, as you must do, you'll know this when you see the show. However, Douglas's mum came to this show, and of course the audience is full of people in dressing gowns and towels. And she said a couple of very interesting things to me. She said, my second husband and I used to listen to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy in bed at night because it was going out at 10:30 at night originally. She said, and we could never get through an episode without falling asleep. We just didn't get it, which was one interesting point. And then the next thing she said was, and Douglas used to read me bits he'd just written and laugh away at them, and I wasn't sure why they were funny. And I thought, oh, that's a bit sad. And then the third thing she said was, all these people in dressing gowns and towels, it's a bit like a cult. I don't think I like it. And I said, I tell you what, Jan. And she looked, but I know that sounds funny, but if you think about it, it's sort of rather sad and poignant because this is her son being remembered that she's talking about, and she doesn't get why it works. Yeah. And so I said, tell you what, Jan, why don't you watch the first half? And I'll give you a quick. I'll nip round and see you at half time and see how you're going. If you're still feeling a bit uncomfortable about all this. Anyway, first half goes on, and I play drums in the band on stage and do sound effects with Ken Humphrey, so I'm pretty busy. Went back to the dressing room to grab a Coke, and there's a text on my phone. There's 3 texts from Jane, who's sitting with Jan and Mum. Douglas's mum watching the show. The first one is, Mum loving it. The second one says, Mum says, oh, wouldn't Douglas have loved this band? And the third one is, Mum standing up, cheering and clapping. Oh. And it just made my day. Anyway, we met afterwards in a bar, and the first thing that Jan did was she came up to me and slapped me around the face. But what she meant to do was a sort of Morecambe and Wise, tap on the face, but it was more like, I said, was it that bad? And she said, no, sorry, it was wonderful. I loved it. Anyway, and I chatted afterwards with Jane about it, and James, Douglas's brother. And for the first time ever, she realised that the biggest achievement of Hitchhikers is it's funny. Because she's in a room full of people who are just roaring with laughter at all the funny stuff that Douglas has written. And I think that was the first time she realised that the real gift that Douglas left people was the fact that this is just wonderfully funny stuff. And that was, for me, made everything that we'd been through to get to that point worthwhile. It was a magic thing. Douglas's mum realised that his gift was such love and laughter, which is something very hard to create, in life. So I've wandered right off the question. So apologies to Steve and Callum. I had to tell you that story because that's what made the whole thing. come together for me. That it was the humour that worked. But with regard to the working Douglas in, that was really a technical issue, not hard at all. He'd read it. Douglas had said to me he wanted to play a part, and I said, which part? And he played me this thing of him doing the part, and I said, sure you don't want John Cleese? He said, no, I want me, you fool. and he was worried about equity, British actor equity. I said, oh, no, you're giving all these actors work, no problem you playing a part. And we actually had that in the show last year. Sadly, that section won't be in the show this year because there's a rights clearance issue with the recording. But the fact is that that was a piece that really, really worked, and that's why that was in there. And yes, wrapping up the 5th series was hard, but Douglas, the conversations I had with Douglas about Mostly Harmless, and they weren't long, were him regretting that it was so negative at the end and wanting to hoping he would do another book which would bring them back or extend the adventures or something. So that was why I dared put a sort of coda on for people who, if people wanted the ending as in the book, all they had to do was stop listening at the point where we did that ending. Anyone who wanted a possible variation on the ending or an extension or a possible new pathway could then listen on to the coda. And so we did the coda, and interestingly, when I read Owen Colfer's book, Owen actually quoted that coda so I thought, oh well, it's kind of canonical now. But it was contentious at the time. But the funny thing about this is fandom generally. People have been critical of what we did, any decisions we made. Oh, why did you do this? And why isn't it Peter Jones being the voice anymore? To which you can't go down and hit them with a dustbin lid and say, because he's dead. Yeah. Twat. But the thing is that after a bit, people have kind of got that we did what we could with what we had. But always, and I can't stress it enough, this is not about us. It's about Douglas and his gift of laughter and a philosophy that is so intriguing and challenging and questioning about the everything that doesn't make sense. And I think that's what we're doing. We're preserving that with a lot of love in the room, love and laughter in the room.
That story has brought a massive smile to my face and made my day, I think. That's
cool.
That's absolutely lovely.
Made my year, I have to say.
I can imagine. Well, I realise that we're running a lot later than we originally planned to be, so we will draw this to a close now.
Well, it's been a pleasure, guys. It's been a real. I hope this has been of interest, and I mean, hopefully, we'll be doing more stuff that we can talk about. So.
Well, yeah. Once some of the little things that you've not mentioned but alluded to.
Yeah.
Then we'd love to have you back on to talk about some more things. It would be absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for your time today.
Well, thank you, Adam, Matt, and Tickles. What's his real name? You can tell me. Nobody's listening.
It's Mark.
Name's Tickles.
It's Mark.
Tickles. It's Tickles.
But he's now going to be called Tickles for the rest of time.
Yes, I think he should be.
Thanks for that, Dirk.
Sorry. Oh, you're a pint. Come to see the show. I'll buy you one. Okay. It's been a real pleasure, and have a good week.
Well, you too, mate. And once again, thank you so much for your time today.
Okay. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.